La Courtine, several dozen Russians were killed. On the previous day, in Petrograd, Kerensky had declared a republic. He was determined to try to maintain the liberal gains since the March Revolution, and to see Russia emerge from the war as a democracy. But power was slowly and inexorably passing to the Petrograd Soviet, which remained in session at the Tauroid Palace. General Pershing, visiting the Russian camp at La Courtine, described it as the vilest and most unsanitary place I have ever seen. A joke was circulating about the Russian soldiers on the Eastern Front that would have been comic but for the seriousness of Russia's failure for the Western Allies. How far did the Russians retreat today? 14 kilometers, and they will retreat the same tomorrow. How do you know? That it is as far as a tired German can walk. On the day of the Russian revolt at La Courtine, 500 Egyptian laborers, who were employed by the Allies unloading stores at Marseille, also rioted. They had been led to believe that their period of service in the docks would be of limited duration, and had just learned that it was intended that they should continue to work there until the end of the war, whenever that might be. On the morning of September 16th, they refused to leave their camp for work. British and Indian troops were sent in, and an Indian cavalry guard escorted them to work. That evening there was a further disturbance, and one of the labourers, Muhammad Ahmed, knocked a British officer unconscious with a stick and seized his rifle and bayonet, before being overpowered by 3 other Egyptians. 12 days later he was tried for a disturbance of a mutinous nature, found guilty and shot. On that same September 16th, an episode took place on the Western Front that caused considerable anger. It was the 3rd day of a limited offensive in the Ypres salient, in front of Saint-Julien, as Bernard Freyberg, recently promoted to brigadier general, wrote home. On September 16th, one of our low-flying aeroplanes reported that 3 men in khaki had signalled from a shell hole in no man's land. An officer went out in broad daylight and brought these men in, who stated on oath that the morning after the attack they saw a party of our men, after being disarmed and made prisoner, bayoneted by the enemy. They said the men's screams were dreadful. The British offensive in the Ypres salient was renewed on September 20th. The first day's action was a success. All our objectives were captured to plan, Freyberg noted, but he added, with a reference to the bayoneting 4 days earlier, not many prisoners were taken by our men. The incident of a few days before was too fresh in our minds. Freyberg himself was wounded yet again, in 5 places, including the lung and the thigh, after being hit by a shell burst. He later recalled the casualty clearing station to which he was taken at Remy. The excising of bits of shell or bullets, when possible, was done at once. Simple cases were X-rayed under a screen, and the body marked with pencil, before taking the patients to the operating theatre, where they took their place in a long queue of cases. Inside the tent, 8 teams of operators were working simultaneously. As soon as one patient was finished, he was taken away, still under anesthetic, to make way for another anesthetized man, who was put on the operating table. I waited in a queue for my turn for the anesthetic, which was given to me by a woman doctor. The British objective was still the Passchendaele Ridge, beyond which lay what was hoped would be an easier terrain for the onward thrust. It was to take 7 weeks before the ridge was secured, 7 of the most terrible weeks in the history of British warfare. In one encounter, a British sergeant, W. Berman, used a sword to kill 11 Germans in their machine-gun post. He was awarded the Victoria Cross. An American cavalryman, who was present during the battle, wrote to his wife, The Germans shoot a gas which makes people vomit, and when they take off the masks to spit, they shoot the deadly gas at them. It is a smart idea, is it not? Each day of the war saw some incident that revealed how narrow was the margin between injury and death. A German infantry sergeant, who had been wounded in the arm by shrapnel from an exploding shell at Verdun in 1916, and then hit in the arm again by a shell splinter in July 1917 on the Romanian front, was injured for a third time that same autumn, and gravely so. Leading his platoon across no man's land towards a Romanian trench, he was confronted by a Romanian soldier, who opened fire at 30 paces. The bullet went through his chest, between the aorta and the heart, and then exited within a finger's breadth of his spine. Bleeding profusely, he managed to run back to the German trenches. After 4 months in hospital, he volunteered as a pilot, was accepted, and was in aerial combat in the last weeks of the war. His name was Rudolf Hess. From 1934 until his dramatic flight to Scotland in 1941, he was Hitler's deputy and a stalwart supporter of the Third Reich. Another future Nazi leader was also wounded that September, Joachim Ribbentrop, later Hitler's ambassador to Britain and German foreign minister, had fought on both the Eastern and Western fronts for 3 years. He was awarded the Iron Cross, first class, and, as a result of his injuries, was invalided out with the rank of lieutenant. 19. Battle at Passchendaele. Revolution in Russia. September to November 1917. The Germans were suffering even more severely than the British during the Third Battle of Ypres. After the first day of a British assault on Polygon Wood on the 26th of September 1917, Ludendorff wrote, "A day of heavy fighting, accompanied by every circumstance that could cause us loss. We might be able to stand the loss of ground, but the reduction of our fighting strength was again all the heavier." In Britain, questions had begun to be raised about the continuing attrition. Although the Germans were being pushed back 100 yards here and 100 yards there, the casualty lists were growing. On September 27th, the chief of the Imperial General Staff, Sir William Robertson, wrote to Haig, "I confess I stick to it more because I see nothing better, and because my instinct prompts me to stick to it, than because of any good arguments by which I can support it." On the following day, Haig wrote in his diary, "The enemy is tottering." This was his usual argument for continuing. In the first 6 days of October, 5 successive German counterattacks were driven off, and more than 4,000 of the attackers captured. By October 5th, more than 20,000 Germans had been taken prisoner, but this was at a cost of an estimated 162,768 dead and wounded. Haig's 2 most senior generals, Plumer and Gough, urged him to end the offensive, but he would not do so. The British offensive was renewed on a 6-mile front on October 9th. One of those who took part in it, Hugh Quigley, wrote home a few days later from hospital about how the officers told us the usual tale, a soft job, and I reckon it might have been easy enough if we had had a decent start, but none of us knew where to go when the barrage began, whether half right or half left. Quigley and the men with him reached their first objective, a ghastly breastwork littered with German corpses, after which he was knocked out for a while by a shell. One sight almost sickened me before I went on. Thinking the position of a helmet on a dead officer's face rather curious, sunken down rather far on the nose, my platoon sergeant lifted it off, only to discover no upper half to the head. All above the nose had been blown to atoms, a mass of pulp, brain, bone, and muscle. Apart from that episode, Quigley added, the whole affair appeared rather good fun. You know how excited one becomes in the midst of great danger. I forgot absolutely that shells were meant to kill and not to provide elaborate lighting effects. For a short while he looked at the barrage, ours and the Germans, as something provided for our entertainment, a mood of madness, if you like. The mood of madness soon passed. One of the men in his platoon, loaded with 500 rounds of ammunition, acted the brave man, ran on ahead, signalled back to us, and in general acted as if on quiet parade. The last I saw of him was 2 arms straining madly at the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, while legs and body sunk into a shell-hole filled with water. Then the Germans launched a massive artillery barrage with mustard gas and high-explosive shells. Before us the country seemed a mass of crawling flame, Quigley wrote. As they advanced, men grew nightmarish, as if under a cliff of fire. British shells, falling short, burst near groups of men trying to go forward. But when the mud and smoke cleared away, there they were, dirty but untouched. The clay, rain-soaked, sucked in the shell, and the shrapnel seemed to get smothered, making it useless. At that moment a German shell burst among them. A man beside me put his hands to his ears, with a cry of horror, stone-deaf, with eardrums shattered. Advancing further, Quigley himself was hit by German machine-gun fire. 4 men carried me on a stretcher down the Passchendaele road, over a wilderness of foul holes littered with dead men, disinterred in the barrage. One sight I remember vividly, a white-faced German prisoner, tending a whiter Cameron, who had been struck in the stomach. In spite of the fierce shelling, he did not leave him. 2 men carrying a wounded Highlander were hit by the explosion of a shrapnel shell. They were both killed. The wounded Highlander survived. The only trouble was his being dropped into a stinking shell-hole. I came down myself once or twice, the path being so bad, but my stretcher-bearers, Royal Army Medical Corps, were good stuff, afraid of nothing, and kind-hearted, apologizing for any jolting. Stretcher cases were needing up to 16 men to carry them back across the mile of mud to the duckboard tracks and advanced dressing stations. On October 12th, as the Allied troops drew close to the ridge at Passchendaele, heavy rain turned the fields into liquid mud. So high were the German casualties that Ludendorff was forced to divert to Flanders 12 German divisions, then on their way to the Italian front. So heavy was the rain and so deep the mud that on October 13th Haig cancelled the attack that was to have gone beyond Passchendaele. Commented one British general laconically, "Mud stops operations in Flanders, snow stops operations in Italy." In the last 5 days of the battle for Passchendaele, during which Australian troops reached the outskirts of the village, 130 officers and more than 2,000 men were killed and 8,000 injured. Many of those who died were injured men who fell into the mud and were drowned. Among the Allies there was a greater sense of achievement after 3rd Ypres than after the Somme. More ground had been gained, and for fewer casualties. The dead and wounded during 3rd Ypres totaled 244,897. Of these, about 66,000 were killed. For the Germans, the Third Battle of Ypres had been a severe blow to their strength and morale. Their losses in dead and wounded were in the region of 400,000, almost twice the British. General von Kuhl, the chief of staff on the Flanders front, later described the battles that culminated in Passchendaele as the greatest martyrdom of the World War, and added, "No division could stick it out in this hell for more than 14 days." The American troops were still in training, their numbers growing more slowly than Pershing would have liked, the supply program hampered by the need for the Americans themselves to construct many of the docking facilities. On October 3rd, during an inspection by Pershing of the 1st Division, Major Theodore Roosevelt, Jr., son of the former United States President, demonstrated an attack on an enemy trench. When Pershing exploded at the lack of competence, as he thought, of the senior officers commenting on the demonstration, it was Captain George Marshall who intervened to explain some of the training difficulties. All was not yet well with the army on whose shoulders a heavy burden of fighting was eventually to fall. "I fear that we have some general officers," Pershing wrote to the Secretary for War, Newton Baker, on the following day, "who have neither the experience, the energy, nor the aggressive spirit to prepare their units or to handle them under battle conditions as they exist today." At sea, the fortunes of the Allies were mixed. On October 2nd, in the Baltic, the Russian fleet refused to obey the orders of the Provisional Government, enabling the Germans to make plans to land on the two large islands in the Gulf of Riga, Dago and Osel. As the Germans brought troop transports up for these further landings, the crew of a Russian mine-layer, the Pripyat, refused to lay its mines. In the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, however, the institution of the convoy system was showing good results for the Allies. The merchant shipping losses for September were the lowest of the year, with only 159 British, Allied, and neutral ships being sunk, though 293 British merchant seamen had perished in these sinkings, a high toll. On land, the Allied powers were passing through unfortunate days. On the Isonzo and Trentino fronts, the number of Italian deserters had risen by early October to 70,000. In Palestine, the Turkish secret police had broken the Jewish spy ring working for the British and arrested one of its leaders, Sarah Aronson. For 4 days they tortured her, but she revealed nothing. Then, on October 5th, she killed herself. Influenced by the enthusiasm and practical schemes of Sarah Aronson's brother, Aaron, the British government had begun to look with favour on the idea of replacing Turkish rule in Palestine by a Zionist entity under British rule. That summer, Lord Rothschild had given the British government a draft formula for a Jewish national home in Palestine that would serve to encourage Jews in all the Allied armies to see the defeat of the Turks as an important aim. At first, the British government moved slowly in its response, but on October 2nd, British intelligence learned of a meeting in Berlin at which plans were made by the Germans and Turks to offer the Jews of Europe a German-sponsored Jewish national home in Palestine. This stimulated the British search for a formula that would make the Allied offer to the Jews more attractive. Throughout 1917, the future of the Czechs had exercised the policy-makers in Vienna and the nationalists in Prague. On August 4th, as a hoped-for focus of anti-Habsburg opinion, the French government announced the formation on French soil of a Czech army. In Vienna, despite this inducement by the Entente, opposition remained strong to any real concessions to the national minorities. Czech national hopes had been raised by the accession of the Emperor Charles, one whose first acts was to commute the death sentences on the nationalist leaders Karl Kramar and Alois Rasin to 15 and 10 years imprisonment, respectively. The new emperor, who was 30 years old in August 1917, had moved swiftly to mark the change from his great-uncle's old order, appointing a moderate prime minister, Seidler, convening Parliament for the first time in more than 3 years, and proposing a federal system for Austria in which the Czech lands would be autonomous. Dr. Kramar was also released from prison. Kramar was received back in Prague amid scenes of rejoicing, but the Hungarians were determined not to allow their frontiers to be altered in any way, and vetoed not only the Czech claim to Slovakia, but also the Romanian and South Slav demands. Yet even the Hungarians were now being drawn into the web of uncertainty and chaos with which the future of the war was bedeviled. On September 19th, Count Károlyi, the leader of the Hungarian Independence Party, had set out the details of a campaign designed to bring about an end to the war as soon as possible. There was a humiliating moment for the Czechs on September 27th in Parliament when an Austrian deputy, Karl Hermann Wolff, in reply to a Czech call for the integrity of the Bohemian lands, stated that the claims of Bohemia lay at the root of Austria's woes. Wolff went on to say that the new Prime Minister behaved with a goodness, a gentleness, a delicacy, a sweetness in which one can perhaps indulge in highly civilized circles, but which one cannot show towards tigers. In a menagerie one does not work with promises and caresses, but with the whip. There was uproar, and for 20 minutes Wolff could say no more. But when the noise subsided, he continued in similar style. Commented the historian of Czech national aspirations, Elizabeth Viskman, the Czechs were hypersensitive enough over their servants' language and their uncouthness, which amused the Viennese so much, without being likened to wild beasts. Civil unrest followed where parliamentary procedures had failed. During a strike in the Moravian town of Prostějov, 23 workmen were shot dead and 40 wounded when Austrian troops opened fire. The Kaiser, eager to show Turkey that Germany was determined to continue the war despite the Wilhelmshaven naval mutiny, the rumblings of the Reichstag, and the heavy losses in the Ypres salient, travelled to Constantinople. He could at least point with confidence to the imminent collapse of the Eastern Front, where, beginning on October 6th, more than 1 million Russian railway workers were on strike, making the movement of the troops to the front virtually impossible. There were several other German successes that October. On the Western Front, a series of French attacks was beaten off. At Passchendaele, albeit with heavy losses, the German defences held, and the wider British plan to advance deep into Belgium collapsed. In the Baltic, an amphibious operation was launched against 3 Russian islands, Dago and Osel, and the smaller Moon Island, with an armada of warships, including 11 battleships and 19 steamers for the 23,000 soldiers and 5,000 horses. The islands were defended by Admiral Altvater, but his task was made impossible by the revolutionary sailors under his command. As he later told General Hoffmann, "The influence of Bolshevik propaganda on the masses is enormous. I was defending Osel, and the troops actually melted away before my eyes. The islands were occupied, and 5,000 Russian soldiers taken prisoner." In German East Africa, the German forces continued to battle with the British, and prepared under Lettow-Vorbeck's tenacious leadership to invade Portuguese East Africa. After many brushes with his enemies over a vast geographical area, he was not to surrender until 14 days after the armistice in Europe. In the North Sea, 2 German cruisers, the Bremse and the Brummer, attacked and broke up a Norway-Shetland convoy, sinking 9 merchant ships in just over 2 hours. 2 British destroyers that tried to intervene, Mary Rose and Strongbow, were both sunk, and 135 of their crew drowned. That same day, October 17th, the United States transport ship Antilles was sunk by a German submarine, and 67 of those on board were lost. A German submarine commander, Martin Niemöller, whose submarine was then off the coast of Morocco, later recalled those heady days. On the 20th of October, as night falls, we sink an unknown, probably British, steamer near the coast, by means of a torpedo after a gunnery duel. On the 21st, we have a stand-up fight with another British steamer, which first comes towards us and then turns away. It is Sunday, and the steamer is lucky to begin with, as she increases her distance and we have to cease firing. Shortly after noon, the SS Griffewalle appears to have a hot bearing as she eases down, and we are able to reopen fire. She runs ashore in the surf. After her crew have landed, we destroy her by gunfire, and her remains are then not recognizable as a steamship. These were German successes. There were German failures, too, that month, including the execution just outside Paris on October 15th of the 41-year-old Dutch-born dancer Mata Hari, found guilty of spying for the Germans. The Times reported, Mata Hari, the dancer, was shot this morning. She was arrested in Paris in February and sentenced to death by court-martial last July for espionage and giving information to the enemy. She was in the habit of meeting notorious German spy masters outside French territory, and she was proved to have communicated important information to them, in return for which she had received several large sums of money since May 1916. Her real name was Margarete Gertrude Zeller, who had been a dancer in France since 1903, when she was 27. 4 days after Mata Hari's execution, later a carefully planned air raid against the industrial cities of northern England by 11 Zeppelins went badly awry. 1 Zeppelin dropped its bombs over London, 4 were blown off course by a 60-mile-an-hour gale and ended up over German-occupied France. 1 was shot down by French anti-aircraft fire at 19,000 feet, 1 crash-landed, 1 fell intact into French hands, and 1 disappeared without trace over the Mediterranean. There was a moment of ill omen for the Germans on October 21st, on the Lunéville sector of the Western Front, when the 1st American combat troops were attached to various French units. They were sent to a quiet sector of the front, deliberately chosen as such. The scheme was to send individual battalions in rotation to the front-line trenches. 1 American battalion captured the first prisoner to be taken by the expeditionary force, a German orderly who wandered into their sector by mistake. On October 23rd, on the Aisne, the French launched a limited but sustained attack on the German positions defending the Chemin des Dames. The attack had been preceded by a 6-day and night artillery bombardment in which one of the batteries of French 75mm guns was operated by American artillerymen. The attack itself, by 8 French divisions, assisted by 80 French tanks, advanced 2 miles across the pulverized terrain, taking 10,000 German prisoners and depriving the Germans of an important observation point at Le Faux. Among the places captured by the French on that occasion was the Fort de la Malmaison, a former fortress which had been sold before the war to a private builder for use as a stone quarry. Known as the Battle of the Quarries, the victory was what one historian has called neat and compact and satisfying as a gift package, indeed a gift to cheer a tired and discouraged country. The Germans, unwilling to face a protracted battle, withdrew from the Chemin des Dames to a lower position 2 miles further north. The focus of German offensive planning was on the Italian front, where a substantial German force had joined with the Austrians to break through on the Isonzo. It was the 12th battle among the inhospitable high peaks, but the first whose planning, scale, and pattern had been determined by the Central Powers. It began with a 4-hour artillery bombardment, 2 hours of which was with gas shells against which the Italians had no adequate protection. The Italians, devastated by the gas, fell back in panic as much as 14 miles. That afternoon, German forces entered the town of Caporetto. For the Italians, it was to be a name with shameful connotations, though their men had no means of resisting such an overwhelming assault. Death made no discrimination among the armies. Among those killed on the Isonzo that week was the 25-year-old Austrian lyric poet Franz Janowitz. Also in action at Caporetto was Lieutenant Rommel, who on October 25th led his men to 2 mountain peaks, capturing 3,600 Italians as he did so. By the end of that day, the German army had taken 30,000 prisoners in all, and more than 300 guns. On the following day, the Austro-German advance continued, with Austrian troops capturing Mount Maggiore. Rommel, after a 12-mile advance, reached the 5,414-foot summit of Mount Matajur. After 52 hours of fighting, he had taken more than 9,000 prisoners at a cost of only 6 men killed. On this third day of the Austro-German success against the Italians, Haig launched a last British attempt to take Passchendaele. "The enemy charged like a wild bull against the iron wall," was Ludendorff's comment. On October 26th, the very day the final Passchendaele offensive began, hoping to avert an Italian collapse in the south, Lloyd George ordered 2 Western Front divisions to be sent to Italy without delay. It was too late for any immediate redress of the military balance. On October 27th, the Italian army withdrew from its positions on the Isonzo. That day, Mussolini, one of Italy's most strident journalists, called for renewed patriotic zeal. For as long as the struggle continued, he wrote, "we must abandon the great phrase liberty. There is another which in this third winter of the war should be on the lips of the cabinet when they address the Italian people, and it is discipline." His exhortation to his readers on October 27th was, "Face the enemy. Italians must consider not the gravity of the hour, but the greatness of the hour." So distressed was one British liaison officer in Italy, Sir Samuel Hoare, at the widespread defeatism and anti-war feeling in Milan, and at the pro-German feeling he found in Rome, that he sought out Mussolini and obtained permission from British military intelligence to help finance his newspaper and to encourage outspoken articles against the Milanese pacifists. "Leave it to me," was Mussolini's comment to an intermediary who brought him the British money. From his editorial chair, Mussolini continued to advocate courage, resistance, defiance, and sacrifice. On the Isonzo, where the Italians had withdrawn as far south as Udine, French and British troops were hurrying to sustain their ally. Everywhere the Allied armies were engaged in tremendous struggles, each one potentially decisive for the outcome of the war. It was on October 30th that Canadian soldiers finally entered Passchendaele, but their casualties were heavy and they were driven back. "The sights up there," a future chief of the Imperial General Staff, Brigade Major Alan Brooke, Royal Artillery, wrote a few weeks later, "are beyond all description. It is a blessing to a certain extent that one becomes callous to it all, and that one's mind is not able to take it all in." At a conference addressed by Haig, Brooke recalled, "I could hardly believe that my ears were not deceiving me. He spoke in the rosiest terms of our chances of breaking through. I had been all over the ground, and to my mind such an eventuality was quite impossible. I am certain he was misinformed, and had never seen the ground for himself." In Palestine, the Turkish Eighth Army, commanded by General Kress von Kressenstein, a veteran of Gallipoli, was preparing to throw back a third British attempt to drive the Turks from the southern border of Palestine. Twice before Gaza, guarding Palestine from the south had been attacked in vain. The third attack, however, was to be different, and not primarily on Gaza at all. It had been preceded by a 2-month deception plan aimed at convincing the Turks, through false orders inadvertently captured, that the main assault would indeed be at Gaza as before. 3 weeks before the battle, a British officer, Richard Meinertzhagen, rode up to a Turkish guard post, allowed the guards to chase him, and, just as he disappeared from view, dropped a haversack smeared with horse's blood, to give the impression he had been wounded. Inside the haversack were carefully prepared details, all spurious, of the next attack on Gaza. and a letter from the Intelligence Department advising the impracticability of an attack on Beersheba. The main British offensive, the first in Palestine, commanded by General Allenby, took place against Beersheba on October 31st. The Turks, having been successfully deceived into thinking that no great attack on them was intended there, were confronted by an assault force of 40,000 men. The Turkish commander, General Ismet, was forced to throw in his reserves to meet the first assault. As so often in battle, luck also played its part. The newly formed Turkish 7th Army had already left Jerusalem for the Beersheba front, but was not yet halfway there. The first of the attackers to go into action were New Zealand cavalrymen. On the battlefield, a British soldier, Corporal Collins, while carrying a wounded man to safety, bayoneted 15 Turks who tried to bar his way back to the British lines. He was awarded the Victoria Cross. In the capture of Beersheba itself, Australian cavalrymen carried out a full-scale cavalry charge, using their sharpened bayonets as swords. Aerial reconnaissance, a branch of warfare to which Allenby paid particular attention, had revealed that the Turks were protected by neither barbed wire or anti-cavalry ditches. Believing that the Australians were the advance guard of a far larger force, the Turks fled back into the town. The Australians followed, capturing more than 1,000 prisoners. In the aftermath of Beersheba's capture, Gaza was also taken, the assault being preceded by a massive Anglo-French naval bombardment from offshore, with 10 warships taking part. Even then, the power of the Turco-German combination was not to be scorned. A German submarine moved in close to the shore and sank 2 of the Allied warships. But when the combined infantry and cavalry attack on Gaza came, it swept all before it, and the fortification system, which it had taken von Kressenstein 25 weeks to build, was overrun in the same number of minutes. When it was discovered that the minaret of the main mosque was being used as an artillery observation point, orders were sent to the naval flotilla, and the minaret was fired on and demolished. On entering Gaza, the British troops, among them the specially recruited Jewish soldiers of the 39th Battalion Royal Fusiliers, found a city in ruins. They also found, among the graves of the British soldiers who had died in the 2 previous assaults, the grave of James Bonar Law, son of the senior Conservative politician and future Prime Minister Andrew Bonar Law. The city itself had been looted by the Turks before they withdrew. Near Hujj, north of Gaza, the Turks tried to block the further British advance using Austrian howitzers and gunners. But Allenby's cavalry, undeterred, charged at Austrian artillery and Turkish machine guns alike. Most of the gunners, seeing the attackers thundering up the hillside towards them, limbered up and galloped away to the north. Others, realizing too late that they would be overrun, and that their chance of escape was lost, fired point-blank, as Allenby's biographer, Raymond Savage, has written, into the mass as it surged up the slope. Horses crashed, disemboweled on the guns at the impact, as unflinching gunners met their death. 3 Austrian howitzers and 9 field guns were captured. Cavalry had fought and beaten artillery. The cavalry charge swept on, capturing the Turkish machine guns, which were then swung round to harry the retreating Turks. Von Kressenstein and the Turkish 8th Army fell back almost to Jaffa. The way to Jerusalem, Allenby's goal, was open. From the fields and ditches around Gaza, the bodies of the fallen victors were gathered up and buried just to the east of the railway station, where they lie to this day. 3,000 British soldiers, an airman, a nurse, and a nursing sister, 100 Australians, 20 New Zealanders, 9 British West Indians, 2 British officers from the Indian Army, 4 South Africans, and 2 members of the Egyptian Labour Corps. The Jewish soldiers are identified by a Star of David on their tombstones. There are also 781 tombstones of men who could not be identified. A special Indian cemetery, containing 40 graves, is divided into a Hindu and a Muslim section. At the military cemetery in Beersheba are 1,239 British and Dominion burials. Over Britain, on October 31st, the German Gothas carried out their first incendiary bomb raid of the war. The raid was not a success, little damage being done by the 83 10-pound bombs which were dropped, many of which failed to ignite. 10 civilians were killed. London's anti-aircraft guns, arranged so that each battery could alert its neighbour to the incoming bombers, drove off some of the raiders altogether and dispersed others. Of the 22 raiders, 5 crash-landed on their return. United States troops were now ready to go into action. They did so for the first time on the evening of November 2nd, when an American infantry battalion took over from French troops at Barthelmont. At 3 o'clock the next morning, one of its isolated outposts was subjected to an hour-long artillery bombardment, after which a raiding party of 213 Germans from a Bavarian regiment attacked. The Americans were outnumbered 4-1. 3 were killed, Corporal Gresham and Privates Enright and Hay. 1 was shot, 1 had his throat cut, and 1 had his skull smashed in. The raiding party then withdrew. It had lost 2 of its own men, killed, and 1 deserted to the Americans. But it took back to the German lines 12 American prisoners of war. The survivors of the outpost were found with white, drawn faces and haunted eyes. Pershing, on being told of the attack, wept. An inquiry decided that the American troops were not sufficiently trained and should be taken out of the line. Bitterly, the local French commander, General Paul Bordeaux, cast doubt on the courage and ability with which the Americans had defended themselves. After this critical comment was challenged, General Bordeaux retracted, asking that the bodies of the 3 dead Americans be left here, be left to us forever, and, he declared, "We will inscribe on their tombs, 'Here lie the first soldiers of the famous United States Republic to fall on the soil of France, for justice and liberty.' The passer-by will stop and uncover his head. The travelers of France, of the allied countries of America, who will come here to visit our battlefield of Lorraine, will go out of their way to come here, to bring to their graves the tribute of their respect and of their gratefulness. Corporal Gresham, Private Enright, Private Hay, in the name of France, I thank you. God receive your souls. Farewell." 75 years later, a British guidebook directed visitors to this very battlefield in Lorraine, to the very site of this first American offensive action on the Western Front. On the Eastern Front, war was rapidly giving way to revolution. Despite the assertion on October 16th by the new Russian Minister of War, General Verkhovsky, to Colonel Knox that "we will restore the Russian army and make it in a fit condition to fight by the spring." Knox noted in his diary 2 weeks later, "There is evidently not the slightest hope that the Russian army will ever fight again." On November 2nd, hoping in part that Russian Jews might be influenced to urge their compatriots to go on fighting, Britain issued the Balfour Declaration, the letter from the Foreign Secretary, Lord Balfour, to Lord Rothschild, expressing Britain's support for a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The final discussions leading to the declaration had touched directly on how it might serve to rally patriotic feeling in Russia. Information from every quarter shows the very important role the Jews are now playing in the Russian political situation. A senior Foreign Office official, Ronald Graham, had written to Balfour on October 24th. "Almost every Jew in Russia is a Zionist, and if they can be made to realize that the success of Zionist aspirations depends on the support of the Allies and the expulsion of the Turks from Palestine, we shall enlist a most powerful element in our favor. It was arranged on November 3rd that 3 leading Zionists, among them Vladimir Jabotinsky, would go at once to Petrograd to rally Russian Jewry to the Allied cause. It is a pity so much valuable time has been lost, the permanent Under-Secretary of State, Lord Hardinger, wrote that day, but he was not too despondent, telling Balfour, "With skillful management of the Jews of Russia, the situation may still be restored by the spring." It was too late to restore the disintegrating situation. Nothing, however attractive to a minority, or tempting in the long term, could counter the great swell of anti-war opinion. On November 3rd, it was learned in Petrograd that Russian troops on the Baltic front had thrown down their arms and begun to fraternize with their German enemy. When, on November 4th, the Provisional Government ordered the 155,000-strong Petrograd garrison to go the front, the Bolshevik Military Revolutionary Committee urged them not to go. On the following day, Kerensky ordered troops outside Petrograd, whom he believed to be loyal to his government, to enter the city. On November 6th, they declined to do so. A 1,000-strong women's battalion, loyal to the government, was jeered that day by the soldiers as it marched through the streets on its way to be inspected by Kerensky. That evening, the Bolsheviks occupied the principal buildings in the capital, the railway stations, the bridges over the river Neva, the State Bank, and, most importantly, the telephone exchange. The vast empire stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean, whose support for Serbia and whose alliance with France had been one of the catalysts of war in 1914, was in turmoil and disarray. On November 7th, more than 18,000 Bolsheviks surrounded the Provisional Government ministers in the Winter Palace, defended by a mere 1,000 soldiers. From the naval base at Kronstadt had come more than 9,000 sailors committed to revolution. They were joined that day by nearly 4,000 more, and by 900 soldiers, who reached the capital on board a mine layer, 2 minesweepers, 2 steamers, and 5 small naval vessels. That same day, 2 Russian destroyers arrived from Helsinki. They too announced their support for revolution. Shortly after 10 o'clock that evening, the cruiser Aurora, manned by Bolsheviks and anchored in the Neva, announced that it would open fire on the Winter Palace, and fired a few blank charges as an earnest of its resolve. By 1 o'clock in the morning of November 8th, the Bolsheviks had overrun the Winter Palace, scattering its defenders. Lenin, elected that day chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, was ruler of the Russian capital. Trotsky became Commissar for Foreign Affairs. It could not possibly last, the British ambassador's daughter, Meriel, later reflected. Petrograd itself might perhaps be forced to submit to such a rule for a short time, but that the whole of Russia should be governed by such men was not credible. Not credible, and yet a reality. The 6-month-old provisional government had been swept away as assuredly as the Tsar had been swept away before it. In Moscow, Red Guards occupied the Kremlin. Kerensky fled from Petrograd in an American embassy car, driving to Pskov, where he hoped to rally military forces loyal to his government. He was forced to borrow a car, Colonel Knox noted in his diary, as all the magnetos from the cars collected in the palace square had been stolen by the Bolsheviks during the night. He sent back a message to the American ambassador, asking him not to recognize the new government for 5 days, as before that time he would return and restore order. In my opinion, he will not return. Orders and decrees began to flow from the new source of power. The first decree, on November 8th, was the decree of peace. Lenin read it out that evening to an ecstatic crowd. But on the following day, when Trotsky asked the Foreign Ministry, of which he had just been made head, to translate it into foreign languages for immediate distribution abroad, 600 officials, former loyal civil servants of the Tsar and the Provisional Government, resigned and walked out of the ministry building. On the following day, 4 million copies of the decree were sent to the front, calling for an end to all hostilities. The war-making power of Russia, hitherto the eastern arm of the Allies, was broken. 20. The Terms of War and Peace, November to December 1917. With Russia immobilized by revolution, the Allies struggled to maintain what momentum they could on their other fronts. On the 5th of November 1917, as news of the Russian Revolution was reaching the Western Allies, an inter-Allied conference at Rapallo heard from Foch that the Italian Second Army was absolutely broken, but that the First, Third, and Fourth Armies remained intact. The problem with the Second Army had been panic in the ranks. Confronted by a sustained Austrian assault, military order and discipline had collapsed. The newly appointed Italian Prime Minister, Vittorio Orlando, appealed to the British and French for help. It was not sufficient, he told Lloyd George, merely to render some assistance, but essential that assistance should be adequate. When Lloyd George said that it was in the obvious interests of Britain and France that Italy should stay in the war, Orlando replied, as Lloyd George recounted, with quivering passion, that this was what Italy intended to do at all cost, even at the expense of retirement to Sicily. Lloyd George noted at this point, he is a Sicilian. The Italians had decided to fall back 60 miles to the line of the river Piave, and try to hold the Austrians there. At the present moment, the country was calm, Orlando told his allies. It had resigned itself to the loss of territory and had discounted the retreat to the Piave. Internal order could be guaranteed unless, Orlando warned, the line of the Piave was abandoned. Hence, the future of Italy depended on the decision which the Allies took now. The Italians asked for 15 British and French divisions to be sent to Italy at once, declaring that the ratio of Austrians to Italians at the front was, battalion against battalion, 811 to 377. Foch declared that this estimate was a ridiculous exaggeration, as indeed it was. The fact that such an estimate had been put forward, Lloyd George later reflected, was only a further proof of the panic that had seized the Italian General Staff. Britain and France agreed to send 8 divisions between them, but no more. This division gave the Austrians an initial and unexpected success. On November 8th, Austrian troops, hurrying down from the mountain peaks of the Julian Alps and the Dolomites, occupied Vittorio Veneto, only 37 miles from Venice. From Caporetto, where the Italians had stood 10 days earlier, back to the line of the Piave, involved a 60-mile retreat of Eastern Front proportions. During the course of it, at the village of Longarone on the upper Piave, by a skilful fording of the river, Lieutenant Rommel took part in the capture of 8,000 Italian troops and 20 guns. As he drew near to the village, Rommel saw a German lieutenant who had been captured by the Italians a short time earlier. Riding towards him on a mule, followed by several dozen Italians waving white handkerchiefs. The lieutenant had with him a letter from the Italian garrison commander in Longarone, surrendering the garrison and the village. 5 days later, the Central Powers had another success on the Italian front when, on November 15th, a Hungarian division crossed the Piave at its delta, capturing Cava Zuccherina, 16 miles from Venice. The Italian military spirit had not collapsed, however, and on the night of November 15th, when 4 battalions of German troops crossed the Piave near Ponte di Piave, the Italians drove them back, taking 600 prisoners. On the coast of the eastern Mediterranean, having captured more than 4,000 Turks and 59 guns at Gaza and Beersheba, Allenby was advancing rapidly towards his goal, Jerusalem. Far from their respective homes, Germans, Austrians, and Turks fought Britons, Australians, and New Zealanders. During the battle for Tel el Kuwelfa on November 6th, a 24-year-old captain in the Royal Army Medical Corps, John Russell, was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross after he repeatedly went out to attend the wounded under murderous fire from snipers and machine guns, and in many cases where no other means were at hand, carried them in himself, although almost exhausted. In a bombing attack on November 8th, on the German airfield at El Tine, in the coastal plain, 11 German aircraft were destroyed on the ground, and hundreds of Turkish troops, alarmed by the aerial warfare, fled from the front line. On November 9th, an intercepted Turkish wireless message revealed a serious shortage of railway engines and trucks. As Turkish forces, who had been driven from Beersheba, retreated into the Judean hills, British aircraft bombed and machine-gunned their columns. On November 11th, the British War Cabinet, unused to receiving daily telegrams reporting such rapid advances, warned Allenby not to take risks with such extended lines of communication. In case he thought the politicians were being too timorous, he was reminded of the fate of the British troops who had advanced so rapidly towards Baghdad in 1915, and had been driven back to Kut, besieged and forced to surrender. But neither the impetus of the advance nor the lure of Jerusalem could be impeded. On November 15th, Australian and New Zealand troops occupied the towns of Ramla and Lydda. This latter was the former Crusader town of St. George's de Lyd, home of St. George, of dragon-slaying fame, whom British Crusaders had brought back as their patron saint 600 years earlier. New Zealand cavalrymen entered Jaffa on November 16th. Their next objective was Jerusalem. On the Western Front, the battle at Passchendaele had come to an end on November 10th, with a final Canadian advance of 500 yards, in the face of a massive German artillery bombardment of more than 500 guns and continual air attacks. Since the start of the offensive on the last day of July, Haig's forces had gained 4.5 miles of ground. The cost to the attackers was 62,000 dead. A further 164,000 had been wounded. The Germans lost 83,000 killed and as many as 250,000 wounded. A further 26,000 Germans had been taken prisoner. "We have won great victories," Lloyd George told the Supreme War Council in Paris on November 12th. "When I look at the appalling casualty lists, I sometimes wish it had not been necessary to win so many." A deep reluctance to be in the casualty lists could be seen that month in the statistics following the Canadian call-up. So unpopular was the prospect of military service in Europe that of the 331,934 able-bodied men who came within the scope of the Act, 21,568 reported for military service, and 310,376 applied for exemptions. It was an indication of the growing grasp of the reality of war. On November 11th, Russian forces loyal to the former provisional government in Petrograd, having formed themselves into a substantial army, came within shelling range of the capital. It was a Sunday. Inside Petrograd it was widely believed, by those for whom the prospect of Bolshevik rule was a nightmare and an aberration, that the moment of deliverance had come. Groups opposed to the Bolsheviks set up a committee of public safety, and called on the officer cadets to take offensive action inside the city. One of the Tsarist generals, being held captive in the Astoria Hotel, arrested the military guard put there by the Bolsheviks. Officer cadets seized several buildings. But in the afternoon the Bolsheviks were back in control, the Astoria being captured, and the cadets driven out of their strongholds by shell and machine gun fire. Many of the cadets were brutally murdered after they sought to surrender. With Russia's war-making ability ended, and Italy pressed back to the Piave, the burden on France and Britain to sustain the Allied cause was a heavy one. On November 16th, France acquired a new 76-year-old leader, Georges Clemenceau, who, despite his age, was determined to drive his country to victory. As Prime Minister and also War Minister, he quickly dominated France's war-making efforts, driving his subordinates forward as he drove himself. It was not a moment too soon. A telegram had reached the Germans from Petrograd, addressed to all and signed by Trotsky, announcing that the new Soviet government wished to make peace. On November 17th, the Austrian Foreign Minister, Count Czernin, wrote to a friend, "Peace at the earliest moment is necessary for our own salvation, and we cannot obtain peace until the Germans get to Paris, and they cannot get to Paris unless their eastern front is free." That moment might well have been imminent. On November 19th, the Bolsheviks asked for an immediate armistice on all fronts. Defiantly, Clemenceau told the French Chamber of Deputies on the following day that his policy was war, nothing but war. Listening to him as he spoke these words of defiance was the British Minister of Munitions, Winston Churchill, who was to echo those very sentiments 22 years later, when Britain had lost its main ally, France, and London seemed as much in danger as Paris had been with Russia's withdrawal from the war in 1917. On the day after Clemenceau uttered his stern words of defiance, equally stern words were spoken in utmost secrecy by Lloyd George to Woodrow Wilson's emissary, Colonel House. It had become clear that Pershing's hope of having 1 million armed Americans in Europe by the summer of 1918 was nowhere near realization. The most recent calculation of the maximum possible had reduced that number to 525,000 by May. Nor would the United States have sufficient shipping tonnage available to supply and feed them all, possibly not until 1919. Incompetence was also proving a problem. Some American supply ships were reaching France with less than 50% of their available cargo space taken up. For the British, the prospect of the scaling down and postponement of the American contribution was a blow. "It is better that I should put the facts quite frankly to you," Lloyd George told Colonel House on November 20th, "because there is a danger that you might not think you can work up your army at leisure, and that it does not matter whether your troops are there in 1918 or 1919. But I want you to understand that it might make the most vital difference." On the day of Lloyd George's protest, the British launched another offensive on the Western Front, their third in 1917. Its objective was the city of Cambrai and beyond. 250,000 British soldiers took part, facing 250,000 Germans, along a mere 6-mile front. General Sir Julian Byng was in command of the British forces. 300 aircraft engaged in reconnaissance and spotting duties, but the dominant feature of the battle was that, for the first time in the history of warfare, the main thrust of the attack was carried out by tanks. 324 took part in the opening attack. Their appearance in such numbers was initially effective. They were able to crush the German barbed wire, and within hours had made a break in the German line throughout the 6-mile front of attack. The triple belts of wire were crossed as if they had been beds of nettles, Captain D.G. Brown recalled, and 350 pathways were sheared through them for the infantry. The defenders of the front trench, scrambling out of dugouts and shelters to meet the crash and flame of the barrage, saw the leading tanks almost upon them. The appearance of these metallic creatures, wrote Brown, was grotesque and terrifying. The initial success was dampened and then stopped by ill luck. by a design fault whereby the tank tracks broke down after a very short time in action, and by German tenacity. At Flesquières, less than halfway between the starting point and Cambrai, British air observers had failed to report the German artillery batteries, which halted the tank advance in one sector, knocking out 39 tanks. 7 of these were halted by a single German artilleryman, Unteroffizier Kruger, who worked his gun alone until he was shot. He was the only German soldier in the First World War to be mentioned in British military dispatches. Canadian cavalrymen on the Fort Garry Horse, the Garrys, advancing north of Masnieres, came closer to Cambrai that day than any other Allied troops. During their advance they captured a complete German engineer staff. Then, coming upon a German artillery battery which was firing at some advancing tanks, the Canadian horsemen drew their sabres and charged. They then descended, literally, as they came to a sunken road, on a German machine-gun battery. In that short charge, 50 Germans were killed, but in the sunken road the Canadians were pinned down by other German machine-gunners. They thereupon dismounted, stampeded their horses towards the German lines, and managed to fight their way back to Masnieres, using their sabres to break through. For his leadership during the charge, Lieutenant H. Strachan was awarded the Victoria Cross. The first day of the Battle of Cambrai marked a decisive success for the tank and the strategy of using it to create a decisive breach in the enemy front line. The German defences had been broken, 5 miles gained, and more than 4,000 German soldiers taken prisoner. The British newspapers declared in triumph, "the greatest British victory of the war," and "a surprise for the Germans." The sense of achievement on that first day was real, but the setbacks at Flesquières and Masnieres were ill omens. On the second day of the battle, a fresh German division arrived from the Russian front. It was rushed forward from the railway station at Cambrai to strengthen the line at a point where it might have given in altogether that day, between Rumilly and Crèvecoeur, on the Saint-Quentin Canal. This made the next phase of the British plan, a cavalry breakthrough, impossible. When Byng learned that this new German division was in the line, he realized that the cavalry would not be able to gallop forward east of Cambrai, that galloping through, the image and reality of war before 1914, would not come to pass in 1917. News of the initial breakthrough at Cambrai, offering as it did some hope that the stalemate of trench warfare might yet be broken to the Allied advantage, was made public on November 23rd, and led to an unprecedented reaction. In Britain, church bells were rung throughout the island to celebrate the victory. In the United States, a New York club notice board displayed the effort of Edward I. Kidder. "Cheer, boys, cheer! We sing of Byng, the Britisher who won his charge, without artillery or barrage, with no attempt at camouflage. With steady ranks, with sturdy tanks, he's gained the world's undying thanks. His prowess flashes o'er the main, while Hohenzollern writhes with pain. Onward in your victorious swing, we drink to you, brave warrior Byng." Even as the elation was at its height in London and New York, that victorious swing was coming to an end. On November 23rd, the day on which the church bells rang out in Britain, and on which it was announced that the total number of German prisoners taken at Cambrai now exceeded 7,000, the British advance was checked in a violent battle at Bourlon Wood. 62 tanks were in action there, but tank losses continued to mount, losing the element of strength as well as of surprise. The future of the battle turned upon the fate of Bourlon Wood. Haig was insistent that the wood be taken, to enable the wider plan of attack to be renewed. At his suggestion, cavalrymen, whose intended task was to exploit the tank victory by galloping forward on horseback, were dismounted and called upon to fight as infantrymen. They should be used, Haig told Byng, in any numbers. When the decision to attack was passed on to General Fielding, one of the corps commanders, he replied, "We shall do our best, sir, but you ask a lot of us." That lot proved impossible to fulfill. The hoped-for mastery of the high ground above Bourlon eluded the attackers. The Germans, in a counter-attack, recovered 100 of their captured guns. In a separate struggle for the village of Mauvre, 3 Irish battalions succeeded, by dusk on November 23rd, in driving the Germans out of 3/4 of the village. One of their companies then came under intense German machine-gun fire from a strong point to the southwest of Bourlon Wood. Their predicament was seen by a Royal Flying Corps pilot, who dived low to attack the strong point. The Germans fired at him. He was shot down and killed. The soldiers did not forget his bravery. A few weeks later, a note appeared in the In Memoriam column of the Times. To an unknown airman shot down on November 23, 1917, whilst attacking a German strongpoint southwest of Bourlon Wood, in an effort to help out a company of Royal Irish Fusiliers when other help had failed. The dead pilot was, in fact, an American volunteer, Lieutenant A. Griggs. He had been flying with No. 68, Australian Squadron. Also in action in the air above the battlefield was Baron Richthofen's squadron. North of the village of Fontaine, Richthofen himself shot down yet another British pilot victim, Lieutenant J. A. V. Body, who was wounded in the head and crash-landed. Body was later rescued by a fellow pilot who, by chance, crash-landed nearby. In the last week of November, the first snow fell. The war of tank movement was replaced by that of hand-to-hand fighting. When, on November 27th, the British made an attempt to take Fontaine, tanks were sent into the narrow streets for which they were quite unprepared. There was horrible slaughter in Fontaine, Major General J. F. C. Fuller, a senior tank officer, later wrote, and I, who had spent 3 weeks before the battle in thinking out its probabilities, had never tackled the subject of village fighting. I could have kicked myself again and again for this lack of foresight, but it never occurred to me that our infantry commanders would thrust tanks into such places. A German officer saw the battle from the other side. "Armored vehicles have entered the village," he wrote in his report. "It is found that they are able to conquer ground but not hold it. In the narrow streets and alleyways they have no free field for their fire, and their movements are hemmed in on all sides. The terror they have spread amongst us disappears. We get to know their weak spots. A ferocious passion for hunting them down is growing." The Germans had discovered that individual hand grenades thrown on the tops of the tanks or at their sides were ineffective. "We tie several hand grenades together," the officer wrote, "and make them explode beneath the tanks." The new weapon had found a new adversary. German machine gunners swept Fontaine from the north, their British counterparts from the south. The British war correspondent Philip Gibbs wrote in the Daily Telegraph, "No human being could stay alive there for a second after showing himself in the village. Those British tanks that reached the far side of the village, and from there glimpsed the town of Cambrai itself, were called back. The British troops who had entered the village withdrew. Of the 1,500 guardsmen who had fought in the streets, fewer than 500 returned to their lines." Among the dead that day was Norman Chamberlain, whose cousin, Neville, a future Prime Minister, later described in a privately published memoir how Norman, having led his men to their objective, came under heavy machine-gun fire. The ground was open, there was no cover, and orders were given to retire some 50 yards to a trench. Whether the retiring orders never reached him, or whether he was unable to get back, neither he nor his men were ever seen again. That day, November 27th, the British were forced to break off the action. Cambrai would remain in the unreachable distance. British cavalry would not be able to sweep forward behind the line of trenches and barbed wire. The area that had been gained did, however, give the British one advantage: the ability to overlook a considerable area of German-held land to the north, a benefit for future artillery attacks and possible future offensives. The Germans were determined not to let even this benefit be retained. On November 27th, the day that Haig ordered an end to the Battle of Cambrai, Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria issued an order to the commanders of the German Second Army: attack on November 30th. In preparation for this attack, on November 28th, the German guns fired 16,000 shells, including gas shells, on the British positions in Bourlon Wood. The attack began, as ordered, on November 30th. Many British companies fought until every man was killed or wounded. In the southern sector of the battlefield, however, the Germans quickly broke through the forward British positions. Masnieres was abandoned, after which the Germans blew up its bridge to prevent any Allied tanks recrossing the Saint-Quentin Canal. Advancing almost 3 miles, the Germans captured more than 6,000 British soldiers and 158 guns. The German combination of gas shells and the use of at least 30 low-flying aircraft in close air support was as effective for them as tanks had earlier been for the British. In the air, however, the British eventually gained the advantage, 11 German and 7 British planes being lost in aerial combat. Elsewhere, though falling back, the British regrouped and held the line. At one point, Captain A.M.C. Meredi-Diarmid of the Middlesex Regiment not only led an attack that forced the Germans back 500 yards, but, by bomb-throwing skills remarkable by the standards of those perilous times, killed or wounded more than 80 Germans before he was killed. In another sector, a British officer tried to persuade 60 men, whom he found in flight, to turn and face the advancing Germans, by whom they were massively outnumbered. "It's not British to run away like this," he told them. "Let's make a stand." The soldiers, whose ammunition was virtually exhausted, ignored his call and continued to retreat. Later that day, a German was found in the British trenches, dressed in a British officer's uniform. He was executed as a spy. He was also thought to have been the man who had tried to send the troops forward to inevitable death or capture. Elsewhere on the battlefield, as a British position was being overrun, a hastily put-together reserve was thrown into the battle, made up of headquarters officers, runners, cooks, orderlies, and signallers. The men all fought it out, one former staff officer has written, and when, on December 2nd, the ground was recovered, their bodies lay littered, indistinguishably, with a heap of dead assailants. The Battle of Cambrai, the first day of which had caused such a thrill for the Allies, had, within 2 weeks, failed utterly to be the turning point that had been hoped for. Byng captured 100 guns and was promoted, General Gough wrote with some bitterness, nearly 40 years later. Bells were rung in England, and there was general rejoicing. But this battle was not, or could not, be followed up. Byng found that his head was thrust into a narrow salient, where Bourlon Wood became a name of ill omen to many British soldiers. The cavalry had not been able to sweep forward behind the German lines. The costly stalemate of trench warfare had been restored. On December 2nd, Haig instructed Byng to choose a secure winter line and withdraw to it without delay. The withdrawal began on the night of December 4th. Using the experience he had gained at Gallipoli 2 years earlier, Byng was able to ensure that it was carried out without loss. But the Allied casualties at Cambrai had been considerable. 44,000 British and Canadian dead and wounded. The German casualties were 53,000. Many of the British wounded, sent towards England, could get no further than the hospitals on the French coast. Vera Brittain was then at number 24 General Hospital at Etaples. On December 5th, she wrote to her mother, I wish those people who write so glibly about this being a holy war, and the orators who talk so much about going on no matter how long the war lasts and what it may mean, could see a case, to say nothing of 10 cases, of mustard gas in its early stages. Could see the poor things burnt and blistered all over, with great mustard-colored suppurating blisters, with blind eyes, sometimes temporarily, sometimes permanently, all sticky and stuck together, and always fighting for breath, with voices a mere whisper, saying that their throats are closing, and they know they will choke. The only thing one can say is that such severe cases don't last long. Either they die soon, or else improve, usually the former. On the Italian front, the Austrian forces west of the Piave were battling on the slopes of Monte Grappa, almost at the edge of the plain beyond which lay Vicenza, Padua, and the River Po. On November 22nd, they took the summit of the 3,176-foot Mount Tomba, but were driven off. Further west, in the mountains around Asiago, as sickness knocked out 7,000 of the attacking troops, no further Austrian advance was possible, and the Emperor Charles ordered an end to the attack. His own people were weary of war. On November 25th, in a mass demonstration in Budapest, as many as 100,000 Hungarian workers marched in favor of immediate peace, and of the Bolshevik Revolution. The soldiers at the front were precluded from such subversion by discipline and circumstance. In an Austrian attack on Mount Pertica on November 26th, the summit changed hands 7 times. 3 weeks later, the Austrians reached the 5,315-foot peak of Mount Assolone, from which they had a striking, tantalizing view of the distant plains below. But their armies were to get no closer to the Italian heartland. Lieutenant Rommel, who had fought with his mountain battalion throughout the advance, was awarded the Pour le Mérite. On the Salonika front, the British were using 4,000 Turkish prisoners of war brought in groups from Cyprus to build a 50-mile light railway. Military stores and camps on the front were protected from German air attack by balloons filled with explosives. One of these balloons was responsible for the death of a leading German fighter pilot, Lieutenant Eschwege, the Eagle of the Aegean, who had previously shot down 20 Allied aircraft in combat. The Bolshevik call on November 19th for an armistice on all fronts had gone unanswered. Trotsky, in charge of foreign policy, pressed Britain and France to open negotiations, and threatened, if negotiations did not begin, to make a separate armistice with the Central Powers. On November 21st, the French ambassador in Petrograd, Maurice Palaiolog, was sent an official note informing him that the Bolshevik government had ordered an immediate ceasefire on all fronts, and intended to begin negotiations with the Germans with the aim of making a separate peace. Still, the Allies made no response. On November 27th, the British ambassador in Petrograd warned London, "Every day that we keep Russia in the war against her will does but embitter her people against us." That day, 3 Russian emissaries, blindfolded, crossed into the German lines near Dvinsk, with authority from Petrograd to make preliminary arrangements for an armistice. That same day, as a gesture of defiance, Trotsky published to the world the secret treaties Russia had signed with the Allied powers between 1914 and 1917, including those giving France a free hand in the West to acquire German territory, giving Italy large tracts of Austria and Turkey, giving Romania lands she coveted, and giving Russia herself Constantinople and the Straits. The government of workmen and peasants abolishes secret diplomacy, with its intrigues, secret ciphers, and lies, Trotsky declared that day from Petrograd. We desire a speedy peace, so that peoples may honorably live and work together, in revealing before the whole world the work of the governing classes, as it is expressed in the secret documents of diplomacy. We turn to the workers with that appeal which will always form the basis of our foreign policy. Proletarians of all countries, unite. It was not only the Bolsheviks who were seeking a way to end the conflict. On November 29th, the Daily Telegraph published a letter from Lord Lansdowne, a former British Foreign Secretary, in which he wrote, "We are not going to lose this war, but its prolongation will spell ruin to the civilized world, and an infinite addition to the load of human suffering which already weighs upon it. If negotiations were begun at once, they could bring the war to an end by means of a lasting and honorable peace in the new year." The popular press denounced any attempt to sit and talk with the Germans, but Lansdowne was surprised, he wrote to his daughter, at the number of letters written to me by officers at the front to say that they welcomed the letter. On the day that Lansdowne's letter was published, Count Herding, the new German Chancellor, gave his public support to the Bolshevik appeal for an armistice. The Kaiser went so far as to suggest to his new foreign minister, Richard von Kuhlmann, that Germany should seek an alliance with Russia. The Austrians also welcomed the Bolshevik proposals to end the fighting. For the Allies, it was a spectre of doom. The Central Powers were elated. In Italy, the Austrians were within striking distance of Venice. On the Eastern Front, the Germans were transferring 42 divisions, more than 500,000 men, to the west. On December 1st, the Bolsheviks seized the Russian military headquarters at Mogilev, where the last of Russia's wartime commanders-in-chief, the 44-year-old General Dukhonin, was dragged from his special train by Bolshevik sailors, who had earlier stripped him of his epaulettes. He was beaten, fell to the ground, and continued to be beaten until a sailor killed him with 2 bullets. The bystanders cheered. The Czechoslovak leader, Dr. Thomas Masaryk, who was in the area organizing some 92,000 Czech prisoners of war into military formations, later recalled that Dukhonin's body was barbarously profaned at the railway station. Dukhonin had approved the idea of allowing the Czechs to form an army to fight alongside Russia against the Central Powers. Now the Russians themselves had laid down their arms. The Czechs would have to make their way out of Russia as best they could, and set off eastward on a 5,000-mile journey along the Trans-Siberian Railway to Vladivostok, the only Russian port from which they could sail back to Europe. On the day of Dukhonin's murder, a Bolshevik armistice commission left Petrograd for the Eastern Front. On the following day, as a formal ceasefire was declared throughout the battle zone, the commission crossed into the German lines at Dvinsk and was taken on by train to the former Russian fortress of Brest-Litovsk. There they were met by a phalanx of negotiators, Germans, Austrians, Bulgarians, and Turks, a whole swathe of war zones, from the Baltic Sea to the Caucasus Mountains, was about to be ended. The armistice negotiations at Brest-Litovsk continued for 5 days. The 2 senior Bolshevik negotiators were both Russian Jews, Adolf Joffe and Leo Kamenev, Trotsky's brother-in-law. Another of the delegates, the symbol of the equality of sexes which was part of the wider communist philosophy, was Anastasia Bitsenko, who had only recently been released, as part of the general amnesty of Tsarist prisoners, from a 17-year sentence in Siberia for the murder of a former Minister of War. For the sake of revolutionary propriety, a worker, a peasant, and a soldier had also been included in the delegation. The peasant had only been found at the last moment, during the railway journey, at a wayside station. These symbols of the revolution were given no part in the negotiations. The Russian naval representative, the former Tsarist commander in the Baltic, Admiral Altvater, warned General Hoffmann of the dangers of Bolshevik propaganda at the front. His own defense of Ossel Island 2 months earlier had been undermined by such propaganda. It was the same with the army, Altvater said, and, I warn you, the same thing will happen in your army. Hoffmann did not appreciate the truth of these words. I only laughed at the unfortunate admiral, he later wrote. On December 6th, while the Bolsheviks, Germans, Austrians, Bulgarians, and Turks were still discussing how to bring their military confrontations to an end, the Romanian government, its armies, beaten back by German and Austrian forces to their eastern borders, obtained a ceasefire. 9 days later, on December 15th, the negotiators at Brest-Litovsk announced the end to all fighting on the Eastern Front. Russia was no longer a belligerent. From the Baltic to the Black Sea, the guns fell silent. The Central Powers were freed from the two-front war that had been their nightmare and their burden since 1914. All that remained was to negotiate a peace treaty with the Bolsheviks that would restrict their territorial control as much as possible. Lenin put Trotsky in charge of these negotiations, which opened at Brest-Litovsk on December 22nd, a day on which the Kaiser was visiting his troops on the Western Front, where soon, it was hoped, the benefits of an Eastern peace agreement would be seen. The Germans were not the only beneficiaries of the collapse of Russia. On November 28th, Estonia had declared her independence, and Finland did so on December 6th, but war was far from over for the Bolsheviks, who on December 9th declared war on the Cossacks in southern Russia, an independent-spirited people who had refused to accept the new revolutionary authority. By the end of the month, the Bolsheviks were also confronted by anti-Bolshevik Russian forces led by two former Tsarist officers, General Kornilov in the Kuban and General Alexeyev at Novocherkassk. In the Ukraine, the Rada, or Parliament, rejected Lenin's appeal for the transit of Red Bolshevik troops to combat the White forces. Fighting between the Bolshevik and Ukrainian forces broke out on December 24th. 3 days later, Latvia declared its independence from Russia. On December 31st, the Reds occupied the eastern Ukrainian city of Kharkov. The Russian Civil War had begun. These events took place far from the Western Front, but affected it directly. On December 6th, while the Bolshevik and German negotiators at Brest-Litovsk were still negotiating the final terms of a ceasefire, the British Minister of National Service, Sir Auckland Geddes, warned the War Cabinet in London that as soon as the ceasefire was agreed, the Germans would be able to transfer 900,000 men to the Western Front, giving them a superiority of 11 fighting divisions. When the Germans transferred their artillery from east to west, they would move from their existing equality with the Anglo-French forces to a preponderance of 2,000 with a 4,000 preponderance in field guns and howitzers. Everything would then depend upon the United States, her 12 divisions, if they came into the line in 1918, would tilt the balance once more in the Allies' favor, though only slightly. She would also create a slight superiority in rifle strength, but Geddes was emphatic that more than 1 million new soldiers would have to come from Britain if the necessary superiority for any successful offensive was to be achieved. Men would have to come from the munitions factories and shipyards, as well as from the new conscripts. Skilled munition workers who could fight would have to be replaced by women or men unfit for military service. The nation would have to be remobilized. At the same time, in order to make the workers' sacrifices seem more fair, the tax already being levied on those who made excess profits in business or industry as a result of the war would be raised from the 40% of the original tax in 1915 to 80%. At sea, the convoy system had begun to serve the Allied powers well. November's shipping losses were the lowest of the year, with 126 ships being sunk, 56 of them British. From the United States, 4 American battleships joined the British Grand Fleet that December. A massive shipbuilding crusade was underway in the United States to provide the merchant shipping needed for the war in 1918. There was a disaster for the Allies on December 6th, many thousands of miles from the war zones, in the Canadian harbour of Halifax. A French merchant ship, the Mont Blanc, loaded with munitions for Europe, collided with a Belgian vessel and blew up. More than 1,600 people were killed and 9,000 injured, 1 in 5 of the city's population. In France, 6 days later, 543 soldiers were killed when a railway train came off the tracks near Modane, the highest death toll of any civilian railway disaster then or since. On the morning of Sunday, December 9th, in a valley just north of Jerusalem, 2 British soldiers, Private Church and Private Andrews, were up early in search of eggs, hoping to find some abandoned farm, or peasants willing to hand them over. They were part of the force that had fought its way up from the Mediterranean, and was now encamped 3 miles from the city, intent in the next few days on capturing it from the Turks. As the 2 soldiers foraged, they saw coming towards them a motley group, some in civilian clothes, some in Turkish uniforms, carrying aloft a large white flag. It was the Jerusalem dignitaries, including the mayor, priests, rabbis, and imams, bearing the keys of the city. They were looking for someone to whom they could surrender. The Turkish army, with its German and Austrian officers, had gone, slipping northward to Nablus and eastward to Jericho and the River Jordan. The British could enter the Holy City without fighting. More than 700 years had passed since Richard the Lionheart had reached almost the exact spot reached by Church and Andrews, but the king had been unable to go further. The 2 soldiers took the dignitaries to a sergeant, who eventually found a general to whom they could formally hand over their keys. On December 11th, following precise instructions laid down 3 weeks earlier in London, Allenby entered Jerusalem on foot, to avoid emulating the Kaiser's triumphal entry on horseback in 1898. Allenby did as London told him, to show humiliation before the holy places. No Allied flags were flown over the city, and to avoid offending Muslim tradition, Indian Muslim troops were sent to guard the Dome of the Rock. Allenby's proclamation of goodwill, also prepared for him by the War Cabinet in London, was read out in English, French, Arabic, Hebrew, Russian, and Greek. Allenby was elated by his victory, which redeemed his 3 years of setback and stagnation on the Western Front. While in Jerusalem, he acquired a fighting spider, whose jaws could sever a scorpion's tail. He named it Hindenburg. The capture of Jerusalem caught the imagination of the Allied world. In Rome, the church bells rang out, as did the bells of London's Roman Catholic Cathedral. Jews worldwide sensed a new dawn for their national aspirations. The Arabs were excited, too. The name Allenby bore a close calligraphic resemblance to the Arabic word for prophet, al-Nabi. In the aftermath of the British setback at Cambrai, some British newspapers contrasted it with the success in capturing Jerusalem. The Times called Cambrai one of the most ghastly stories in English history. Worse seemed in prospect. Following the ceasefire on the Eastern Front, German troops were moving continuously from Russia to the Western Front. The Italian army was defending the valley of the Po with British and French help, and Venice was vulnerable to any further Austrian success. Beset by these difficulties, the British leaders responded positively to talk of a separate peace with Austria, and even with Turkey. With Lloyd George's approval, General Smuts went to Switzerland, where, on December 18th, in a Geneva suburb, he held 3 meetings with the former Austrian ambassador to London, Count Mensdorf. Smuts proposed that, in return for agreeing to make a separate peace with the Entente, the Austro-Hungarian Empire would be left intact as a counterweight to Germany in Central Europe. Mensdorf replied that Austria could not discuss a separate peace. Philip Kerr, a member of Lloyd George's secretariat, who had been present at the Geneva talks, then went on to Bern to meet a Turkish negotiator, Dr. Humbert Parodi. But Turkey, too, was not willing to consider a separate peace. The German magnet was still strong, strengthened by the prospect of an Allied defeat. The British diplomat Sir Horace Rumbold, who was with Smuts and Kerr in Geneva and Bern, noted, "Our conversations with the Turks have, of course, been prejudiced by the conference at Brest-Litovsk. In the last week we have ascertained from a number of government Turks at Geneva that the conference in question has filled the Turks with extravagant hopes for the future of their empire. Not only do they hope to recover Mesopotamia, Palestine, etc., with the help of the Germans, but they also expect to get portions of the Caucasus and to enter into an alliance with such a state as Georgia. In fact, they seem really to believe in the possibilities of the Turanian movement. Enver Pasha, in particular, had hopes of spreading Turkish rule to the Turkic-speaking regions of Russian Central Asia. With the prospect of Brest-Litovsk enhancing the German war-making powers, the Turkish negotiators in Switzerland backed off. Publicly, no hint was given that diplomatic discussions were taking place. Indeed, on December 14th, Lloyd George declared in a speech in London that there was no halfway house between victory and defeat. 2 months later, an inter-allied conference in France repudiated the weapon of diplomacy as a means to peace. A diplomatic note on December 15th from Trotsky announcing that, as the Allied governments would not agree to entering peace negotiations, the Bolsheviks would negotiate instead with the socialist parties of all countries, was treated with contempt. The war would go on. That was the message of the politicians and the patriots. I cannot help being constantly very depressed over the immeasurably sad things which burden our lives, Albert Einstein wrote to a friend in Holland on December 18th. It no longer even helps, as it used to escape into one's work in physics. Even Lloyd George, despite his public assertion of the need for victory, was privately uneasy at the method of warfare that was being pursued. At lunch with the newspaper editor C.P. Scott on December 19th, he said that, whereas military victory was a necessity, perhaps to defeat the impending great German attack in France or Italy, or wherever else it might take place, would in itself constitute military victory. The Prime Minister also spoke of stopping the useless waste of life in attacks on the West and dealing only heavy counterstrokes while standing on the defensive. Knowledge that the offensives of 1916 and 1917 would not be repeated caused Churchill to write to a soldier friend on December 29th, "Thank God, our offensives are at an end. Let them traipse across the crater fields. Let them rejoice in the occasional capture of placeless names and sterile ridges." Since the signing of the armistice at Brest-Litovsk, the Germans and Austrians, as well as the Turks and Bulgars, had been anxious to conclude a peace with Russia to satisfy their many demands. For their part, the Bolsheviks were desperate to secure their western border and to consolidate the revolution inside it. Those who were to negotiate peace arrived at Brest-Litovsk on December 20th. Since Russia has entered into separate negotiations, Lloyd George told the House of Commons that day, she must, of course, alone be responsible for the terms in respect of her own territories. That evening, at Brest-Litovsk, a banquet was given by the German commander-in-chief in the east, Field Marshal Prince Leopold of Bavaria, for all the delegates, among them the Austrian Foreign Minister, Count Czernin. One of the first historians of the negotiations, John Wheeler Bennett, has written, "The picture was rich in contrasts. At the head of the table sat the bearded, stalwart figure of the Prince of Bavaria, having on his right Joffe, a Jew recently released from a Siberian prison. Next to him was Count Czernin, a grand seigneur and diplomat of the old school, a knight of the Golden Fleece, trained in the traditions of Kaunitz and Metternich, to whom Joffre, with his soft eyes and kindly tone, confided, "I hope we may be able to raise the revolution in your country, too." That evening Chernin commented laconically in his diary, "We shall hardly need any assistance from the good Joffre, I fancy, in bringing revolution among ourselves. The people will manage that, if the Entente persists in refusing to come to terms." The formal negotiations began on December 22nd. "I may regard it as an auspicious circumstance," the chief German delegate, Baron Richard von Kuhlmann, told the delegates, "that our negotiations should begin in sight of that festival which, for many centuries, has promised peace on earth and goodwill towards men. For Germany, Bolshevik Russia's weakness offered a chance to acquire, through the legal niceties of a negotiated treaty, the territorial gains and much more that she had been unable to acquire by more than 3 years of war. On the Italian front, the Austrians were determined to defeat the Italians before the winter snows, already a month late, made fighting in the mountains impossible. In a final exhortation, General Conrad told his troops that they would celebrate Christmas Mass in Venice. The attack began on December 23rd, heralded by a massive artillery bombardment using gas shells. In the ensuing 2-mile advance, 2 heights, including the 4,183-foot Col de Rosso, were captured and 9,000 Italians taken prisoner. But an Italian counterattack on the following day recaptured the peaks. That night, the first heavy snowfall cheated the Austrians of their goal, and it was the Italians who celebrated Mass that night, thanking God for their deliverance. On the previous day, during a visit to the Western Front, the Kaiser had told his troops that the events of 1917 were proof that God was on the side of the Germans. It was under British military occupation that Mass was celebrated that Christmas in Jerusalem and Bethlehem. On Christmas Day there was desultory Turkish artillery fire from the north and east, but it did not seem to signify. Then, late on the evening of December 26th, the Germans and Turks attacked. Fresh Turkish troops, who had not been involved in the demoralizing retreats from Beersheba and Gaza, pushed through the British outposts on the Nablus road. For 8.5 hours, all through that night and into the following day, a series of Turkish attacks was beaten off. In an attack from the east along the Jericho road, the Turks again advanced towards the city. At one point, 700 Turks surrounded a 50-strong company of British troops, but although without artillery support, they found shelter in the ruins of an ancient monastery and held out until relief came on the morning of December 28th. Having beaten back the Turkish attempt to recapture Jerusalem, Allenby ordered his men to advance on December 28th to make the perimeters of the city secure. Armored cars and aircraft were used to support the advance. 1,000 Turkish corpses were counted on the battlefield when the advance was halted 10 miles north of the city. Among the 750 prisoners taken were a number of German officers captured by Irish troops. These Germans expressed their surprise to find that they had been fighting white troops. To encourage them to think that the fighting would be easy, they had been told that their enemy would be Indians and the scum of Egypt. For those on the high seas, death came without warning over the Christmas season. On December 23rd, in the Irish Sea, a German submarine sank the armed British steamer Stephen Furnace, and 101 men were drowned, while in the North Sea, off the coast of Holland, 252 sailors were lost when 3 British destroyers, Tornado, Torrent, and Surprise, ran into a German minefield. A week later, on December 30th, while the British destroyer Attack was rescuing survivors of the torpedoed troopship Aragon, she herself struck a mine and sank. 610 sailors and soldiers were drowned. On the following day, another 198 British sailors were killed when their ship, the Osmania, struck a mine and sank. A naval death toll of more than 1,000 in 1 week. A further 520 British merchant seamen had lost their lives in December. As 1917 came to an end, there was no prospect of peace in Europe. Even the ceasefire in the East had proved to be but a prelude to immediate civil war, with its own horrors and excesses. Nor were the Bolsheviks happy with the severe terms on which, in the peace negotiations at Brest-Litovsk, the Germans were insisting. Behind the lines, those nations whose food imports were being stopped by a naval blockade had begun to suffer greatly. In Constantinople, as many as 10,000 of the city's inhabitants had died of privation in 1917. In Austria, hunger led to strikes and food riots in Vienna and Budapest that forced the government to recall 7 army divisions from the front and to do so permanently at the beginning of 1918 to prevent violence in the streets. In Germany, more than 250,000 civilians had died in 1917 as a result of hunger, directly attributed to the British blockade. Not only the troops on the battlefield, the sailors at sea, the airmen and the growing numbers of men in the prisoner camps, but also the once prosperous cities of Europe, were suffering the torments of prolonged war. On December 30th, the Germans launched an artillery barrage against the British on the Western Front. Among those wounded was a member of the Royal Naval Division, Lieutenant Commander Patrick Shaw Stewart, who had fought at Gallipoli, where he was saved from a bullet plumb on the right heart by a small steel mirror that he kept in the pocket of his uniform. After being hit by shrapnel on December 30th, and having his earlobe cut off, he refused to go back to battalion headquarters to have the wound dressed. Shortly afterwards, a shell burst on the parapet, killing him instantly. Knowledge of the cruel nature of the war could not be entirely confined to the war zones. On December 27th, the British war correspondent and novelist Philip Gibbs, who had just returned from the Western Front, told a gathering of politicians and journalists in London what he could of the conditions of trench warfare. One of his audience, C.P. Scott, noted in his diary, "The thing is horrible and beyond human nature to bear." Yet it was going to continue, and to be borne into yet another year. 21. The Central Powers on the verge of triumph. January to March 1918. Even the dangers posed to the Allies by Russia's withdrawal from the war did not alter the cautious policy of the United States. On the first day of 1918, General Pershing successfully opposed an urgent request from Lloyd George that America send over as many surplus troops as possible and incorporate them immediately on their arrival into British and French units. Lloyd George argued that the Germans were planning a knockout blow to the Allies before a fully trained American army was ready to take its place in the line that summer. Pershing disagreed. "Do not think emergency now exists that would warrant our putting companies or battalions into British or French divisions," he telegraphed to the Secretary for War in Washington, "and would not do so except in grave crisis." Pershing did accept a request from Pétain, however, that 4 black regiments that were already in France should serve as integral parts of French divisions. They did so for the rest of the war. As 1918 opened, the Western, Italian, Salonika, and Turkish fronts were each the scene not of any large-scale offensive, but of spasmodic fighting, characterized by repeated raids and counter-raids. On the former Eastern Front, negotiations for a Russo-German peace treaty paused for a 12-day break over the New Year. Behind every front line, political movements were stirring with a new enthusiasm, looking to negotiation, war-weariness, and the unexpected evolution of events to satisfy their ambitious plans for statehood. The main precondition, however, for many of these hopes was the disintegration of Austria-Hungary, which could not be taken for granted. On January 5th, in an address to the British trade unions, Lloyd George stated that the dissolution of Austria-Hungary was not an Allied war aim. Though he could not say so, he still hoped to detach the Habsburgs from Germany. Within the Habsburg borders, national aspirations were growing. On January 6th, in Prague, a specially summoned convention, meeting in the immediate pre-war municipal house, whose architects had sought to epitomize Czech national aspirations, called for the independence of the Czech lands of Bohemia and Moravia. 2 weeks later, the German-speaking peoples living in the Sudetenland region of Bohemia called for a province of their own. The omens for national self-determination, if not for independence, appeared favorable to those who sought an Allied victory. On January 8th, President Wilson, in an address to the United States Congress, set out a peace program for Europe based upon 14 separate points, essentially democratic and liberal in outlook. In future, diplomacy and treaty-making would always proceed frankly and in the public view. Freedom of navigation would be assured on the sea, economic barriers would be removed, and an equality of trade conditions established among all nations. Naval armaments would be reduced. In questions of colonial sovereignty, the interests of the populations concerned must have equal weight with the equitable claims of the government whose title is to be determined. Germany must evacuate all Russian territory. Belgium must be evacuated and restored. All French territory must be freed, and the wrong done to France by Prussia in 1871 over Alsace-Lorraine be righted. The frontiers of Italy must be along clearly recognizable lines of nationality, thus giving Italy the Austrian province of South Tyrol. The peoples of Austria-Hungary should be given the freest opportunity of autonomous development. Romania, Serbia, and Montenegro should be restored, and Serbia given access to the sea. The Turkish portions of the Ottoman Empire should be assured a secure sovereignty, but the other nationalities inside Turkey assured of their autonomous development. A Polish state should be erected, united, independent, autonomous, with free, unrestricted access to the sea. Finally, a general association of nations must be formed to guarantee political independence and territorial integrity to great and small states alike. These 14 points were intended as a counter to the growing appeal of Bolshevism among the soldiers of the Central Powers, and to be more attractive than a Bolshevik-inspired peace. They did not, however, satisfy to the full the hopes for statehood that had been aroused. The peoples of Austria-Hungary would be given not independence, but, in Wilson's phrase, the freest opportunity of autonomous development. Many Czechs and Slovaks noted this with disappointment. Nor did Wilson give any recognition or encouragement to the aspirations of the South Slavs for a single state of their own. Austria would have to evacuate Serbia and Montenegro, but he made no mention of the other two South Slav nationalities, the Croats or the Slovenes. 2 days after Wilson issued his 14 points, a delegation of Finns reached London, hoping to obtain British support for Finland's independence. The earlier reliance upon German patronage was set aside. The race for national patronage was affecting both sides, as the Allies and their adversaries looked for new recruits to the conflict, or sought to isolate old enemies. On the day of the arrival of the Finnish mission in London, the Central Powers and the Bolsheviks both recognized the independence of the Ukraine. Latvia declared its independence from Russia on January 12th. On the following day, in their revolutionary decree number 13, Lenin and Stalin announced their support for Armenian self-determination. At Brest-Litovsk, the peace negotiations had resumed after their New Year break. This time the Bolshevik delegation was led by Trotsky, who hoped, if only by threats of world revolution, to limit German and Austrian demands for substantial territorial gains at Russia's expense. The Turks also sent a delegation to Brest-Litovsk, intent on recovering the lands in eastern Anatolia that had been lost to Russia in 1878. The desire to continue the war and the hope of ending it were in conflict in every nation. But for the Allied powers, the moral imperative of victory was still being publicly asserted and widely held. In a speech at Edinburgh on January 10th, Balfour declared that the horrors of war were nothing compared to a German peace. With almost 2 million men under arms, the British government was making plans to bring in at least 420,000 more. 3 days after Balfour's speech, the pacifist philosopher Bertrand Russell commented in a private letter, "The world is damnable. Lenin and Trotsky are the only bright spot." Russell's pacifism had only a few echoes in Britain. On January 14th, having been wounded on the Western Front and invalided home, a British infantry officer, Max Plowman, took the rare step of resigning his commission, writing to his regimental adjutant that his hatred of war has gradually deepened into the fixed conviction that organized warfare of any kind is always organized murder. Plowman added, "So wholly do I believe in the doctrine of incarnation, that God indeed lives in every human body, that I believe that killing men is always killing God." Hunger and privation at home were as much an influence for war weariness as the killing. On January 22nd, a secret British report, based on a careful reading of British intercepted correspondence, revealed a decided increase in letters for an immediate peace. In Berlin, 6 days later, more than 400,000 workers went on strike, demanding peace. Within 48 hours, these strikes had spread to 6 other cities. The German authorities reacted swiftly and firmly, declaring martial law in Berlin and Hamburg, and drafting many of the striking workers into the army. But the hunger that the British naval blockade had exacerbated could not be assuaged by martial law or compulsory service. Civilians were being forced to eat dogs and cats, the latter known as roof rabbits. Bread was made from a mixture of potato peelings and sawdust. From Vienna came yet more tentative talk of a possible negotiated peace. More foreign speeches reported today, moderate but very evasive, the pacifist Clifford Allen wrote in his diary on January 28th. He had been released from prison because of ill health, and he commented, "Austria quite mild. Why can't they all make speeches round peace table instead of from platforms thousands of miles apart and at intervals of weeks or months?" The foreign speeches were those of the Austrian Foreign Minister, Count Czernin, and the new German Chancellor, Count Hertling, suggesting an exchange of ideas through Washington, Czernin, and discussion on a limitation of armaments, Hertling. Commented The Times, "Neither discloses the least readiness to meet any of the demands which the Allies with one accord declare to be indispensable." On January 28th, at a military hospital at Wimereux, on the Channel coast, the Canadian medical officer, Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae, died. Nearly 3 years had passed since, in the Ypres salient, he wrote the lines, "We are the dead. Short days ago we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow." In a naval action off the Dardanelles, 127 British sailors had been killed on January 20th, when their monitor, the Raglan, was sunk by a German warship. That same day, in the North Sea, 2 German destroyers were sunk by British mines, and a German submarine sank the armed British steamer Louvain, killing 224 of those on board. On January 26th, 3 German submarines were sunk, 2 in the English Channel and 1 in St. George's Channel. 5 days later, in an accidental night collision in the North Sea, 2 British submarines hit each other and sank, with the loss of 103 submariners. On January 29th, 3 German giant bombers flew over Britain on a raid that injured 20 civilians. The Giants were followed the next night by 31 Gothas, flying over Paris, dropping 267 bombs and killing or injuring 259 Parisians. Submarine and aerial warfare combined to create hostility even among those whose instincts were for some form of compromise peace. Isn't the German mentality a depressing thing? The former British Foreign Secretary, Edward Grey, who favoured offering Germany economic equality after the war, wrote to a friend on January 27th. When one is not in office and out of London, it is so uncomfortable to hate anybody, and one longs more than ever for peace. But I do not see how there is to be peace with the people who still run Germany. In the east, Lenin's forces had entered the Ukraine and declared the triumph of Bolshevism there. The Central Powers announced their support for an independent Ukraine. On January 28th, Russian Bolsheviks and Ukrainian nationalists fought against each other at Lutsk, where 3 years earlier German and Russian forces had battled for supremacy. On January 29th, Lenin's troops entered both Kiev and Odessa. 2 days later, with Ukraine falling rapidly under Bolshevik rule, Lenin established the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR, also known as the Soviet Union. This was followed within 2 weeks by the creation first of the Red Navy and then of the Red Army. Discontent was growing in more and more armies and navies. On February 1st, Greek troops in the town of Lamia, who were about to be sent to the Salonika front, mutinied. 2 of their leaders were executed. On the day of the Lamia mutiny, Austro-Hungarian sailors on board ship in the Gulf of Cattaro, Kotor, also mutinied. Led by 2 Czech socialists, the 6,000 sailors raised the red flag and announced their adherence to Bolshevism. But they played the Marseillaise, not the Internationale, and their demands were closer to President Wilson's 14 points than to Lenin's decrees: national autonomy, as already being demanded by the Slav groups in the Vienna Parliament, not independence; immediate peace, no annexation of territory, demobilization, and better living conditions. The mutineers appealed for support to the Austrian troops in the Cattaro garrison, and to the crews of German submarines alongside them in the bay, but this attempt to widen the mutiny was rebuffed. On learning of what had happened, the Austrian naval authorities dispatched 3 battleships from the Istrian port of Pola. 800 of the mutineers were taken off their ships, 40 were brought to trial, and 4 were executed. In France, bread shortages led to a protest on February 5th by 3,000 people in Roanne on the Loire, followed by looting. On January 18th, a full American division, the 1st, entered the front line, in the Anceauville sector of Saint-Mihiel salient. It had been sent there to gain experience of holding the line and took no offensive action. As soon as the Germans discovered that Americans were opposite them, they tried to demoralize them, launching a raid on an American listening post, killing 2 soldiers, wounding 2, and capturing 1. Then they ambushed an American patrol in no man's land, killing 4, wounding 2, and capturing 2. This thing of letting the Boche do it all is getting on the nerves, one American officer noted in his diary on January 30th. American troops were arriving every week in France, where, under Pershing's vigilant eye, considerable port and base facilities were being developed for them and their stores. The American contribution to the war, though not yet marked by the participation of armies, was becoming a frequent element in war reporting. On February 5th, Lieutenant Thompson was the first American pilot serving with the United States forces in France to defeat a German aeroplane in combat. That same day, off the coast of Ireland, the first American troops were killed while on their way to Europe, when the British troopship Tuscania was sunk by a German submarine. 166 American servicemen and 44 British crew members were drowned. Vocal and visible anti-war feeling in Britain was still confined to a few thousand conscientious objectors. On February 6th, there was outrage among them when a former shoemaker, Henry Firth, died at the work centre for conscientious objectors at Princetown on Dartmoor. Having been in prison for 9 months, he had become so ill that he had accepted alternative service at the Princetown stone quarries on Dartmoor. Admitted to hospital after collapsing at work, his request for eggs was refused on the grounds that they were wanted for the soldiers in France. Eventually the authorities relented, and 3 fresh eggs were granted him. They arrived the day after his death. 3 days after Firth's death, Bertrand Russell was sentenced to 6 months in prison for advocating in public that the British government accept a German offer to open peace negotiations. War is a disciplinary action by God to educate mankind, the Kaiser told the citizens of Bad Homburg on February 10th. 3 days later he told a war council convened at Homburg that there was a worldwide conspiracy against Germany, the participants in which included the Bolsheviks supported by President Wilson, international Jewry, and the Grand Orient Lodge of Freemasons. He made no mention of the fact that as many as 10,000 Jews and many thousands of Freemasons had already been killed fighting in the ranks of the German army. Nor did he seem to remember the details he had been given only 2 months earlier of German financial backing for the Bolsheviks, including a secret German subsidy for the Bolshevik newspaper, Pravda. A week after the Kaiser's speech on February 17th, there was a dramatic development on the former Eastern Front, when the long-drawn-out peace negotiations between the Bolsheviks and the Germans at Brest-Litovsk broke down. Germany's terms were too hard for the Bolsheviks to accept. The Germans at once prepared to resume the war in the East. "Tomorrow we are going to start hostilities against the Bolsheviks," General Hoffmann wrote in his diary that night. "No other way out is possible. Otherwise these brutes will wipe up the Ukrainians, the Finns, and the Bates, and then quickly get together a new revolutionary army and turn the whole of Europe into a pigsty." The war resumed, with 52 German divisions crossing the November ceasefire line, occupying Dvinsk in the north and Lutsk in the south, and moving eastward along the Russian main line railways. Lenin realized that the Bolsheviks must give in to whatever was asked of them. "It's not a question of Dvinsk," he told Trotsky, "but of revolution. Delay is impossible. We must sign at once. This beast springs quickly." On January 19th, Hoffmann received a telegram, signed by Lenin and Trotsky, accepting the conditions of peace that had been offered at Brest-Litovsk. But Hoffmann was in no hurry now to accept it. He was even vexed that the renewal of hostilities was to be cut short. He therefore replied that acceptance had to be confirmed in writing, and sent by a courier through the German lines. Meanwhile, the German advance continued. On February 20th, German troops entered Minsk, taking more than 9,000 Russian soldiers prisoner. "The Russian army is more rotten than I had supposed," Hoffmann wrote in his diary that day. "There is no fight left in them. Yesterday, one lieutenant with 6 men took 600 Cossacks prisoner." The war continued for a whole week, the Germans using the Russian roads and railways as if they were on a civilian excursion. In 124 hours they advanced 150 miles. "It is the most comical war I have ever known," Hoffmann wrote in his diary on February 22nd. We had a handful of infantrymen with machine guns and one gun onto a train, and push them off to the next station. They take it, make prisoners of the Bolsheviks, pick up a few more troops, and go on. This proceeding has, at any rate, the charm of novelty. Lenin and Trotsky knew that peace had to be made on Germany's terms, but their written request, which reached Berlin on February 21st, was rejected by the Germans, who sent a note back on February 23rd demanding even harsher terms. The Germans knew that the territorial integrity of Russia was disintegrating even faster than could have been anticipated. In the Tsarist province of Finland, where Red and White Russian forces had been in conflict, the Finnish national leader, General Mannerheim, demanded the evacuation of all Russian troops from Finland without delay. Red and White alike. The Bolsheviks agreed to this on February 23rd. Then, on the following day, after a stormy session of Lenin's ruling council, during which the revolution's leader went so far as to threaten resignation, he obtained a 116-85 vote in favor of the new German terms. The vote in the Central Committee was even closer, 7 in favor and 6 against. On the issue of accepting whatever Germany demanded, Lenin and Trotsky were joined by a new figure on the international scene, Joseph Stalin. As Lenin and his colleagues prepared formally to leave the war and to abandon vast areas of western and southern Russia, United States troops were in offensive action on the Western Front for the first time. On February 13th, at the Butte de Menil in Champagne, American artillery batteries took part in a 6-hour rolling barrage before a French attack that broke through the German lines and captured more than 150 German prisoners. 10 days later, at Chevronnay, south of German-held Léon, 2 American officers and 24 of their men volunteered to take part with French troops in a raid on German trenches. The raid lasted half an hour, and 25 Germans were taken prisoner. The Times commented that, although the actual occasion was not of much importance, February 23rd is one of the dates that will always be remembered in the history of the war. While Americans were fighting at Chevronnay, Churchill, as Minister of Munitions, was visiting the Ypres salient, passing through the battlefields of 1915, 1916, and 1917. Nearly 800,000 of our British race have shed their blood or lost their lives here during 3.5 years of unceasing conflict, he wrote to his wife on February 23rd. Many of our friends and my contemporaries all perished here. Death seems as commonplace and as little alarming as the undertaker. Quite a natural, ordinary event, which may happen to anyone at any moment, as it happened to all these scores of thousands who lie together in this vast cemetery, ennobled and rendered forever glorious by their brave memory. Among Churchill's friends who had fought in the salient and had been killed was an American volunteer, Henry Butters, who came from San Francisco. "I just lied to him and said I was British-born," he had told Churchill, when asked about how an American citizen could be serving as a second lieutenant in the Royal Artillery. American participation on the battlefield was now a fact, 42.5 months after the war had begun. On February 26th, 3 days after that first raid, the Chief of Staff of the American 42nd Division, the Rainbow Division, was observing a French raid on the German trenches near Rechicourt. Carried away with the enthusiasm of the moment, he joined in the raid, helped to capture several German soldiers, and was awarded the Croix de Guerre, the first such award to a member of the American Expeditionary Force. His name was Colonel Douglas MacArthur. A year earlier, when American troops were being recruited, there had been concern in political circles in Washington that individual American states might be aggrieved if other states were to be the source of particular divisional recruiting. It was then suggested to the Secretary for War, Newton Baker, that one complete division could be drawn from the surplus units of many different states, thus avoiding the danger of jealousies and friction. According to Baker's recollection, Major MacArthur, who was standing alongside, said, "Fine, that will stretch over the whole country like a rainbow." The division thus got its name. Much was expected of the American forces. The British, French, and even American newspapers wrote enthusiastically of how America would soon darken the skies with its aircraft. This forced Pershing to protest to Washington at the exaggeration, pointing out that, after almost a year of war between America and Germany, there was not yet a single American-manufactured aeroplane in service on the Western Front. In the east, German troops continued their rapid advance, occupying Borisov, Gomel, and Zhytomyr. Along the Baltic, their forces reached Dorpat on February 24th, then moved swiftly towards Reval, where on the following day the Bolsheviks scuttled 11 submarines to avoid their capture by the Germans, who entered the Estonian port a few hours later. The continuing German successes in the east led to a renewal of patriotic zeal inside Germany. To an academic correspondent who rebuked him for his dislike of the war, Einstein wrote on February 22nd, "Your ostentatious Teutonic muscle flexing runs rather against my grain. I prefer to string along with my compatriot Jesus Christ, whose doctrines you and your kind consider to be obsolete. Suffering is indeed more acceptable to me than resort to violence." On February 25th, German troops reached the outskirts of Narva on the Baltic. In doing so, they clashed briefly with a Bolshevik detachment of just over 1,000 men. On February 26th, the Finnish battalion, which had fought alongside the Germans on the Eastern Front for a year and a half, arrived back in Finland, at the town of Vasa, pledged to uphold Finland's independence, declared the previous December, and to drive the Bolsheviks from the rest of the country, including its capital, Helsinki. On the following day, German forces reached Mogilev, the former Tsarist military headquarters, and on that same day, February 27th, a German aeroplane dropped its bombs on the Fontanka embankment in Petrograd. Lenin, having agreed to resume peace negotiations at Brest-Litovsk, the Soviet delegation returned there, reaching the town on February 28th. The Germans refused, however, to agree that their arrival must lead to an immediate end to hostilities. The fighting would stop, Hoffmann insisted, only when the treaty was signed. The negotiations began again on March 1st. There was nothing left for the Bolsheviks to do but to accept the terms offered them. These included a Turkish demand for the annexation of Ardahan and Kars, which Russia had annexed from Turkey in 1878. On March 2nd, as the delegates discussed the detailed terms of the peace treaty, the German army entered Kiev, the capital of the Ukraine, which the Bolsheviks had only taken a month earlier. On the Baltic, German forces occupied Narva, the most easterly Estonian city, only 85 miles from Petrograd. Plans were made in the Russian capital to evacuate the government to Moscow, and Lenin gave emergency orders to intensify the preparations for blowing up railways, bridges, and roads, to gather arms and armed detachments to transport aims into the interior of the country. The Germans looked set to enter Petrograd. In their rapid and virtually unopposed advance since the Brest-Litovsk negotiations had first broken down, less than 2 weeks earlier, they had captured 63,000 Russian prisoners, 2,600 artillery pieces, and 5,000 machine guns. The weapons would be of great value on the Western Front. Throughout March 2nd, the German forces continued their eastward advance. Lenin and Trotsky had no choice but to instruct their delegates to sign. The German High Command was relieved. It was eager to turn Germany's military might against the Western Front. At 5 in the afternoon of March 3rd, the Russo-German peace treaty was signed at Brest-Litovsk. The Bolsheviks accepted the harsh reality of the battlefield, giving up all claims to the Baltic provinces, Poland, White Russia, later known as Byelorussia, now Belarus, Finland, Bessarabia, the Ukraine, and the Caucasus. This constituted a third of her pre-war population, a third of her arable land, and 9/10 of her coal fields, almost all the territory, in fact, that had been added to the Tsarist dominions since the reign of Peter the Great more than 200 years earlier. Once more, as after the fall of Bucharest at the end of 1916, the Kaiser celebrated with champagne. Under the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, all Russian naval bases in the Baltic except Kronstadt were taken away. The Russian Black Sea Fleet warships in Odessa and Nikolaev were to be disarmed and detained. The Bolsheviks also agreed to the immediate return of 630,000 Austrian prisoners of war. They permitted the Armenian areas conquered by Russia in 1916 to be transferred to Turkey. Armenian soldiers fought against this distant decision, but were quickly crushed by Turkish forces moving eastward. On February 24th, the Armenians had already been driven out of Trebizond on the Black Sea. On March 12th, they were driven from the city of Erzurum on the Anatolian Plateau. The Romanians signed a treaty with the Central Powers at Buftea on March 5th, ceding the southern Dobruja to Bulgaria, but being offered a former Russian province, Bessarabia, if she could extract it from Bolshevik rule. A Bolshevik Congress, meeting in Petrograd on the following day, accepted the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, and at the same time adopted the name Communist for their party. Fearing the possibility of a renewed German threat along the Baltic, on March 12th, they moved the capital from Petrograd to Moscow. Although the situation looked bleak for the Allies on the Western Front, two items of news, one from the Eastern Mediterranean and one from the war in the air, brought a boost to Allied morale. On February 21st, Allenby's forces drove the Turks from Jericho and reached the northern end of the Dead Sea, the lowest point on Earth, 1,290 feet below sea level. On the Western Front, British bomber pilots made raids on 4 nights in February on German barracks and airfields, including a successful attack on a main aircraft hangar near Metz. In Britain, Lloyd George and Churchill were looking ahead with new strategies to bring victory over Germany in 1919. On March 5th, in the hope of being able to secure a victory over Germany a year hence, Churchill assured Lloyd George that he would produce 4,000 tanks by April 1919, a 13-month program. Victory on the Western Front could only come, he told the Prime Minister, when Britain and France had stronger and better armies than Germany. That is the foundation on which everything rests, and there is no reason why we should not have it in 1919. By 1919, the American army would also be a decisive factor on the Western Front. Conscious of this, German propaganda tried repeatedly to undermine French confidence in the American soldiers and to cast doubt on the contribution they would make. On March 5th, the German wireless news gave an account of the interrogation of some American troops who had recently been captured. They are strong young fellows, but do not seem to have much desire to fight. To them it is an enterprise undertaken by New York financiers. They hate but respect the English. With the French they are on good terms. They have not the slightest idea of military operations, and seem stupid and fatalistic in comparison with the war-accustomed Frenchmen. They were glad to escape further fighting. A further broadcast 3 weeks later stated that French officers do not conceal their disillusionment over the value of the American troops, who were entirely incapable of carrying out independent operations. In the first week of March 1918, the Central Powers took 4 bombing initiatives. On March 5th, Austrian aircraft bombed Venice, Padua, Mestre, and Treviso, but lost a third of the planes taking part. 3 days later, 3 German giant bombers attacked London, a single bomb killing 12 people in a residential building in Maida Vale and damaging 400 houses. On March 8th, Gotha bombers dropped more than 90 bombs on Paris. Without panic, but with much fear, 200,000 Parisians left the capital by rail for the countryside. On the following day, a German airship dropped its bombs on the Italian naval base and steel plant at Naples. 3 days later, German forces occupied Odessa. For the first time in history, one power's control of Europe stretched from the North Sea to the Black Sea, something even Napoleon had not achieved. Within 2 weeks of occupying Odessa, German troops entered the Black Sea port of Nikolaev, seizing 1 Russian battleship, 3 cruisers, 4 destroyers, and 3 submarines, as well as gaining control of the naval dockyard. The German triumph in the east was unprecedented and complete. On March 8th, the Kaiser refused the throne of the Duchy of Courland along the Baltic Sea. The region became, instead, a German protectorate. In the Middle Ages, it had been the domain of the Teutonic Knights. Any criticism of German nationalism was not tolerated. There was indignation in Germany in mid-March, when a long memorandum written by the former German ambassador to London, Prince Lichnowsky, justifying Britain's pre-war diplomacy and criticizing Germany's handling of the crisis, was published in the newspapers. Lichnowsky was asked to leave the diplomatic service. The British continued to try to detach Austria-Hungary from Germany. On March 9th, General Smuts returned to Switzerland with Lloyd George's confidant Philip Kerr to talk to an Austrian emissary, Count Alexander Skrinsky. Despite the fact that Skrinsky was a Pole, he rejected the conditions for peace that Smuts laid down, that justice must be done to all peoples inside the Habsburg dominions, by means of autonomy for the Poles, Czechs, Croats, and other minorities. The talks continued for 5 days, but then the Austrians broke them off. Kerr's view, as he explained to Rumbold, was that the Austrian foreign minister, Count Czernin, may have realized that once he had started negotiations, public opinion would never allow him to draw back if the Entente terms were reasonable, and that once he started negotiations, it was rather the case of a separate peace or the breakup of Austria-Hungary. Those Austrians interested in negotiating with the Allies had also to consider the possibility of a German victory on the battlefield, of which they would be the beneficiaries. Behind the lines, anti-war feeling and fears were spreading. On March 16th, in Vienna, an Austrian police report told of great and rather widespread resentment against Germany inside Austria itself. But on March 19th, a former Austrian foreign minister, Baron Burian, wrote in his diary, "No one will now listen to the word peace. Everything is based on the forthcoming offensive, as if everyone were entrusting himself without a tremor to the decision of fate." On March 9th, the Germans began with a series of artillery bombardments, the preliminary phase of what was to be their largest and most essential gamble of the war, a massive offensive against the British and French forces on the Western Front. Hitherto, the main military initiatives on the Western Front had been taken by the Allied powers, on the Somme, at Ypres, Passchendaele, and at Cambrai. Each of these offensives had broken themselves against superior German fortifications and defense lines. Now it was the Germans who were going to try to break through the line of the trenches. They had one overriding concern, that their victory should be secured before the mass of American troops, unbattered by battle, reached the war zone. In the preliminary feints, a series of bombardments throughout the Western Front, Among the targets of the German artillery was an infantry post in the Paroy forest. Hit on March 7th, it happened to be held by men of the American 42nd Rainbow Division. 19 Americans were killed in the single dugout. At their funeral service, a poem was read out, written by the poet Joyce Kilmer, then serving as a corporal in the division. Death came flying through the air, and stopped his flight at the dugout stair, touched his prey, and left them there, clay to clay. He hid their bodies stealthily in the soil of the land they sought to free, and fled away. Between Ypres and Saint-Quentin, the German preliminary bombardment of March 9th started with a gas attack in which 500,000 mustard gas and phosgene shells were fired, 1,000 tons of gas in all. That day, during a German gas attack in the salient Douai, Colonel Douglas MacArthur supervised the capture by a company of American troops of a German machine gun strongpoint. He was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. On March 11th, during a further German gas barrage, MacArthur was among those gassed. His injury was classified as slight, and he recovered within the week. For having been injured in battle, he received the Purple Heart. The use of gas on the battlefronts led to many individual cases of panic, fear, malingering, and desertion. In the German army, this led to the establishment of a rule, in operation throughout the German medical services from the end of 1917, that alleged cases of gas poisoning and malingerers who show no definite symptoms are retained for 24 hours to 48 hours for observation in medical inspection rooms of units, with a view to returning them to their units if possible. They were not to be admitted to local field hospitals or gas-clearing stations. On March 19th, in a preemptive strike near Saint-Quentin, the British fired 85 tons of phosgene gas, killing 250 Germans. Then, on March 21st, the Germans launched their great offensive. Were it to succeed, Germany could win the war in the West on the battlefield, as she had already won it in the East at the conference table. 22. Germany's last great onslaught. March to April, 1918. In the early hours of the 21st of March, 1918, Ludendorff launched the offensive that was intended to bring victory to Germany's forces on the Western Front. His objective was to drive the British from the Somme and the French from the Aisne, and to threaten Paris as it had been threatened in 1914. The omens for Germany were good. Following the signature of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk on March 3rd, Russia was out of the war. The pre-war nightmare and wartime reality of a conflict on two fronts was over. The German railway system, perfected during the previous 2 years, was enabling the German divisions hitherto tied to the Eastern Front to be moved rapidly and efficiently westward, together with many hundreds of heavy guns and machine guns captured during the German thrust deep into Russia in the last days before the Brest-Litovsk Treaty was signed. At the tactical level, Ludendorff had succeeded in giving the impression that the main thrust of his attack would come much further south. His drive against the British Fifth Army was unexpected and unprepared for by Haig and his headquarters staff, who concentrated on building up their reserves behind the more northerly Third Army, protecting the Channel ports. At the same time, on the eve of the battle, the French Third Army was moved 100 miles to the east of the British Fifth, to guard against the non-existent German sweep through the southern sector of the front. The Fifth Army's position was thus weaker than it might have been, and much more exposed. In terms of manpower, it was much under strength. Its divisions, devised to be 12,000 strong, had in no instance many more than 6,000 men. After 3.5 years of war, the manpower shortage was still a factor in the British Army's ability to make war. From the manpower as well as from the human aspect, the losses of the Somme and Passchendaele had been crippling. The artillery bombardment with which the battle started on March 21st lasted for 5 hours. At 5:10 in the morning, a mile behind the front line, General Gough recalled, "I woke in my room at Nesle to the sound of a bombardment so steady and sustained that it gave me an immediate impression of some crushing, smashing power. More than 6,000 German heavy guns were in action. The intensity of their bombardment augmented by more than 3,000 mortars. Gas shells were employed to weaken the ability of the British artillery to counter the German barrage. In the ensuing 2 weeks, as many as 2 million gas shells were rained down upon the British lines. In the air, 326 German fighter aircraft faced 261 British fighters, 16 of which were shot down on the first day, for 14 German losses. The shelling began at 4:40 in the morning. 2.5 hours later, the first wave of German infantrymen had left their trenches and were attacking the British line. In the first day, the Germans made advances of up to 4.5 miles, taking 21,000 British soldiers prisoner. Winston Churchill, who was visiting one of the frontline headquarters when the artillery barrage began, was only just able to leave the battleground before the Germans overran it. The weight of the German assault was too great for the Fifth Army to stand against. In the battle for Manchester Hill, a British regiment fought to the last man and the last round. When its commander, Lieutenant Colonel Elstob, from the fire step of his forward trench, refused a German offer to surrender, he was shot dead. When the news of his defiance became known, he was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross. Whole villages were destroyed as the British forces defended their positions to the last. In one of them, Mesemi, a German war cemetery contains the graves of 23,292 men. Just over a mile away, the village of Le Vergier was likewise destroyed. On the second day of battle, March 22nd, the Germans made further advances. In a counter-attack by 25 British tanks, 16 were destroyed. Another 30 British planes were lost that day, compared with only 11 German planes. At Beaumetz-le-Cambrai, 2 British divisions held out all day, but were then driven back. The local cemetery records 257 British burials. At Revelon Farm, a division fought for 2 days after being surrounded, bombarded from the air, and under intense artillery and mortar fire, before being overrun. At Rupy, a British battalion was fired on by its own artillery, beat off 7 successive German attacks, and then withdrew against orders. At Ermies Hill Cemetery, near the village of Bertencourt, nearly 1,000 British soldiers are buried. The intensity of the fighting is shown in a German report of one section of the Fifth Army front, which concluded, "The 7th Corps covered the retreat of the main body, even to the extent of being destroyed itself." On March 23rd, 3 German guns, specially manufactured by Krupp, began to bombard Paris from a gun site at Crépy-en-Lyonnaise, 74 miles away. The first shell, fired at 7:16 a.m., landed in the French capital 4 minutes later. More than 20 shells were fired, killing 256 Parisians. That day the British forces retreated to the Somme. The Kaiser, returning to Berlin, declared the battle won, the English utterly defeated. The Allies had every cause to be alarmed by the speed and scale of the German advance. 5 French divisions hurried to assist the British at the southern end of their line, but they, together with the British, were pushed back. Among the British soldiers killed in action that day was a former schoolmaster, T.P. Cameron Wilson, whose poem, Magpies in Picardy, began with the verse, "The magpies in Picardy, any more than I can tell, They flicker down the dusty roads and cast a magic spell on the men who march through Picardy to hell. The vast American armies on which the Allies counted to turn the tide of battle on the Western Front were still not yet ready to enter the line. On March 23rd, Lloyd George telegraphed to the British ambassador in Washington, Lord Reading, asking him to explain to President Wilson that in the existing state of Britain's manpower resources, we cannot keep our divisions supplied with drafts for more than a short time at the present rate of loss, and would therefore be helpless to assist our allies if, as is very probable, the enemy turns against them later. Lloyd George told Reading, "You should appeal to President to drop all questions of interpretation of past agreements and send over infantry as fast as possible without transport or other encumbrances. This situation is undoubtedly critical, and, if America delays now, she may be too late." As soon as this telegram was decoded in Washington, Reading called for his car and drove to the White House. Wilson received him at once, acknowledged the gravity of the situation, and asked what he could do. Reading replied that he should send a direct order to General Pershing, telling him that American troops already in France should be brigaded with British and French troops, without waiting until they were numerically large enough to form brigades of their own. The President was silent for a moment. Reading's son has written. Then he replied that under the Constitution he had power to decide without discussion with any of his cabinet, and that he had determined to give the necessary orders. There was no more to be said. The ambassador's son continued. In those few moments, and by that almost curt conversation, the scales had been finally weighed against the enemy. Wilson accompanied Reading to the door. Then, as he said good-bye, he placed his hand on his shoulders and said, "Mr. Ambassador, I'll do my damnedest." On March 24th, the Germans crossed the Somme. As they threatened to drive a wedge between the British and French armies, they created a crisis in the Allied High Command. Haig urged Pétain to send more French troops to his assistance. Pétain refused, fearing that the Germans were about to launch a separate attack on French positions in Champagne. As the acrimonious debate continued, the battle raged. Among the British soldiers killed that day was Lieutenant R.B. Marriott Watson, who had written, in his short poem, Kismet, "Opal fires in the western sky, for that which is written must ever be, and a bullet comes droning, whining by, to the heart of a sentry close to me. For some go early and some go late, a dying scream on the evening air, and who is there that believes in fate as the soul goes out in the sunset flare?" On March 25th, the Germans broke through between the British and French armies, capturing Bapaume and Noyon. As many as 45,000 British and French soldiers had now been taken prisoner. As the British line east of Amiens was threatened with being overrun, a special force of 3,000 men was formed to hold the line. It included 500 United States Railway engineers, thrown into the struggle at its most dangerous moment. In London, the War Cabinet discussed the possibility of the British forces retreating to the Channel ports. "It is quite evident that the Boche means to get to Amiens," General Rawlinson wrote in his diary on March 26th, "and if he does, he will cut the British army off from the ports of Rouen and Havre, as well as separating us from the French army. We can manage without Boulogne and Calais at a pinch." Rawlinson was not without hope. "We shall have some ding-dong fighting," he wrote, "but, with our backs to the wall, we shall, I know, give a good account of ourselves. The Boche reserves are not unlimited." The resistance of the Fifth Army, even in retreat and against enormous odds, was a pointer to the German army's difficulties. On March 26th, on the road to Peronne, General Gough met a wounded British general whose division had been reduced. Gough wrote, "To a small and very weary brigade." The general told him, "Well, we have won the war." What he meant was this, that the Germans, who had begun the attack with a numerical superiority of 4-1, were becoming disheartened by the resistance they faced, in particular by the British soldiers' willingness, when all seemed lost, to counter-attack. As one British officer, a captain, went forward with 20 men, he sang a hymn to sustain his battered nerves. When he and his men approached the Germans in front of them, hands went up, and the Germans surrendered. As another officer, Brigadier General Jackson, led his decimated brigade against the German soldiers facing him, he blew a hunting horn. The German soldiers withdrew. That day, March 26th, after an emergency conference of generals and politicians at Doullens, Marshal Foch was given overall charge of the Allied forces. His first act was to order the French army then holding the line at Saint-Mihiel to move towards Amiens. When Pétain expressed his doubts as to the possibility of holding the line in front of the town, suggesting instead a new line 20 miles further back, Foch cut this pessimism short with the words, "We must fight in front of Amiens. We must stop where we are now. As we have not been able to stop the Germans on the Somme, we must not retire a single centimetre." Not only did the Germans at Soissons drive the French back across the Aisne, they also forced them back towards the Marne, east of Château-Thierry. It seemed to be 1914 over again. On March 27th, the French were driven from Montdidier, only 50 miles from Paris. On that very day, however, near Noyon, French forces halted the German advance, while on the Somme the British took 800 German prisoners. There was still a 10-mile gap between the British and French armies, but Foch was doing his utmost to close it, declaring in his inimitable style, "Lose not another metre of ground." As the Fifth Army held its new line, its commander, General Gough, was removed from his command. He was dismissed abruptly on March 28th, 7 days after the German assault had begun, and left the front on the following day. Within 2 weeks, Lloyd George made much in the House of Commons of Gough's failure and that of his army. The public was satisfied at the thought of an incompetent general and poor troops being the cause of so deep a retreat. The nature of the German onslaught and the ferocity of the British response and the lack of manpower at the front were overlooked. 10 years later, reflecting on those 2 crucial weeks, Lord Birkenhead wrote of Gough in his book, The Turning Points of History, "Yet, with such temerity and courage, did he continue to oppose and muffle the enemy's advance, that, after the first terrible fortnight was past, the front still stood, and Ludendorff's last throw had patently failed. Amiens was saved, so was Paris, so were the Channel ports, so was France, so was England." On March 30th, a successful counter-attack by British, Australian, and Canadian troops, in which most of Muraille Wood was recaptured, signified the turn of the tide for the Allies. The Germans were only 11 miles east of Amiens, but the city eluded them. They had advanced in places as much as 40 miles, overrunning all the Allied gains during the Battle of the Somme, taking 90,000 prisoners and 1,300 guns. But the impetus of their attack was broken, and their own losses were high. Among the German pilots killed was Ludendorff's youngest stepson, shot down over the battlefield. As the battle continued, each side committed all its energies. On a mission to the front, to report back at first hand whether the Allied line could hold, Churchill was impressed by Foch's determination and Clemenceau's courage. Clemenceau's spirit and energy were indomitable, he telegraphed to Lloyd George. It was clear to all observers that a German victory on the Western Front would be the end for the Allies. "The last man may count," was Lloyd George's comment on March 31st to the British dominions, many of whose troops were at the centre of the action. In France, doctors and nurses were ensuring that 60,000 wounded men were returning to the battlefield each month to rejoin the fight. From Britain, more than 100,000 infantry replacements reached France in 2 weeks, many of them 18- and 19-year-olds who had not seen action before. From the United States, following Lord Reading's urging, 120,000 American troops a month would eventually be reaching France. Among the ships converted for the task of transporting them was the ocean liner Aquitania, which brought a total of 90,000 troops to France in 6 transatlantic voyages. But the additional troops on the Western Front were not all on the Allied side. During April, the Germans transferred 8 divisions from the east to the west. April 1st, Easter Monday, marked the 12th consecutive day of fighting. British troops again moved forward, recapturing Rifle Wood and taking 100 Germans prisoner. Among the British dead that day was the poet and painter Isaac Rosenberg. He was 28 years old, and had fought on the Western Front since the summer of 1916. In one of his poems from the trenches he had written, "Heaped stones and a charred signboard shows, with grass between and dead folk under, and some bird sings while the spirit takes wing, and this is life in France." The perceived importance to all armies of maintaining the steady flow of letters to and from the trenches, and the nature of trench war, was such that on April 2nd, the day after Rosenberg's death, a letter he had written 3 days earlier had found its way to the Army Post Office, which date-stamped it and sent it on its way to London. "We are now in the trenches again," he had written to a friend, "and though I feel very sleepy, I just have a chance to answer your letter, so I will while I may. It's really my being lucky enough to bag an inch of candle that incites me to this pitch of punctual epistolary. I must measure my letter by the light." On April 2nd, as a result of Lloyd George's appeal to President Wilson, and a second appeal from Clemenceau made after Churchill enlisted the French leader's help, General Pershing finally agreed that American troops could join the British and French armies in small formations, well before they were numerous enough to form armies of their own. This decision was a boost to Allied morale, even if it meant that the bulk of the American troops already in Europe, who would be arriving at the rate of 120,000 a month, would not yet be in action. This put the Allies at a disadvantage. That day, Churchill, who was still in France, sent a telegram to Lloyd George reporting on the attitude of the French politicians and generals whom he had consulted. "It is considered certain here," he told Lloyd George, "that the Germans will pursue this struggle to a final decision all through the summer, and their resources are at present larger than ours." On April 4th, the Germans launched a renewed attack at Villers-Bretonneux, starting with an artillery bombardment unleashed by more than 1,200 guns and sending 15 divisions against 7 Allied divisions. At first, there was panic among the troops facing this renewed onslaught. Then British and Australian troops drove back the attackers, while 5 French divisions in the Castelcantigny sector also advanced. On the following day, April 5th, Ludendorff called off the Somme offensive. He had decided to abandon the attack on Amiens for good, noting in his memoirs that the enemy resistance was beyond our powers. Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria later wrote, "The final result of the day is the unpleasant fact that our offensive has come to a complete stop, and its continuation without careful preparations promises no success." Despite the setback on the Somme, the power of the Germans to fight elsewhere was considerable. 3 days after the Somme offensive had been called off, as part of a long-devised plan, the Germans prepared for a new offensive along the British front further north, intending to fire 40,000 gas shells against Armentières on the river Lys. The German objective was to cross the Lys, overrun the southern sector of the Ypres salient, and drive to the coast between Calais and Dunkirk. Having returned from London, Churchill reflected on the inevitability of a renewed German military initiative, as a direct result of the ending of the war on the Eastern Front. In a secret note to the War Cabinet on April 7th, he proposed a method whereby Russia could be persuaded to return to the war. A distinguished Allied representative, perhaps the former United States President Theodore Roosevelt, should be sent to Russia to work with the Bolsheviks on a scheme to reopen the Eastern Front. By offering the Bolsheviks a formula such as safeguarding the permanent fruits of the revolution, the Allies would then work out a plan whereby Russia could rid herself of the cruel and increasing pressure of Germany and rejoin the battle. The Civil War and the German inroads into Russia could be used by the Allies to their advantage. "Let us never forget," Churchill explained, "that Lenin and Trotsky are fighting with ropes around their necks. They will leave office for the grave. Show them any real chance of consolidating their power, of getting some kind of protection against the vengeance of a counter-revolution, and they would be non-human not to embrace it." Churchill wanted Britain, France, and the United States to offer to help the Bolsheviks with aid and support. Self-preservation will force them to tread a path which is also ours if they can be helped to gain it. The effort must be made to rebuild some kind of anti-German power in the East. However hopeless the task may seem, it should be persevered in, and every agency, American, Japanese, Romanian, Bolshevik, should be simultaneously invoked. No such effort was made to reopen the Eastern Front. On the Western Front on April 9th, after a bombardment lasting 4.5 hours, the Battle of the Lys began. 14 German divisions attacked on a 10-mile front. As on the Somme 3 weeks earlier, the British were driven back. So too was a Portuguese division, against which the Germans sent 4 divisions, taking 6,000 Portuguese prisoners and creating a gap 3.5 miles wide in the British line. So fierce was the initial German artillery bombardment that one Portuguese battalion refused to go forward into its trenches. Further havoc was caused when 2,000 tons of mustard gas, phosgene, and diphenylchlorothene was discharged against the British forces, incapacitating 8,000 men, of whom many were blinded, and killing 30. The British situation was so grave that on April 9th conscription was extended to Ireland, a measure hitherto avoided because it was so bitterly opposed by the Irish nationalists. The poet W.B. Yeats wrote to Lord Haldane in protest, "I read in the newspaper yesterday that over 300,000 Americans have landed in France in a month, and it seems to me a strangely wanton thing that England, for the sake of 50,000 Irish soldiers, is prepared to hollow another trench between the countries and fill it with blood." It was the opinion of Yeats's friend, Lady Gregory, he informed Haldane, that if conscription were imposed on Ireland, women and children will stand in front of their men and receive the bullets, rather than let them be taken to the front. Irish independence was not on the Allied agenda, but in the second week of April, in Rome, the Allies sponsored a Congress of Oppressed Peoples, designed to encourage the subject masses and minorities inside Germany and Austria-Hungary to assert their rights to become completely independent national states when the war was over. Even the Italian government, so hard-pressed by the struggles on the Isonzo and in the Trentino, accepted the right of the South Slavs to independence, despite earlier hopes of considerable Italian territorial expansion along the Dalmatian coast. Representatives of the Czechoslovak, South Slav, and Polish national committees sat side by side in Rome, together with the Allied publicists and professors who supported them, and many Italian journalists publicizing their cause, among them Benito Mussolini. In Canada, the anti-war feeling that had led so many men to resist enlistment at the end of 1917 re-emerged that spring. Under the Conscription Act, 320 men had been ordered to report towards the end of March to recruiting centres in Quebec, but at least 100 failed to do so. By April 1st, almost all these deserters had been arrested, whereupon anti-conscription rioters ransacked and burned the building containing the military service registration office. They then fired on troops who had been sent to disperse them. The mob used rifles, revolvers, and bricks, the Times reported. The military found it necessary to use a machine gun before the mob was overcome. 4 civilians were killed. To calm the situation, the Canadian government ordered a suspension in the arrest of army deserters. On the Western Front, the situation was worsening for the Allied forces. On April 10th, the British were driven from Messina, which had been gained at such cost 9 months earlier. Almost all the officers in charge of the British gas companies were themselves incapacitated by German gas shells. "Inferno continues," one of them, Donald Grantham, wrote in his diary that day. "Hun is nearing Bethune. Everyone clearing out, everything in a muddle, everyone flying. Refugees on road, terrible. Have left behind in cellar pounds worth of kit." For 6 days the Allies struggled to defend successive lines behind the River Lys. On April 11th, Haig issued a famous special order of the day, in the course of which he declared, "There is no course open to us but to fight it out. Every position must be held to the last man. There must be no retirement. With our backs to the wall and believing in the justice of our cause, each one of us must fight to the end," commented Vera Brittain, whose hospital wards, crowded with badly wounded men, were now much nearer the front. There was a braver spirit in the hospital that afternoon, and though we only referred briefly and brusquely to Haig's message, each one of us had made up her minds that, though enemy airmen blew up our huts and the Germans advanced upon us from Abbeville, so long as wounded men remained in Etaples, there would be no retirement. A few days after Haig's order, Vera Brittain was leaving her sleeping quarters to return to the ward when she had to wait to let a large contingent of soldiers pass by along the main road. They were swinging rapidly towards Camiers, she later recalled, and though the sight of soldiers marching was now too familiar to arouse curiosity, an unusual quality of bold vigor in their stride caused me to stare at them with puzzled interest. They looked larger than ordinary men. Their tall, straight figures were in vivid contrast to the undersized armies of pale recruits to which we were grown accustomed. At first I thought their spruce, clean uniforms were those of officers, yet obviously they could not be officers, for there were too many of them. They seemed, as it were, Tommies in heaven. Had yet another regiment been conjured out of our depleted dominions? I wondered, watching them move with such rhythm, such dignity, such serene consciousness of self-respect. But I knew the colonial troops so well, and these were different. They were assured where the Australians were aggressive, self-possessed where the New Zealanders were turbulent. Then she heard an excited cry from a group of nurses behind her. "Look, look, here are the Americans." Among those escorting the American troops across the Atlantic was the explorer, Sir Ernest Shackleton. That April, after reaching Liverpool from New York in a convoy, he wrote to a friend, "We were 12 ships in all, and carried 25,000 United States troops. When we got to the danger zone, we were met by 7 destroyers, and it was a good job, because the next day we were attacked by 2 submarines. but before they could discharge a torpedo, one of our destroyers dropped a depth charge and blew up one of the Huns. The other cleared off. We had 3,000 troops on our ship. Before these American troops could enter the line, the Allied forces were driven back even further. British, Australian, South African, New Zealand, French, and Belgian troops. On April 12th, a British division that had been brought back from Italy was thrown into the battle. That same day, in the air, 170 British planes engaged the Germans in combat above Merville, losing 10 planes and shooting down 5. The onslaught could not be halted. Yet the Germans, too, were feeling the effects of the daily attrition. "We are all utterly exhausted and burned out," Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria wrote on April 15th. "Everywhere I hear complaints of the accommodation of man and horse in the totally ravaged country, and the heavy loss from bombs, particularly in horses, which could not be hidden from sight." On April 15th, the British evacuated the Passchendaele Ridge, won at such terrible cost a mere 5 months earlier. From Haig and Foch came an appeal for American troops to join the battle immediately. General Pershing, having promised the French and British 3 weeks earlier that he would send what troops he could to the front, addressed the 900 officers of the 1st Division that day. "You are going to meet a savage enemy, flushed with victory. Meet them like Americans. When you hit, hit hard, and don't stop hitting. You don't know the meaning of the word defeat." The need for American participation was evident everywhere and every day. On April 16th, more than 1,000 New Zealand troops were taken prisoner. 4 days later, south of Ypres, the Germans launched another massive gas bombardment, firing 9 million rounds of mustard gas, phosgene, and diphenylchloroarsine, a total of 2,000 tons of poison gas. More than 8,000 British soldiers were gassed, and 43 killed. The battle in the air was continuous, but not always to the German advantage. On April 7th, the Zeppelin L-59, which had just dropped 14,000 pounds of bombs on the Italian naval base at Naples and on a nearby steel plant, accidentally caught fire and exploded over the Adriatic. None of its crew of 22 survived. On April 20th, Germany's best-known fighter ace, Baron Manfred von Richthofen, the Red Baron, shot down his 80th Allied plane northeast of Villers-Bretonneux, behind German lines. The pilot, a 19-year-old Rhodesian, 2nd Lieutenant D.G. Lewis, was made a prisoner of war. But on the following day, above the Somme, Richthofen was shot down by a Canadian airman, Captain Roy Brown. He managed to land his plane alongside the Bray-Corby Road, but when nearby Australian troops reached it, he was dead. A hero had died, and a legend was born. 23. The battle. The battle. Nothing else counts. April to June, 1918. A few of the long-awaited, much-needed American troops were in action on the 20th of April 1918, in the Saint-Mihiel salient. That day, 2 companies, 655 officers and men in all, who had been stationed in the village of Seicheprey for the past month, were caught in an attack by 2,800 German troops. Almost half of the Germans were specially trained shock troops. The Americans, outnumbered by more than 4 to 1, fell back with heavy losses. Entering Seicheprey, the Germans destroyed such fortifications as they could find, and then withdrew to their original front line. 81 Americans had been killed, more than 200 incapacitated by gas, 187 wounded, and 187 were either missing or taken prisoner. Pershing was angered by what he regarded, even in the circumstances of being outnumbered, as bad American generalship. He was only prevented from removing certain senior officers, including one who had refused to mount a counterattack, by the decision of the French Corps commander, General Passaga, to award the Croix de Guerre to those very officers, and to many others, a boost for American morale. Lloyd George was scathing. "This kind of result," he wrote, "is bound to occur on an enormous scale if a largely amateur United States Army is built up without the guidance of more experienced general officers, that is, without the guidance of British and French officers." This view was also expressed at British General Headquarters, which was supervising the training of 7 American divisions. "The American commanders and staffs are almost wholly untrained," was the comment there, while Haig wrote in his diary that it would be criminal to count on Americans' help that spring or even summer. Anti-American feeling was widespread in high British and French military circles, where the Americans were portrayed as amateurs, interlopers, and latecomers. Winston Churchill, whose mother was American-born, understood that the real problem on the Western Front was the German superiority. In a conversation in London on April 23rd, he told General Pershing that the Germans had plenty of artillery and ammunition, notwithstanding recent losses. As the struggle on the Western Front continued, the Royal Navy devised a plan to prevent German submarines from using the shelter of the canal at Zeebrugge as a base for their attacks on Allied shipping in the North Sea. Despite the growing British success in hunting submarines, they continued to be built almost as swiftly as they were being destroyed. Plans had been made to bring considerable numbers of American troops and their supplies across the Atlantic that summer. It had become necessary, Foch later wrote, to close one of the layers from which the enemy submarines threatened the vital communications of the Allies. 6 miles inland from Zeebrugge, and linked to it by canal, were concrete submarine shelters so thick as to be impervious to Allied air attack. As well as shelters, the base at Bruges contained the floating docks, workshops, and stores indispensable to maintain, repair, and arm the German submarine fleet. On an average day, 18 submarines would be at Bruges, as well as 25 destroyers or torpedo boats, for the canal was wide enough and deep enough to allow the passage even of a light cruiser. On April 23rd, St. George's Day, 3 old British cruisers were sent across the North Sea, with a large naval force in support, to be sunk as block ships at the entrance to the submarine refuge. The man who planned the operation, Vice Admiral Roger Keyes, had been the naval officer who, 2.5 years earlier, had been so keen to renew the naval attack at the Dardanelles. As the force set out, Keyes sent a signal for all ships, "St. George for England," to which his deputy, Captain Carpenter, replied, "May we give the Dragon's tail a damned good twist." It was a daring and risky enterprise. 8 Victoria Crosses were awarded for it. The fortified mole guarding Zeebrugge harbour was stormed, many of its facilities were destroyed, and the railway viaduct leading to it was broken. Carpenter later commented, "We heard afterwards that a German cyclist corps was hurriedly sent to reinforce the mole garrison, and, not knowing that the viaduct had been destroyed, they were precipitated into the sea, and thus infringed the Gadarene copyright." The block ships were put in place just inside the entrance to the canal, but within 3 weeks the Germans had dredged a canal around them, and German submarines were once again able to renew their depredations in the North Sea and beyond. The British losses in the raid had been 200 killed and 400 wounded. In an attempt to create dissension among the Allies, the Germans made propaganda in the United States with criticism that American ships had not been asked to participate in the action. An American battle squadron, commanded by a senior American naval officer, Rear Admiral Hugh Rodman, had for some time been an integral part of the British North Sea Fleet, but its officers and men had not been called upon. Captain Carpenter later explained, "If we had transferred a few score American officers and men to Chatham, where there were no American ships for special training with our own, curiosity would have been aroused at once. Comment would have followed, and in a very short while the secret might have been public property." Admiral Rodman, however, who had earlier served in the Panama Canal Zone, let us have the benefit of his experiences with regard to questions of salvage. The British public responded with enthusiasm to the story of Zeebrugge. Less was said of the simultaneous attack that day on the canal entrance at Ostend, which also led to the submarine base at Bruges. That raid, also made in force, failed to block the entrance at all. Not only the awards, but also public recognition went more readily to success. On the Western Front, the German advance continued. On April 24th, assisted by 13 tanks, German troops took Villers-Bretonneux. That day saw the first battle between tank and tank, when a British heavy tank knocked out its first adversary, and the others turned and fled. 7 British tanks then pushed forward into the German infantry positions, and did great execution, General Rawlinson noted in his diary. They claim 400 killed, at least. The impetus of the German thrust had almost completely waned. On April 25th, a British-Australian night attack recaptured Villers-Bretonneux, taking 600 Germans prisoner. That same day, 96 German aircraft dropped 700 bombs on French positions around Mount Kemmel, and fired 60,000 machine gun rounds, before driving the French off the hill. On the following day, however, French troops forced the Germans back from both Vormezela and Locre. At Longemarck, on April 28th, it was the Belgians who drove off a German attack. On April 29th, the Germans attacked again, using 13 divisions along a 10-mile front. Once more they drove the British and French back, but only a small distance. They were to get no further forward. That night, Ludendorff called the offensive to a halt. More than 30,000 German and 20,000 Allied soldiers had been killed within 3 weeks. The German drive to the coast, like the drive to Paris in 1914, had been halted. The Battle of the Lys was a turning point, not only in German military fortunes, but in German battlefield morale. Many soldiers were depressed and exhausted, seeing no further prospect of breaching the Allied line. It was nearly 4 years since the Archduke Franz Ferdinand had been assassinated in Sarajevo. Who could now remember the causes and sequences, twists and turns, charges and countercharges, which had led to such a widespread and all-consuming war? Yet the repercussions of Gavrot-Princip's act were being acted out in blood without any end in sight. On April 28th, in a prison hospital in the Austrian fortress town of Theresienstadt, Princip died of tuberculosis, aged 22. The medical help of a military surgeon, Dr. Jan Levitt, failed to save him. Also at Theresienstadt were 5,000 Russian and 500 Italian prisoners of war. Some of the Russians were from the Muslim regions of the Russian Empire. For them, the Austrians had built a mosque. Those who died while in captivity are buried just outside the fortress walls, a Russian monument honoring them. 40 miles from Theresienstadt in Prague, Czech national feeling remained an ever-present threat to the unity and war-making zeal of Austria-Hungary. On April 13th, in the Smetana Hall, a focal point of patriotic activity, delegates gathered from every Czech town to pledge to build a state of their own. On what had been the Eastern Front, the Germans had continued to advance in the areas where the Bolsheviks had withdrawn or were weak. On April 5th, they occupied the eastern Ukrainian city of Kharkov. 8 days later, they entered the Finnish capital, Helsinki, formerly the capital of the Russian province of Finland. In Petrograd, now a city at peace, albeit under Bolshevik rule, and stripped of its Finnish and Baltic hinterlands, Prokofiev's classical symphony, written by the composer in the enthusiasm of social renewal, was given its first performance on April 21st. 3 days later, the Germans entered Simferopol, the capital of the Crimea. On April 29th, a senior German army officer, General Groener, established military rule throughout the Ukraine, whose 1918 harvest would be gathered for the German war effort. 2 days later, the Germans occupied the Black Sea port and arsenal of Sebastopol. At sea, in April 1918, more than 100 merchant ships had been sunk by German submarines, and 488 lives had been lost. Troop transports were also a continual target. In May, in the Mediterranean, 99 lives were lost on the Liso Castle, and 44 on the Messier, both of them torpedoed by German submarines off Egypt. On May 14th, however, another troop ship, the 46,359-ton ocean liner Olympic, rammed and sank the German submarine U-103. To arm the Americans once they reached France, the British Ministry of Munitions under Churchill was making prodigious efforts to increase British munitions production, as well as manufacturing tanks and aircraft for the new ally. Early in May, Churchill was able to offer the Americans 225 heavy guns for the summer and another 50 for November, the latter for the campaign of 1919, in which the Allies hoped that the American troops, more than 3 million of whom were expected to be in Europe by the summer of 1919, would turn the balance against the Central Powers. The next year's campaign had begun to exercise the planners more and more. On May 24th, a British tank officer, Lieutenant Colonel Fuller, prepared a Plan 1919, which envisaged nearly 5,000 Allied tanks effecting a major breakthrough on the Western Front in 1919. The British cabinet, anxious to maintain a sense of duty on the home front into the early months of 1919, decided on May 28th not to allow horse racing during the winter season. The first national hunt race of that season was scheduled for the 1st of January 1919. The planning for 1919 took place under the shadow of a possible renewed German offensive in the summer of 1918. In an attempt to strengthen the immediate number of Allied troops in the line, a meeting of the Supreme War Council of Allied leaders, presided over by Clemenceau, met at Abbeville, near the Channel coast, on May 1st. First, Clemenceau, then Lloyd George, and finally Foch sought Pershing's permission to bring the existing American troops into the line at once. Foch went so far as to say that unless this was done, and American infantrymen and machine-gun units sent forward immediately, all would be lost. Pershing was adamant, telling the conference with some acerbity, "I do not suppose that the American army is to be entirely at the disposal of the French and British commands," and he added, "We must look forward to the time when we have our own army." Lloyd George, while agreeing to a separate American army in principle, told Pershing, "At the present time, however, we are engaged in what is perhaps the decisive battle of the war. If we lose this battle, we shall need tonnage to take home what there is left of the British and American armies." This threat had no effect on Pershing, of whom Foch asked angrily, "You're willing to risk our being driven back to the Loire?" Undaunted by the rhetoric, Pershing replied, "Yes, I am willing to take the risk. Moreover, the time may come when the American army will have to stand the brunt of this war, and it is not wise to fritter away our resources in this manner." Foch replied that the war might be over before the American army was ready to enter the battle. The meeting ended with a final altercation. Lloyd George, Can't you see that the war will be lost unless we get this support? Pershing: Gentlemen, I have thought this program over very deliberately and will not be coerced. The Abbeville meeting resumed on May 2nd, when Lloyd George, after pointing out that since March 21st the British casualties had been 280,000 and the French more than 340,000 men, told Pershing, "If the United States does not come to our aid, then perhaps the enemy's calculations will be correct. If France and Great Britain should have to yield, their defeat would be honourable, for they would have fought to their last man, while the United States would have to stop without having put into the line more men than little Belgium." Pershing told the conference that America had declared war independently of the other Allies, and must face it with a powerful army. He also wished to emphasize that the morale of the soldiers depends upon their fighting under our own flag. He then proposed a compromise, which Clemenceau and Lloyd George had no option but to accept. The 130,000 American infantrymen and machine gunners being transported across the Atlantic that May in British ships, and a further 150,000 in June, could join the Allied line, but he would make no provision for July. American shipping resources would continue to be used exclusively to create an American army, for service in the field as such when it was ready. By the end of May, there would be 650,000 American troops in Europe. As a result of Pershing's compromise, 2/3 of them would not be joining the line until they could do so as an American army. Foch was depressed, Clemenceau angry, and Lloyd George bitterly disappointed, writing to the British ambassador in Washington, "It is maddening to think that though the men are there, the issue may be endangered because of the short-sightedness of one general, and the failure of his government to order him to carry out their undertakings." As the Anglo-American quarrel continued, so did the daily death toll on the battlefields and behind the lines. On May 5th, a British soldier, Gunner Francis Barber, of the 32nd Siege Battery Royal Garrison Artillery, died in a German military hospital at Condé of wounds received in action. He is one of 90 British soldiers buried at the nearby French cemetery who died in that hospital while they were in German captivity. He was 37 years old. His son, Stephen, born in 1914, was killed in action in Normandy in 1944. In the east, the Germans were following up their victories. On May 7th, the Romanians signed the Peace of Bucharest with the Central Powers, who gained military control of the mouth of the Danube. Bulgaria, as its reward for attacking Romania as Germany and Austria's ally, received the coastal lands that it had lost to Romania in the Balkan War of 1913. On May 12th, at the Belgian resort town of Spa, the Kaiser and the Emperor Charles signed an agreement for the joint German-Austrian economic exploitation of the Ukraine. 2 days later, the Kaiser declared that Lithuania was free from the old shackles of Russian rule, and allied to Germany. That month, national aspirations began to emerge in the Austrian army. On May 12th, there was a mutiny in the heart of Austria, at the Styrian town of Judenburg, when an infantry platoon captured the barracks and munition stores, looted the food stores, and destroyed the telephone and telegraph lines. The platoon was largely Slovene. Their cry was, "Let us go home, comrades. This is not only for us, but also for our friends on the fronts. The war must be ended now. Whoever is a Slovene, join us. We are going home. They should give us more to eat and end the war. Up with the Bolsheviks. Long live bread. Down with the war." The mutiny was quickly suppressed, and 6 Slovenes were executed. But the mutinies spread, and within a few weeks both a Ruthenian battalion and a Serbian unit in the Austrian army had mutinied, though both revolts were quickly crushed. On May 17th in Prague, a provocatively named Conference of the Suppressed Nations of Austria-Hungary was held, unchallenged. A fourth mutiny, by Czech troops, broke out in Rumberg 4 days later. They refused to go to the front unless they were paid the money due to them when they were prisoners of war in Russia. They occupied the town, received some support from the local Czech citizens, and threatened to march on Prague. A few took the train to Prague, declaring that they would put an end to the war once they arrived. But they were intercepted before the train reached Prague and disarmed. At the subsequent court-martial, 10 Czechs were sentenced to death, and 560 imprisoned. The mutiny was over, but the local governor warned Vienna, in no uncertain terms. Had the rebels succeeded in advancing southward, and had they found support, and this was by no means impossible, among the civilians in these regions, we might by now have faced a regular revolution in several parts of Bohemia. Both in Vienna and Berlin, the authorities had to keep alert to any danger of revolution, and were responsive to any calls for help against Bolshevism. In southern Russia, the new leader of the Don Cossacks, General Krasnov, appealed to the Germans on May 16th for financial and military help against the Red Army. This was given readily, and included 15 million rubles and 12,000 rifles. German influence extended across 1,000 miles of southern Russia. That day, in Finland, the Finnish national leader, General Mannerheim, entered Helsinki at the head of 16,000 men. More than a century of Tsarist rule, 6 months of Bolshevik control, and most recently German military occupation were over. On the former Caucasus front, Germany's ally Turkey was driving the Armenians out of what was left of their homeland, occupying the former Russian city of Kars, which had been Turkish until 1878, and pressing eastward into the Armenian heartland, occupying Alexandropol on May 15th, and defeating more than 6,000 Armenians 3 days later. For another 10 days the Armenians fought tenaciously, at one point pushing the Turks back 30 miles, but on May 26th, at the Battle of Karakalis, the Turks were victorious, and 5,000 Armenians made their escape over the mountain passes. On May 28th, Armenia declared her independence. It was a short-lived culmination of long-held aspirations. Within 2 weeks, hundreds of Armenians were being massacred by Tatars south of the Georgian capital of Tiflis. The Turks, advancing 3 months later into the former Russian Caucasus, and in due course reaching the Caspian Sea, murdered more than 400,000 Armenian civilians, townsmen, villagers, women and children. In Berlin, Albert Einstein, who, since his call for a post-war united Europe in 1914, had published his general theory of relativity, was worried that he was failing to take any part in the protests against war to which his fellow signatory of 1914, George Nicolai, had continued to devote himself. "You are in no way to be reproached because you sit in Berlin and work," Nicolai wrote to him on May 18th. "If anyone has a right, as a latter-day Archimedes, to cry out to the mercenaries of war, 'Noli tangere circulos meos,' it is surely you." Nicolai added that he was much more firmly convinced than I was at the time we wrote the manifesto to Europeans that the impending cultural collapse can only be avoided if the idea of Europe, pure and simple, prevails. 5 weeks later, denounced and hounded for his pacifism, Nicolai escaped by aeroplane from Germany to Denmark. In German-occupied Belgium, it was 3 years since the first printings and circulation of an illegal patriotic newspaper, Libre Belgique. Its network had been wide, its operations vexing for the Germans. At the end of January 1918, most of the paper's distributors, 61 in all, had been arrested, the Kaiser sending a telegram of congratulations to the military governor, General von Falkenhausen, whom the paper had described as a bird of prey sent to live on the palpitating flesh of Belgium. The Kaiser himself was His Satanic Majesty in the paper's parlance. On May 15th, the 61 were brought to trial in Brussels. They were sentenced to imprisonment, some for 10 and 12 years. After a short interval, the paper appeared once more, the next issue, number 143, being produced almost single-handed by Abbe van den Hout, who, on a treadle press, printed 7,000 copies, and then arranged for the paper to be reprinted in Antwerp. Copies of Libre Belgique were even smuggled into internment camps in Germany. At one of these, Soltau, readings were given from it to 400 or 500 internees, among them a Belgian student, Paul van Zeeland, who had been elected spokesman for the other prisoners. On the Western Front, and above Britain and Germany, there was much activity in the air during May. The lock gates at Zeebrugge were among the British targets, as were railway junctions inside Germany itself. On May 18th, in retaliation for German air raids on British cities, 33 British aircraft bombed Cologne, doing much damage to buildings in the city and killing 110 civilians. On the following night, 28 German Gotha bombers struck at London, and 48 civilians were killed. 6 of the bombers were shot down in flames by British pilots, and 3 more crashed when they reached their home aerodromes. These large two-engined aircraft reached London across Kent. The air raid warning was by changing the gas pressure. A 10-year-old British schoolboy, Desmond Flower, later recalled, when the lights went up and down twice, all window curtains had to be drawn. On their way to London, from whatever direction they came, the German bombers had to fly through skillfully designed anti-aircraft barrages, arranged in the form of an enormous oblong box across the countryside. The young Flower remembered how, as soon as the raid began, the anti-aircraft guns barked continually at the giants lumbering overhead. Shell fragments pattered down like rain, but that would never prevent father from parading around outside to see what was going on, however much we implored him to come in. One night I stayed awake for a long time, listening to a bomber groaning round and round, trying to find a way out of the box barrage in which it was caught. It did not succeed. When it was shot down, the droning stopped, and I went back to sleep. German air raids on French munition dumps for 4 successive days from May 19th led to the destruction of more than 12,000 tons of Allied ammunition. In a German air raid on the railway bridge at Etaples that month, some of the bombs missed the bridge and hit a British hospital, killing several wounded soldiers and the nurses that were looking after them. 9 members of the Women's Auxiliary Army Corps were also killed. Their work in France included giving instruction in the use of gas masks, clerical work, and cooking in army camps. On both sides the scale of the bombing raids was small, yet they were a new and visible arm in warfare, constantly improving in effectiveness. In the 3rd week of May, British Handley Page bombers, known as Bloody Paralysers, attacked a German chemical works at Oppau, gasworks at Mannheim, and railway workshops and engines at Carthouse. On May 22nd, 9 German Gotha bombers approached Paris. An intense anti-aircraft barrage drove 8 of them away, but 1 got through, dropping several bombs and killing 1 person. The Times reported an exciting struggle between the raider trying to get away and the guns concentrating to bring it down lasted fully half an hour. There were 3 further bombing raids on Paris in June, and considerable action in the air above the battle zones. On June 2nd, a day on which the Germans claimed to have shot down 38 Allied aircraft for the loss of 17 of their own, a German pilot, Hermann Göring, received the Pour le Mérite. On the following day, the British instituted a new decoration for bravery in aerial combat, the Distinguished Flying Cross. A month earlier, on May 9th, Hitler had been awarded a German regimental diploma for outstanding bravery. The Germans were in control of 2 of pre-war Russia's most prosperous regions, the Ukraine and the Baltic. They had helped the Finns drive the Bolsheviks out of Finland, where German troops remained as a guarantee of independence. On May 27th, an independent Georgian republic was set up under German protection, but Germany was not to be the only military bastion against the Bolsheviks. On May 23rd, the British War Cabinet had taken a decision to dispatch a 560-strong military mission to the port of Archangel, and a further 600 men to Murmansk to guard the British military stores there that had earlier been sent through the Arctic as Britain's military contribution to the Russian army. The British also offered to train the hundreds of thousands of anti-Bolshevik Russians to defend themselves against any future Bolshevik assault. 3 days later, in Siberia, 60,000 Czech troops, who had made their way through Siberia to the far east of Russia after the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk had liberated all Austrian prisoners of war, turned actively against the Bolsheviks. These Czechs, who for almost 4 years had been an integral part of the armies of the Central Powers, now declared themselves for the Allies, and formed a Czech legion, determined from afar to see the Central Powers destroyed and Czechoslovakia become an independent state. They even tried to find a way to return to Europe to fight with the Allies, but their immediate battle, as of the last week of May 1918, was against the Bolsheviks. On May 27th, they seized the Siberian town of Chelyabinsk. 4 days later, Petropavlovsk and Tomsk. The German High Command had not given up hope of breaking the Allied line on the Western Front. On May 27th, Ludendorff tried again, hoping to repeat the initial successes of 2 months earlier, and even to reach Paris. 4,000 guns opened fire in the very early hours of that morning on a 24-mile front. The Third Battle of the Aisne had begun. On the French sector of the Chemin des Dames, the attacking forces drove through the lines to a depth of 12 miles, annihilating 4 French divisions. Between Soissons and Rheims, the Germans broke through 4 more French and 4 British divisions to reach the Aisne in less than 6 hours. At the village of La Ville-aux-Bois-le-Pontevert, a British battalion and a field battery refused to withdraw despite the overwhelming firepower hurled against them. The guns continued to fire, and resistance did not cease until every man was killed or captured. A French memorial records at the site of the gun battery's resistance. For this action, the whole British battery was awarded the Croix de Guerre. Of the 540 graves in the Commonwealth War Graves Commission Cemetery at Ville-aux-Bois, 413 are the graves of unknown soldiers. By the end of May 28th, a 40-mile-wide, 15-mile-deep wedge had been driven through the Allied lines. Among the British soldiers killed that day was Major Bertram Cartland, who had been on the Western Front since 1914, which in itself, writes his daughter, was a miracle of survival. That day the Kaiser visited the California position, a lookout post near Croan, from which, in 1814, Napoleon had witnessed one of his last victories over the Allies ranged against him. Despite the ferocity of the German attack in 1918, however, the Allies were not everywhere beaten back, and at Cantigny on the Somme, in the first sustained American offensive of the war, nearly 4,000 Americans, a full brigade, were in action that day. The French provided the air cover, as well as 368 heavy guns and trench mortars, and flamethrower teams to assist the advance through the village. The American infantrymen were preceded by 12 French heavy tanks. Each American soldier carried with him 220 rounds of ammunition, 3 sandbags, 2 hand grenades, 1 rifle grenade, 2 water canteens, and iron rations, as well as 2 cakes of chocolate and a lemon and chewing gum as thirst quenchers. A 2-hour artillery barrage preceded the attack, and Cantigny was quickly overrun. The flamethrowers were particularly effective. One American, Clarence R. Hubner, recalled how he saw a German soldier run out of a dugout just as I had seen rabbits in Kansas come out of burning straw stacks. The German ran about 15 yards and then fell over dead. The Americans took about 100 German prisoners that day, but, one historian has written, some they did not take. These were the last-ditch machine gunners, who fired until their ammunition was exhausted and then tried to surrender. For some American soldiers, it was simply too much to see a buddy machine-gunned and then hear his killer yell, "Kamerad," to escape retaliation. They killed the Kamerad with mixed feelings of grief and hate. Cantigny village was under American control. No inch was to be given up, was Pershing's instruction. 7 German counterattacks followed in the space of 72 hours. During the continuing battle, 200 American soldiers were killed and a further 200 incapacitated by the German gas attacks. Under the strain of the continual shelling and the fatigue of 3 days in action, men became, in the words of their commander, Colonel Hanson E. Ely, half crazy, temporarily insane. One American lieutenant began shooting wildly at his fellow soldiers until he was killed by a German shell. After 3 days of battle and bombardment, the Americans were exhausted. When relief finally came, Colonel Ely recalled, they could only stagger back, hollow-eyed, with sunken cheeks, and if one stopped for a moment, he would fall asleep. The Americans held Cantigny. The impact of its capture was threefold. It deprived the Germans of an important observation point. It gave Pershing a further argument for an independent United States command, and it provided, according to one American military historian, the first cold foreboding to the German that this was not, as he had hoped, a rabble of amateurs approaching. Despite the American success at Cantigny, the onward German thrust continued. On May 29th, German troops entered Soissons. By the end of that 3rd day of the onslaught, more than 50,000 French soldiers had been taken prisoner, as well as 650 artillery pieces and 2,000 machine guns. On May 30th, the Germans reached the river Marne, near Château Thierry. That night, Pershing dined with Foch and his senior staff officers. He later recalled, "It would be difficult to imagine a more depressed group of officers. They sat through the meal, scarcely speaking a word, as they contemplated what was probably the most serious situation of the war." On June 1st, German troops were 40 miles from Paris, 10 miles nearer the capital than they had been in April. On June 2nd, they overran one of the forts defending Rheims, the Fort de la Pompelle, but a French counterattack regained the fort, capturing 200 German soldiers and 4 tanks. That day, the Supreme War Council met at Versailles. Once again, as in 1914, the French government was preparing to leave Paris and move south. Tens of thousands of civilians were fleeing from the capital, as they had done in 1914, and were to do again in 1940. Once more the French appealed to Pershing. asking for an immediate transfer of American troops to the French sector of the disintegrating front, and their temporary amalgamation with French units. Pershing, as determined as ever not to give up the prospect of an independent American army, or to see that prospect recede, resisted all arguments. Foch, distraught, repeated again and again, "The battle, the battle, nothing else counts." When, during the discussions at Versailles, the French asked for 250,000 American troops to join the line in June and a further 250,000 in July, Pershing stunned them by replying that apart from the 3 divisions ready to embark, there were only 263,852 more trained men in the United States. This was far fewer than the Allies had imagined possible, but it was the true figure in all its precision. The great American contribution to Allied manpower would not be ready until the end of the year, possibly not even until 1919. Then we can expect practically nothing from the United States after the present schedules are completed, Clemenceau remarked. That is a great disappointment. Those present schedules envisaged between 120,000 and 150,000 American troops a month, and no more. To the suggestion that additional American troops should be sent over to Europe untrained, Pershing insisted that they complete their training while still in the United States. Men learned quicker in France, was Foch's reply. When Lloyd George suggested that the Americans should be trained in Britain by the British, Pershing answered that he would not surrender my prerogatives in this matter. The British and French leaders lost patience with the American commander-in-chief. As Pershing was suggesting that the French mobilize the next class of French youth, Lloyd George interrupted with the words, "Why, General Pershing, you surely would not put those mere boys into the trenches." Exasperated, Pershing replied, "Mr. Prime Minister, you have suggested we put American boys not as well trained as the French boys you refer to into the trenches. I cannot see the distinction." Pershing got his way. American troops would be trained in the United States. The terms of the earlier agreement at Abbeville would be adhered to, though he agreed to a slight increase in numbers. Pershing would put into the line, as and where the French needed them, 170,000 troops in June and 140,000 in July, but not a man more. The remaining troops that were scheduled to arrive, 190,000, would become part of Pershing's own supply and support system for the future American army. The demands of the battle activated the agreement at once, as American troops were sent to the Marne east of Chateau Thierry, where they blew up a bridge to prevent the Germans crossing to the south. They were also sent through Meaux to the closest point of the German advance towards Paris. On their way they encountered thousands of refugees, mostly villagers and farmers, fleeing from the advancing German army, and innumerable groups of 3 or 4 French soldiers also hurrying away from the battle zone. As the American troops drew closer to the front, they found whole villages that had been looted by the retreating French troops. Where wine cellars had been looted, drunkenness added to indiscipline. A French peasant who tried to protect his property had been tied to a chair and beaten. Closer still to the front, the Americans met wounded French troops falling back, the walking wounded, their heads bandaged, their arms in slings. "The Boche are coming," the French warned wearily, to which the Americans replied, as encouragement, "We're here." "Ah, oui," was the French response, "but the Boche, he is still coming." When the American troops reached the front, astride the Paris-Metz road, a French general instructed them to hold the line at all hazard. French units were still falling back, some of the soldiers calling out to the Americans as they passed them, on June 1st, that the war was over, la guerre finie. The Americans held the line. They were helped by the Germans' own exhaustion at the end of a 6-day struggle, and by the great distance created by the German advance, which created formidable difficulties of supply. Not only did the Americans hold the line, however, but they also made small advances, creating an immediate boost to French military and civilian morale. One Frenchman who understood and shared this reaction was Jean de Pierrefeu, an officer on Petain's staff. "We all had the impression," he later wrote, "that we were about to see a wonderful transfusion of blood. Life was coming in floods to reanimate the dying body of France." On the British front, General Freyberg was among those in action on June 3rd, when he suffered his 9th serious injury. "I was wounded by a big shell during a minor operation," he wrote to a friend. "I was very shaken for a bit. It threw me several yards and wounded me in the leg and head. I had the bits out at the casualty clearing station. It was rather an ordeal." The man in the bed next to him had 2 legs and an arm off. To help staunch the German advance, 10,000 French and 10,000 British troops were brought from the Salonika front. There, Bulgarian deserters warned the Allies of an imminent offensive, but the offensive had to be cancelled because of a mutiny among the Bulgarian forces. Matters were far from well that summer for the Central Powers. In Hungary, on May 20th, in their barracks at Pécs, 2,000 Hungarian troops had refused to go to the front, occupied the camp weapons stores, and were helped in their mutiny by local coal miners. 3 loyal regiments had to be ordered to suppress the mutiny. War-ravaged, revolution-harassed Russia was becoming a new battle zone. On June 3rd, 2 German battalions landed at Poti for service in support of the authorities in the Crimea. On the following day, 150 Royal Marines landed at the northern Russian port of Pechenga to protect Allied stores and support the local anti-Bolsheviks. That same day, a member of one of the German royal houses, the Duke of Württemberg, accepted the throne of Lithuania. But another German prince, Crown Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria, was pressing the German Chancellor, Count Herding, to open peace talks with Britain, France, and Italy, while Germany and Austria still held the military ascendancy in the West. His request was rebuffed, the Chancellor replying that the collapse of France at least was still likely. The political and military wars were marching side by side. On June 3rd, Britain, France, and Italy announced their full support for Polish, Czech, and Yugoslav statehood. On the following day, encouraged to do so by the British, Dr. Chaim Weizmann, the Zionist leader, met the Emir Faisal, the leader of the Arab revolt, near the port of Aqaba, and worked out with him what seemed to be a satisfactory Arab support for a Jewish national home in Palestine. A senior British general noted after the meeting that both T.E. Lawrence, who helped set the meeting up, and Weizmann see the lines of Arab and Zionist policy converging in the not-distant future. In the following week, a renewed Arab offensive cut off the Turkish garrison in Ma'an. In Allenby's army, on the coastal plain north of Jaffa, waiting to advance north of Jerusalem, 5,000 Palestinian Jews, many of them Russian-born, were under arms. "I would welcome any good understanding with the Jews," Faisal wrote to Mark Sykes a month after the Aqaba meeting, and, he added, "I admit that some ignorant Arabs despise the Jews, but ignorance everywhere are the same, and, on the whole, such incidents compare favorably with what the Jews suffer in more advanced lands." At that very moment, in towns and villages throughout the Ukraine, several thousand Jews were being murdered by anti-Bolshevik whites, whose historic anti-Semitism, combining with a new hatred of the noted Jewish presence among the Bolshevik leadership, renewed the violent pogroms of a decade and a half earlier. On June 3rd, German forces crossed the Marne at Jolgon, using 8 enormous ladders, telescoped like firemen's ladders, and thrown across the river. Each ladder was only wide enough for 2 men to crawl forward side by side. Once across, another 14 ladders were laid down, and a small bridgehead was established with 6 machine guns. Again, it was as though August 1914 had come again, with Chateau Thierry only 6 miles to the west, vulnerable to capture from both sides of the river. But, at Chateau Thierry, 2 United States divisions had already been in the line for 2 days, and it was American troops who attacked the German bridgehead. 100 Germans were taken prisoner. The rest were forced to return in boats or swim back. Also on June 3rd, on the other side of Chateau Thierry, 5 miles to the west of the town, American tenacity emerged during a German attack at Belleau Wood. As the American Marine Brigade was ordered into action, Sergeant Dan Daly called out, "Come on, you sons of bitches. Do you want to live forever?" At the end of the day, 1,087 Marines had been killed. When the question arose of an American withdrawal, an American officer is said to have declared with indignation, "Retreat hell, we just got here." In the French Chamber of Deputies, Clemenceau reflected this spirit when he declared on June 4th, "I shall fight before Paris, I shall fight in Paris, I shall fight behind Paris." He also spoke of the ultimate success that is within our grasp, that we are on the very eve of grasping, if only we have enough tenacity. Not every observer shared this confidence. On the day of Clemenceau's speech, the Secretary to the British War Cabinet, Sir Maurice Hankey, a former Royal Marine, wrote in his diary, "I do not like the outlook. The Germans are fighting better than the Allies, and I cannot exclude the possibility of disaster." 24. The Allied counterattack. June to August 1918. On the 3rd of June 1918, a French code-breaker, Georges Painvin, decrypted a top-secret German radio signal which gave details of a German attack in the French sector of the Western Front, scheduled to begin on June 7th. The signal also revealed that the attack was to take place between Montdidier and Compiègne. This precious intelligence enabled the French to make diligent preparations. German troops were once more only 45 miles from Paris. On June 6th, the day before the new German assault, British troops advanced in their sector southwest of Rheims, driving the Germans from the village in Bligny. Above the warring armies, 1,000 British and French aircraft were in continuous, fierce conflict. That night, 6 British bombers attacked German railway yards at Metz and Thionville. At midnight, on June 7th, the Germans prepared to launch the attack for which the French, thanks to their signals intelligence, had been alerted. As a result of having been forewarned, the French launched a massive artillery bombardment 10 minutes in advance of the German one. When the German bombardment came, however, it was even more intense, with 750,000 pounds of mustard gas, phosgene, and diphenylchloracine being fired, 15,000 tons of gas shells, nearly 4,000 French soldiers were incapacitated by gas, and 32 were killed. At 4:30 on the morning of June 8th, the German infantrymen attacked, advancing more than 5 miles and taking 8,000 prisoners. On June 9th, they advanced a further 2 miles, forcing the French to evacuate several strong points. Pershing, who was with Clemenceau that day, was asked his opinion of the outcome of the battle. "Well, Mr. President," he replied, "it may not look encouraging just now, but we are certain to win in the end." Clemenceau, visibly moved, took Pershing's hand. "Do you really think that?" he asked. "I am glad to hear you say it." Even the indomitable Tiger of France could have his moments of doubt. On June 10th, the Germans advanced south of Lassigny, forcing the French back as far as Antioch-Port, a mere 5 miles from Compiègne and 45 miles from Paris. Churchill, who was in the French capital on munitions business, wrote to his wife that afternoon, "The very critical and deadly battle on the Montdidier-Noyon front has raged all day, and the latest accounts, 5:30 p.m., are apparently satisfactory. There is no surprise here, but a blunt trial of strength. The line held strongly, with troops and good reserves at hand." Churchill added, rather ominously, "If the French cannot hold them back on this sector, it is not easy to see what the next step on our part should be." Churchill was in Paris planning to coordinate the munitions needs of the British, French, Italians, and Americans for the autumn of 1918 and the spring of 1919. The campaign of 1919 was also on Ludendorff's mind that month, as he gave orders for a great increase in aircraft production, 300 planes a month, between July 1918 and April 1919. That day, on the Noyon-Montdidier front, 600 French and 200 British aircraft participated in the battle. 38 Allied and 5 German aircraft were shot down. On June 11th, the Allies launched a counterattack with 4 French and 2 American divisions. Air support was again an integral part of the battle, as were 163 tanks. More than 1,000 German soldiers were taken prisoner. The infantrymen were no longer acting alone, though a bombing error by the Royal Air Force that day wounded 8 French soldiers and killed 75 horses. About 40 Allied aircraft were shot down by the Germans for the loss of 19 German planes. West of Soissons, 5 German divisions attacked on June 12th, but made only small gains, the French forces again having an advantage with nearly 200 tanks. That day, after only 4 days of battle, Ludendorff halted his offensive. The Allies, however, continued to press forward. On June 14th, the French used mustard gas on an extensive scale for the first time. Even film was being used as a factor in war-making. On June 14th, President Wilson himself was driven to complain about an American film version of Ambassador Gerard's book, My 4 Years in Germany, which contained gruesome scenes of German atrocities against Belgian prisoners of war that had been filmed in New Jersey. But zeal for war was an indispensable part of recruiting. An inflammatory anti-war speech 2 days later by the socialist leader Eugene Debs led to his arrest and a 10-year prison sentence. Socialists everywhere were also in angry mood. On June 17th, there were riots in Vienna after the bread ration had been reduced, and in Budapest there were violent scenes in support of higher wages. In the east, the Germans continued to extend their control over large areas of the former Tsarist Empire. On June 12th, they occupied the Georgian capital of Tiflis. Austrian troops, supporting Germany's virtual annexation of the Ukraine, had taken 10,000 Russian Bolsheviks prisoner in southern Russia. But it was on the Italian front that the great trial of strength came when, on June 15th, the Austrians launched a massive offensive, with 55 divisions attacking from the Asiago Plateau and Monte Grappa, a further 51 divisions attacking across the Piave. Ludwig Wittgenstein was among the Austrian troops in action that day. During a fierce artillery and machine-gun duel, he went out on patrol to report on the situation. When 2 of his patrol were wounded, he helped bring them back. Shortly afterwards, while he was at his gun emplacement, a shell buried the officer and 3 crew members. Wittgenstein took charge of the gun, for which he was recommended for Austria's highest award, the Gold Medal of Valor. His exceptionally courageous behavior, read the citation, calmness, sang-froid, and heroism won the total admiration of the troops. By his conduct he gave a splendid example of loyal and soldierly fulfillment of duty. The troops facing Wittgenstein's battery were British. On June 16th, the Observer reported that the Italian defenders along the Piave had met the attackers in their first onslaught and immediately retook the few small positions that had been lost in the first moments of the fighting. Reading this report in London with a practised eye, Vera Brittain, whose brother Edward was then serving on the Italian front, reflected ominously that the loss of a few small positions, however quickly recaptured, meant, as it always did in dispatches, that the defenders were taken by surprise, and the enemy offensive had temporarily succeeded. 6 days were to pass before she received the short, standard telegram she dreaded. Regret to inform you, Captain E. H. Brittain, M.C., killed in action, Italy, June 15th. Shortly after leading his men in recapturing a trench, he had been shot in the head by an Austrian sniper. It seemed indeed the last irony, his sister wrote, that he should have been killed by the countrymen of Fritz Kreisler, the violinist whom, of all others, he had most greatly admired. Vera Brittain had lost her fiancé, 2 of her best friends, and her brother. The day of Edward Brittain's death was the day on which The Nation published a poem by Wilfred Owen, who had been invalided out of the trenches on the Western Front, but was later to return to them. Move him into the sun. Gently its touch awoke him once, at home, whispering of fields unsown. Always it woke him, even in France, until this morning and this snow. If anything might rouse him now, the kind old sun will know. Think how it wakes the seeds, woke once the clays of a cold star, our limbs so dear achieved, our sides, full-nerved, still warm, too hard to stir. Was it for this the clay grew tall? Oh, what made fatuous sunbeams toil to break earth's sleep at all? The Austrian offensive of June 15th failed to achieve a breakthrough. On the Piave front, the preliminary artillery bombardment was short of shells. It also suffered because the Germans had failed to provide the phosgene gas shells Austria had hoped to use. On the Asiago sector, good intelligence enabled the Italians to open an artillery barrage of their own 4 hours before the start of the Austrian barrage. In the opening phase of the battle, the British and French troops holding part of the Italian line were pushed back, but a successful Allied counter-attack led to the capture of 1,500 Austrian troops. In the Monte Grappa sector, the Austrian advance was stopped after 3,300 yards, then driven back by an Italian counter-attack. The Emperor Charles, waiting in his train at Meran, in the hope of hurrying forward to witness victory, was distraught. At noon he telephoned one of the most successful of the Habsburg commanders, Field Marshal Svetozar Borovich, to be told, "The army of Tyrol is defeated. The troops have lost all that they have gained, and have been driven back to the line of departure." Borovich, whose family had fought for the Habsburg Emperor for many years, was a Serb. Among the Allied advantages on the Italian front was superiority in the air. More than 600 Allied aircraft, Italian and British, caused havoc to the Austrian forces that had crossed the Piave on the first and second days of the battle. On June 16th, the British and Italian forces continued their counter-attacks, the British taking 728 Austrian prisoners and the Italians releasing 200 of their own men who had been taken prisoner on the first day of the battle. On June 20th, the Italians shot down 14 Austrian aircraft over the Piave. Then, 5 days after launching their offensive, the Austrians began to withdraw, their retreat made more hazardous by attacks from the air by as many as 50 British aircraft. By June 24th, the last Austrian troops had withdrawn north of the Piave. In the Asiago and Monte Grappa sectors they had failed to break southward into the plain. That day, the German Foreign Minister, Richard von Kuhlmann, told the Reichstag that the deputies should not expect any definite end to the war from a military decision alone. The Kaiser, angered by such defeatism, dismissed Kuhlmann from his post. He was replaced by a senior naval officer, Admiral Paul von Hintze. On June 17th, as American troops still battled on the Western Front with the Germans inside Belleau Wood, Marshal Foch asked General Pershing to transfer 5 American divisions to reinforce 20 French divisions, 1 American regiment for each French division. Foch told Pershing that people were asking, "Where are the Americans, and what are they doing?" The French troops were exhausted by the renewed German attacks and needed encouragement. Pershing still refused to disperse his force in this way, telling Foch that the American troops could do twice as much under their own leaders. Pershing recognized the strain under which the French and British had fought for nearly 4 years, and the draining effect of their own many previous offensives, as well as of the German offensive that March. He also knew that the 3 million Allied troops on the Western Front were facing 3.5 million Germans. "The Allies are done for," he wrote bluntly to Colonel House on June 19th, "and the only thing that will hold them, especially France, in the war, will be the assurance that we have enough force to assume the initiative." America's task, in Pershing's view, was to win the war in 1919. If she could not win it then, the Allies would probably make peace. To ensure an American victory in 1919, he wanted the 800,000-strong American army to be increased to 3 million, and in a telegram to the War Department in Washington on June 19th, he asked for 66 American divisions, more than 2.5 million men, to be in France by the 1st of May, 1919. This, he wrote, was the least that should be thought of. The issue of the American troops remained critical. On June 21st, the Canadian Prime Minister, Robert Borden, who had crossed the Atlantic earlier that month in a convoy of 13 ships, bringing more than 30,000 American troops to Britain, wrote to a colleague in Ottawa, "The military situation in France is very serious, and the issue of the war may depend upon the speed with which the American armies can be organized, trained, and equipped." Borden had just agreed to an American request that Canadian officers, with their long battle experience, should train a portion of the American troops. "The problem," he explained, "is to hold the line on the Western Front until the Americans are ready to strike with substantial force." The American troops he had seen are splendid men and very keen to be in the fight. The next 2 months, he warned, will be a period of great anxiety, during which we must expect a fierce attack. Those American troops who were already in action were giving a remarkable account of themselves, new as they were to fighting. On June 26th at Belleau Wood, the Marines, who had refused to withdraw 3 weeks earlier, finally gained the wood. More than half of the 10,000 men of the American Marine Brigade had been killed or wounded in the action. In the war cemetery at the edge of the wood are the graves of 2,288 American soldiers, and the names of a further 1,060 who have no known grave. In another cemetery, a few hundred yards away, are 8,624 German graves. The Germans were impressed by their new adversary. The moral effect of our firearms did not materially check the advance of the infantry, a German intelligence officer had written in the midst of the battle, adding, "The nerves of the Americans are still unshaken." After the battle, Pershing visited the wounded. Men who had been gassed stood to attention beside their beds with bandages on their eyes. Some would never see again. Pershing's biographer recounts a story reported in the Cleveland Plain Dealer of how, in a surgical ward, Pershing came to the bed of a soldier named Jimmy, who had been operated on the day before, and who remarked apologetically through parched lips, "I cannot salute you, sir." Pershing noticed the dent in the sheets where the right arm would normally be. "No," he replied, running his hand lightly through the boy's tousled hair. "It's I that should salute you." There were now 800,000 American troops in France, but not one of them was serving in an American Army Corps, a blow to Pershing's dream and intention. The troops in action were all under French or British Corps commanders. Only administration and supply were in American hands. The call for American troops to enter the line had spread beyond France. On June 27th, an American infantry regiment landed at the Italian port of Genoa. It would be sent forward into the line by the end of September. Meanwhile, in an advance 2 days later, on the Asiago front, the Italians regained 3 mountain peaks and captured more than 2,000 Austrian soldiers. That month, the first American was killed on the Italian front, an American Red Cross ambulance driver, Lieutenant Edward M. McKee. Black American troops were also arriving in France, including the all-black 369th Infantry Regiment. Its members were sent to work as stevedores in the docks, causing them great offence. They then demanded to be sent to the front. But when it was pointed out that American law apparently forbade them to be stationed alongside white soldiers, they were sent to fight alongside French units. One of their white officers, Hamilton Fish, won the Silver Star. Many black American women also volunteered to serve in France as nurses. Only 5 or 6 were accepted. Neither official policy nor public prejudice was willing to see them tending wounded white soldiers in France. As many as 25,000 white American women volunteers did cross the Atlantic, mostly to work as nurses, some as signallers, typists, and interpreters. They received no pay or pension. On June 27th, the British hospital ship Llandovery Castle, sailing from Canada, was torpedoed by a German submarine 116 miles off Fastnet Rock. Of the 283 passengers who died, some were fired on while in the water. Only 20 passengers, the occupants of one lifeboat, were saved. Of the 97 nurses and hospital personnel on board, only 6 survived. Among the dead were all 14 Canadian nursing sisters on board. That June, 453 merchant seamen had been drowned when their ships were torpedoed. In the air, 505 Allied aircraft and 153 German had been shot down that month. June 27th saw the first successful parachute jump in action, when a German pilot, Lieutenant Steinbrecher, was shot down by the British over the Somme and parachuted to safety. On the Western Front, the French were seeking to reverse the German victories of the previous months. The state of tension, commented the Times, is comparable to that which preceded the former great German attacks, as that of March 21st and May 27th. On June 30th, south of Ambleny, the French attacked with a new type of 5.5-ton tank. Adopting the earlier German tactic of advancing rapidly to their objective on one flank before turning back to capture the troops in the center. Only then did they search for German soldiers hiding in caves, taking 1,000 prisoners. Behind the lines, a new spectre had begun to haunt soldiers and civilians alike. Starting in June, in both India and Britain, influenza began its epidemic, and then pandemic course. Reaching the Western Front, it was to wreak its havoc there. More American soldiers were to die of influenza in France than by the bullets of the enemy. 1 million American troops and military personnel were in France by the beginning of July 1918. Their supplies were entering French ports at a rate of 20,000 tons a day. On July 1st, showing great bravery and tenacity, American troops attacked the village of Vaux, 3 miles west of Château-Thierry. Aerial and ground photographs and information provided by a local stonemason helped them take the village with the minimum of loss. On July 4th, American Independence Day, as the culmination of a nationwide shipbuilding crusade to build transport ships for the needs of the Western Front, 95 ships were launched in American shipyards, 17 of them in San Francisco. That day, President Wilson declared in a speech at Mount Vernon that the Allies had 4 main aims: the destruction of arbitrary power, national self-determination, national morality to be like individual morality, and the establishment of a peace organization to prevent war. American troops were in action on the Somme on July 4th, alongside the Australians, when more than a mile of ground was gained. The village of Hamel was captured, and 1,472 German soldiers were taken prisoner. It was during this attack that the first airborne supply to troops in battle took place, when British aircraft dropped 100,000 rounds of ammunition to the Australian machine gunners. That evening, near Autrèche, the French launched 2 successive attacks, gaining 1,300 yards along a 3-mile front. In one of the quarry caves common in the district, the Times reported 2 days later, the French captured the whole of a battalion staff, together with the entire personnel of the telegraph, telephone, and ambulance sections, down to the regimental cook. On the Italian front, continued Italian successes along the Piave Delta during the first days of July resulted in 3,000 Austrians being taken prisoner. The second American to be hit on the Italian front was an 18-year-old American Red Cross ambulance driver, Ernest Hemingway. He was wounded by an Austrian mortar shell on the night of July 8th, while handing out chocolate to Italian soldiers in a dugout. He was awarded the Italian Silver Medal of Military Valor. "This is a peach of a hospital here," he wrote 2 weeks later from Milan, "and there are about 18 American nurses to take care of 4 patients. Everything is fine, and I am very comfortable, and one of the best surgeons in Milan is looking after my wounds." Fragments of shell had entered his right foot and his knee. Several dozen other smaller fragments had struck his thighs, his scalp, and his hand. Hemingway's letter also dwelt on the souvenirs he had acquired. "I was all through the big battle, and have Austrian carbines and ammunition, German and Austrian medals, officers' automatic pistols, Bosch helmets, about a dozen bayonets, star shell pistols and knives, and almost everything you can think of. The only limit to the amount of souvenirs I could have is what I could carry, for there were so many dead Austrians and prisoners, the ground was almost black with them. It was a great victory, and showed the world what wonderful fighters the Italians are." The Italian who was standing between Hemingway and the point of impact of the shell had his legs blown off, and died soon afterwards. According to the American official history, before taking care of himself, Hemingway rendered generous assistance to the Italian soldiers more seriously wounded by the same explosion, and did not allow himself to be carried elsewhere until after they had been evacuated. Later that month, in New York, Collier's magazine published a photograph, taken 4 months earlier, of a wounded American, lying on a stretcher in a trench on the Western Front, his head being bandaged by a medic. Although the photograph showed neither blood nor gore, nor any savage wound or ugliness, it nevertheless shocked Americans, who were more used to photographs such as one that showed wounded men propped up comfortably in their hospital beds, one of their number strumming a banjo, watched by smiling fellow soldiers and attentive nurses. In the Far East, the troops of the Czech Legion, still working their way back to Europe, had reached the Russian Pacific port of Vladivostok, where they overthrew the local Bolshevik administration on June 29th. On the following day, in Pittsburgh, with the approval of the United States, Thomas Masaryk signed an agreement on behalf of his fellow Czechs, whereby the Slovaks would be given an autonomous administration, their own law courts, and Slovak would be recognized as their official language and language of education in a future Czechoslovak state. 2 weeks later, in the Gregor Hall in Prague, immediately opposite the main Austrian customs office, the National Council of Czechoslovakia was established. With Czech troops in control of Vladivostok, on July 6th, the Allies declared the port to be an Allied protectorate. Woodrow Wilson went so far that day as to suggest the dispatch of 12,000 Japanese troops to rescue the Czechs and enable them to proceed to the European war zones. Japan accepted this suggestion. On the following day, 1,000 miles west of Vladivostok, Czech troops defeated the Red Army units near Chita and occupied the Siberian city of Irkutsk. Just as Germany was the dominant power in southern Russia and the Caucasus, the Allies were becoming masters of the Russian Far East and of Siberia. On July 10th, the British government announced that a British regiment would be sailing from Hong Kong to Vladivostok. Allied anti-Bolshevik sentiment was hardened 6 days later, when the deposed Tsar, his son, and most of his family were murdered at Ekaterinburg. On July 11th, the Germans made their final plans for a renewed assault on the Western Front. Because of the spread of the influenza epidemic among the German troops, the German High Command considered postponing it, but decided to go ahead as planned. People have only one more hope: the German front, the German ambassador in Vienna reported to Berlin on July 11th, and, he added, even a hope in a separate peace does not exist anymore. Austria, which in 1914 had looked to Germany with such confidence to help it ward off the Russians while Serbia was being crushed, had now become Germany's captive ally. On the Western Front, a new method of gas warfare was being used in the Allied armies. It was a railway train whose wagons were loaded with gas cylinders that could be brought up by narrow-gauge railway to the war zone, and the wagons then taken off the rails and pushed manually to within a quarter of a mile of the front. On July 12th, more than 5,000 gas cylinders were discharged simultaneously by this method. Donald Grantham was in charge of the attack. Martin Fox, a corporal who had been with the gas company since their inception, has described it, "As zero approached, conditions became eminently suitable. Thus, at 1:40 a.m., Grantham pooped the whole train successfully. Everybody stood well back as the detonators showered in the explosion. Immediately there ensued a terrific hissing noise as a huge release of gas commenced. The dense grey cloud made an awe-inspiring sight as it rolled steadily forward, widening as it went. We watched it as it poured over our own front lines and continued across no man's land. Such a threatening cloud as this we had never before witnessed. Over the enemy lines the gas belt spread wider and wider, engulfing them from sight. Captain Grantham was pleased with the results of the multiple attack, noting in his diary, I fired train by switch near engine. Magnificent cloud. Reports of several hundred German casualties confirmed the sense of achievement. But there were hazards for the men who carried out these new methods. On the return journey, noted Corporal Fox, the train set off before everyone was on board. I raced toward the front, but it was of no avail. Some of the guards scrambled onto the trucks as the train gathered speed. It rattled homewards across the plain at a frightening rate, with the men clinging on for dear life. They were enveloped in the gas which still issued from the dripping cylinders. Their respirators saved them, though it was a ghastly ride. An anonymous member of the gas companies penned an epitaph for their work. Science of the ages, the highest arts of man, degraded and prostituted, that might should take the van. Whilst empire, justice, freedom slumbered, then chemist, student, artisan answered duty's call. Our arms, our arts, our poison fumes gained liberty for all. American gas companies worked closely with their British opposite numbers. Although neither Pershing nor his chief of staff were supporters of gas, there were 3,400 American soldiers operating gas cylinders at the front by the summer of 1918. But cooperation in the field was often paralleled by disputes at the highest level of command. National pride could overshadow even the harsh necessities of the battlefield. On July 14th, at a conference at Danny in Sussex, presided over by Lloyd George, Haig asked for, and was given, the support of the politician in refusing a French request that 4 British divisions be sent to form part of the French reserve near Vitry-le-François. Even on English soil, the conflict on the Western Front was not entirely remote. During an afternoon break in the discussion at Danny, those present went for a walk on the South Downs. We could hear with great distinctness, wrote one of the participants, Robert Borden, the booming of the guns in France, and it was said that the sound was conveyed through the chalk and water. Thus to be in touch with the terrible realities of the conflict had a very solemn and depressing effect. The renewed German attack on the Western Front was launched at midnight on July 14th. Its timing had been revealed by a number of German prisoners of war, most of them from Alsace. As a result of this intelligence, French and American artillery were able to bombard the crowded German front lines and jumping-off points for half an hour before the Germans' own bombardment began. Even so, the intensity of the German barrage was once again formidable. More than 17,500 rounds of gas shells, totaling 35 tons of explosives, were unleashed on the sectors of the front held near Chateau Thierry by the American 42nd Rainbow Division. When the Germans advanced, they found that the French had set up a line of spurious trenches against them, giving the appearance of real obstacles, but in fact lightly manned. The German bombardment had largely expended itself in vain. This ruse had been devised by Pétain. The Germans rapidly overran the false defences, killing the few token defenders who had not already been killed in the bombardment. Suicide troops in all but name. The real trenches further back were fully manned, and almost untouched by the shell fire. As the Germans approached the defended lines, they came under heavy French and American fire. When they met the dikes of our real line, one American officer recalled, they were exhausted, uncoordinated, and scattered, incapable of going on without being reorganized and reinforced. That officer was the Chief of Staff of the Rainbow Division, Douglas MacArthur. Later he wrote that, after the battle, he was haunted by the vision of those writhing bodies hanging from the barbed wire. Despite the ruse that proved fatal to the German plan, as well as to so many German lives, more than 1,000 American soldiers were incapacitated by gas in the early hours of July 15th. Many were blinded, but only 6 were killed. Another American killed that day was a pilot, Quentin Roosevelt, a son of the former President Teddy Roosevelt. His plane was shot down near the village of Chamery, 5 miles east of Fère-en-Tardenois. To this day, a plaque marks the spot where he was killed. It was said that, being short-sighted, he mistakenly, and not for the first time, tacked on to the German squadron rather than his own at the end of an aerial engagement. "Only those are fit to live who do not fear to die," the former president wrote about his dead son, "and none are fit to die who have shrunk from the joy of life and the duty of life." These words were later carved in stone on the Theodore Roosevelt Monument in Washington, on an island in the Potomac. Other monuments gave testimony to the fighting of that week. At the village of Marfaux, a memorial records the missing New Zealand dead, while at Chambressy, an ancient Roman column stands guard over the cemetery, in which those Italian soldiers who fought alongside the French for the defence of Rheims fell in action, with their general at their head. The commanders recognized the bravery of their men. "The German has clearly broken his sword on our lines," General Gourad telegraphed to the French 21st Corps, which included the American Rainbow Division. "Whatever he may do in the future, he shall not pass." The day before the July battle began, the Richthofen squadron, its founder and his successor both having been killed, gained a new chief, Hermann Göring. After shooting down an Allied plane on July 16th, his 22nd victory of the war, he gave himself 10 days' leave. That day, in the early hours of the morning, the German bombardment was switched against the French and American forces in the Champagne, where 500,000 gas shells were fired. 9,000 tons of mustard gas, phosgene, and diphenylchloracine. The Kaiser was present that morning at the German First Army observation point at Menil-le-Penois, 14 miles northeast of Rheims, to watch the bombardment. For 2 days it looked as if the Germans might make the finally decisive breakthrough. In one sector of the front, however, French gunners succeeded in knocking out all 20 of the attacking German tanks. In another sector, 3,600 American troops, outnumbered 3 to 1, fought and held their ground in hand-to-hand combat. In the air, 225 French bombers dropped more than 40 tons of bombs on the bridges which the Germans had thrown across the Marne. 25 of the bombers were lost, but the attack continued. East of Chateau Thierry, the American 3rd Division blew up every pontoon bridge the Germans threw across the Marne in its sector, gaining for itself the title the Rock of the Marne. As the Germans continued to pour down to the river, American infantrymen and machine gunners were waiting for them and mowed them down. A German officer later wrote, "Never have I seen so many dead men. Never such frightful battle scenes." The commander of the 3rd Division, General Joseph T. Dickman, had similar memories of the carnage. By noon on July 16th, he later wrote, there were no Germans in the foreground of the 3rd Division except the dead. The Americans also suffered, despite their success. The horrific nature of the battleground affected victor and vanquished alike, the wounded on both sides being vulnerable and afraid. Some of them cursed and raved and had to be tied to their litters, one American medical officer wrote. Some shook violently. Some trembled and slunk away in apparent abject fear of every incoming shell, while others simply stood speechless, oblivious to all surroundings. As well as the Americans, Italian troops had been brought to the Western Front to help halt the German attacks. On July 17th, when the Germans reached Nanteuil-Porcy, it was Italian troops who drove them off. At German headquarters the mood was very different from the confidence of March. fairly depressed mood, noted Colonel Mertz von Quernheim, of the operations section. And, he added, difficult question. What is to happen from now on? The answer came from the Allied side on the following day, July 18th, when Foch launched the Allied counterattack. It began with a 2,000-gun artillery bombardment along a 27-mile front. More than 200 tanks took part in the offensive. The German line gave way, being driven in to a depth of 4.5 miles. 20,000 German prisoners and 400 heavy guns were captured. Jolgon, where the Germans had crossed the Marne 6 weeks earlier, was retaken by the Americans, who immediately began, with the French, the northward march to Fère-en-Tardenois. The American area of operations on July 18th, entrusted to the 1st and 2nd Divisions, was just to the south of Soissons. It started with a rolling barrage which an American eyewitness, the aviator, Eddie Rickenbacker, watched from his plane. The barrage, he later recalled, seemed to be tearing up the earth in huge handfuls as it moved steadily nearer to the German trenches. To know that human beings were lying there without means of escape, waiting there while the pitiless hailstorm of shrapnel drew slowly closer to their hiding places, seemed such a diabolical method of torture that I wondered why men in the trenches did not go utterly mad with terror. Rickenbacker watched while a shell fell directly into the trench in front of me, tearing it open and gutting it completely for a space of 30 feet. The next instant a Boche soldier sprang out of the trench alongside this point, and, flinging down his rifle, proceeded to run for all he was worth back to a safer zone in the rear trenches. Hardly had he gone 10 yards when a high explosive shell lit in front of him. Before I saw the burst of the shell, I saw him stop, with his arms flung over his head. Next instant he was simply swept away in dust and disappeared as the explosion took effect. Not a vestige of him remained when the dust had settled and the smoke had cleared away. As the American aviator flew on, the American soldiers left their trenches and advanced through the pulverized German lines. The Germans fought with every resource of personal bravery and technical skill to halt the onward march of their newfound enemy. Pershing's biographer cites the diary of Marvin H. Taylor, who recorded reaching a German machine-gun post where he encountered a dead German machine gunner, seated at his weapon, his hand still on the trigger. He was slumped over, a bullet hole in his forehead, and a bayonet thrust in his throat. The gun had an excellent field of fire, and many Americans had died approaching it. Taylor was a humane man, but he laughed aloud at seeing the corpse. It seemed a fit retribution for what the gunner had done to others. By nightfall on July 18th, the German threat to Paris was over. By the end of the 4th day of the French offensive, an estimated 30,000 German soldiers had been killed. Among the French forces taking part was a Foreign Legion regiment, 1 in 4 of whose volunteers were killed or wounded that day. One of the Legion's heroes, Sergeant Major Max Emanuel Maeder, a former German soldier who had fought with the Legion against the Germans since 1914, and had won the Légion d'honneur in 1917, was in action that week. His right arm and shoulder were blown away by a German shell. As the last rites were being administered to him in the base hospital, and his imminent death was being mourned by his devoted colleagues, he regained consciousness. Surviving a series of operations, he lived to an old age. Advancing in Flanders on July 19th, the British recaptured Metteran, taking 300 Germans prisoner. On the Soissons front, the French and American advance continued, with 3,000 more Germans and 150 more guns being taken. The salient the Germans had created with such high hopes in June had been made untenable. On July 21st, they abandoned Chateau Thierry. Never have such demands been made on our men's strength of character, morale, and physical endurance, a German lieutenant, Herbert Sulzbach, wrote in his diary on July 21st. Brought in over long distances by continuous forced marches, in hot weather and without rest, and after the failure of their own offensive on which they embarked with great expectations, thrown into a defensive battle of a gigantic scale, they do their duty, they fight, they keep going. A dreadful day is drawing to its close. It really got on one's nerves, all this uninterrupted raging and roaring, and one is still alive. On July 22nd, the Germans fell back more than 5 miles, and were being driven back even further on the 23rd, the day on which British tanks and infantry advancing 2 miles on the Somme front captured nearly 2,000 German prisoners. The Germans had not been pushed back like this before. On July 15th, they had still expected to be receiving Allied peace proposals within 2 months, with Paris at their mercy. That was on the 15th, the German Chancellor, Georg von Hertling, later wrote. On the 18th, even the most optimistic among us knew that all was lost. The history of the world was played out in 3 days. On July 22nd, the Kaiser visited Hindenburg's advanced headquarters at Avesnes, where he was given an account of the failure of the offensive, and of the dramatically successful Allied counterattack. That evening his companions found him in a deep depression. "I am a defeated warlord, to whom you must show consideration," he told them. That night he had a dream that he recounted in the morning to those around him. His royal relatives in England and Russia, as well as every German minister and every general who had been appointed since he had come to the throne in 1888, had appeared before him, holding him up to scorn. Only a single person in his dream, his cousin, Queen Maud of Norway, youngest sister of King George V, had shown him any goodwill. In order to bring the American contribution on the Western Front to the knowledge of the British public, the British Minister of Information, the Canadian-born Lord Beaverbrook, asked the American painter, John Singer Sargent, to go to France and paint a canvas on the theme of British and American troops working together. The 62-year-old Sargent travelled behind the lines, slept in a dugout, visited the ruins of Ypres and Arras, and at Peronne saw hundreds of German prisoners locked in a cage, ankle-deep in mud. On July 24th he went on what he called a joyride in a tank up and down slopes, over trenches, and looping the loop generally. A row of already obsolete tanks made me think of the ships before Troy. When he came across some American troops, they asked him to camouflage his large painter's umbrella, but he found nothing to inspire the painting that was required of him. "We go on our war-path in several motors," he wrote in his notebook, and added, "It is very hard to see anything significant in warfare." The significant events were taking place where no Allied painter could go. On July 25th, the Royal Air Force dropped almost 300 tons of bombs behind the German lines in the Amiens sector of the front. On July 26th, German troops began their retreat from the scenes of their former victories, pursued on the ground by Allied tanks and cavalry, and continually harassed from the air by Allied pilots. One of those pilots, Major Edward Manick, was the most highly decorated and successful British pilot of the war, with 72 kills to his credit. Taking up a young New Zealander, Lieutenant Donald Inglis, to show him the ropes, Manick shot down his 73rd German plane, then broke one of his own rules and flew over the scene of his triumph to inspect the wreckage. As he flew low to see what he had achieved, German soldiers opened fire from their trenches, and the plane was brought down, exploding when it hit the ground. Both Manick and Inglis were killed. For his bravery in action over more than a year, Manick was awarded the Victoria Cross. On July 28th, American troops entered Fère-en-Tardenois, one of the main towns taken by the Germans in their sweep forward 4 months earlier. A cemetery was later built near the town, covering more than 36 acres, in which are the gravestones of 6,000 American troops, as well as a memorial listing the names of a further 241 who have no known grave. Advancing eastward from Fère-en-Tardenois, the Americans attacked 2 German-held villages, Serranges and Cergy. Their enemy was the much-feared Prussian Guard, who counter-attacked repeatedly. Finally, the Americans decided on a ruse, withdrawing from Serranges as if they were pulling back altogether. Then, an American newspaper correspondent reported, in their ardor, the Prussians walked in unwarily. The Americans, who had withdrawn to 3 sides of the village, quickly surrounded it. The guards fought desperately to get out, so desperately that not one was taken prisoner. The streets were filled with dead and dying. No hands went up. All fought like tigers. The ruthless Prussians had met the remorseless men from young America. When night fell, after the bloodiest day the Americans had yet known, the Yanks had maintained all their positions. The Americans had also taken the village of Cergy, after the Prussian Guard had twice re-entered it and driven them out. A great day in American history indeed, the newspaper correspondent concluded. As the Germans retreated, they were still capable of inflicting heavy casualties, and striking back at their pursuers. On the last day of July, in the Neuilly sector, 68 French soldiers were killed and more than 3,000 incapacitated by gas when German artillery fired 340,000 rounds of mustard gas. That day, in London, the Dominion Prime Ministers were discussing the war at a meeting with Lloyd George and other senior ministers. 2 of those present, Lord Milner and General Smuts, believed that there would not be enough men under arms in 1919 to support a victorious Allied campaign, and suggested that victory would not come until 1920. On the other side, when questioned by Count Hertling as to whether the German army could ever take the offensive, Ludendorff replied, 5 times thus far during the war I had to withdraw my troops, and was still able in the end to beat the enemy. Why shouldn't I succeed a 6th time? During July 31st, a German deserter, found by the French, revealed that his division and several others were pulling back that day. In the early hours of August 2nd, near Cergy, after the American Rainbow Division had heard across no man's land the rumbling of vehicles on the move, the Chief of Staff of the division, Colonel Douglas MacArthur, went into the zone between the armies to be confronted only by what he recalled as the moans and cries of wounded men, apparently left behind when their comrades in arms had withdrawn. MacArthur estimated that he passed at least 2,000 German corpses. Stopping from time to time to examine the dead and wounded, he identified the insignias of 6 different German divisions. During his reconnaissance, he suddenly saw, in the light of a flare, a German machine gun pointing directly at him. When the crew did not fire, he crawled up to the gun. They were dead, all dead. The lieutenant with shrapnel through his heart, the sergeant with his belly blown into his back, the corporal with his spine where his head should have been. The German front line had been abandoned. For his exploit, MacArthur was awarded his 4th Silver Star. Later that day he led his men in a successful attack on the new German line. In 8 days the Rainbow Division had lost 566 men killed and more than 2,000 wounded. Among the dead was the poet Joyce Kilmer. On August 3rd the division went into reserve. Father Francis P. Duffy, its chaplain, who had stayed with the troops throughout the battle, later recalled, "Back came our decimated battalions along the way they had already travelled. They marched in wearied silence until they came to the slopes around Mercy Farm. Then, from end to end of the line, came the sound of dry, suppressed sobs. They were marching among the bodies of their unburied dead." Further north, the Germans were fighting hard to retain the town of Soissons, but on August 4th the French, after a fierce struggle, drove them from it, taking 35,000 prisoners and capturing 700 guns. This French success was on a scale similar to that 2 years earlier of the German victories on the Eastern Front. Now it was the Germans who had to fall back to new defensive positions. Among the German soldiers who had fought throughout the retreat was Corporal Hitler. On August 4th, he was awarded the Iron Cross First Class for personal bravery and general merit. This was an unusual decoration for a corporal. Hitler wore it for the rest of his life. The regimental adjutant who recommended him for it, Captain Hugo Gutmann, was a Jew. On the day that Hitler was awarded the accolade of which he was to be most proud, one of his future adversaries, Franklin D. Roosevelt, then United States Assistant Secretary for the Navy, was making his first and only visit to the Western Front. Having come from Washington to Europe to discuss various problems of naval strategy and supply in London, Paris, and Rome, he was making a much-desired visit to the scene of action. It was at the village of Marie-en-Dole that what he later called his sensitive naval nose told him he had reached the war zone. The smell was that of dead horses. Soon he was passing their carcasses. The cleaning-up outfit had not yet sprinkled them with lime, one of his biographers has written. The Boche had held the village the night before, and their corpses were piled up, awaiting burial. An American artillery battery was shelling the German front line, about 4 miles distant. Roosevelt fired one of the guns, which was aimed at a railway junction at Bazoches, 8 miles to the north. A spotter plane reported that the shell had hit its targets. "I will never know how many, if any, Huns I killed," was Roosevelt's later comment. While he was in the war zone, Roosevelt saw an American regiment coming out of the line. He referred to this 18 years later when, in 1936, he declared in a public speech, "I have seen war. I have seen war on land and sea. I have seen blood running from the wounded. I have seen men coughing out their gassed lungs. I have seen the dead in the mud. I have seen cities destroyed. I have seen 200 limping, exhausted men come out of line, the survivors of a regiment of 1,000 that went forward 48 hours before. I have seen children starving. I have seen the agony of mothers and wives. I hate war." Shortly after the war, Roosevelt wrote to a fellow alumnus who was preparing a World War I tablet for their school, "I believe that my name should go in the first division of those who were in service, especially as I saw service on the other side, and was missed by torpedoes and shells." Leaving the war zone, Roosevelt dined that night at French Army headquarters at Château Thierry. On the following day he went to Nancy to inspect the American Marine Brigade, then made a pilgrimage to the battlefield of Verdun. He visited a battlefield cemetery and the ruins of the village of Fleury. On the way to Fort Douaumont, his party was shelled. The German front line was little more than a mile away. During his travels, he noted groups of Italian deserters who had been caught and sent as punishment to work on the roads of France. Then he went on to Rome before returning to the United States. On August 5th, the 16th German Zeppelin was destroyed by a British airman, Captain Robert Leckie, who shot it down in flames over the North Sea off Cromer. It was the latest type, with 7 engines. All 22 crew members were killed, including one of the most successful Zeppelin commanders, Peter Strasser, winner of the Pour le Mérite, and holder of the official title of Leader of Airships. A year earlier, he had written, "If the English should succeed in convincing us that the airship attacks had little value, and thereby cause us to give them up, they would be rid of a severe problem, and would be laughing at us in triumph behind our backs." Strasser's was the last Zeppelin to be brought down. The defences of Britain's east coast were so effectively developed, with warning control centres, home defence squadrons, searchlight stations in place in an unbroken swathe from Edinburgh to Hove, as to make any Zeppelin raid a virtual suicide mission. Strasser's often expressed contempt for those defences had not saved him. On the Western Front, although they were almost exhausted by their sustained efforts during the previous 4.5 months, the German troops had not given up the fight. In a counter-attack on August 6th at Morlancourt on the Somme, they regained a considerable amount of ground and took 250 British prisoners. But at the German High Command, at Spa, there was a sense of failure, a loss of morale, and a loss of nerve. On August 7th, Colonel Merz von Quernheim noted Ludendorff's completely inert mood, and, he added, "This spectacle is scarcely impressive. Woe unto us if the Allies should notice our slowdown. We have lost the war if we cannot pull ourselves together." Among the American troops in action that week was the 77th Division, the first National Army division to be in action, its troops all coming from New York. This made it as heterogeneous as a division could be, including, as it did, in the words of the Times, a great number of Jews, German and otherwise, Italians, Irish-Americans, Greeks, Poles, Scandinavians, and almost every known people on earth. In Russia, Czech troops reached the Volga on July 24th, capturing Simbirsk, Lenin's birthplace, and the center of a fertile grain region. Czech troops were now holding a 3,000-mile line from the river Volga to the Pacific. On July 25th, they entered Ekaterinburg, where the Tsar had been murdered 11 days earlier. On the following day, French troops joined the British at Murmansk. The Germans were masters of the Russian shores of the Black Sea and the Caspian. The Bolsheviks were struggling to retain power in the center. On August 5th, 1,000 French colonial troops landed at Vladivostok. On the following day, 4,000 miles further west, the Czech Legion captured the Volga city of Kazan. That month, the struggle for power in Moscow reached a climax when social revolutionaries, who wanted the war with Germany renewed, wounded Lenin and murdered 2 of his closest colleagues. The Bolshevik response was to carry out reprisals on a massive scale. Stalin, sent to the Volga city of Tsaritsyn, conducted a ferocious Red Terror. Systematic mass terror against the bourgeoisie and its agents was how Stalin himself described it in a telegram to Moscow. Later, in his honor, the city was to bear the name of Stalingrad, but the terror was not forgotten. In the United States, the shipbuilding crusade, which in 2 years had doubled the number of ships sailing under the American flag, was gaining an extraordinary momentum, aimed at ensuring that by mid-1919 there would be sufficient naval tonnage for all the Allied shipping needs. On August 5th, the first ship was launched at a new shipyard, Hog Island, where Marshland had been transformed into 50 as opposed to the normal 5 ship construction bays. The workers at Hog Island had their own bank, post office, and weekly newspaper. At 16 separate shipyards, from Seattle on the Pacific to Newport News on the Atlantic, ships were being built according to emergency procedures. At Newark, where 28 construction bays were erected in what had been a salt meadow, 150 identical prefabricated ships were built, each of 8,000 tons. At Camden, New Jersey, a 5,000-ton ship was built in 27 days and then fitted out in a further 10. At Harriman, where a special township was built with 30 streets, 60 identical ships of 9,000 tons were built in 2 years, with 12 ships capable of being built simultaneously at any one time. The slogan of the shipyard workers engaged in this prodigious effort was that of Charles M. Schwab, the Director General of America's Emergency Fleet Corporation. Shoot ships at Germany and save America. On August 7th, French, British, and Dominion troops prepared for a new assault on the Western Front, which was to begin on the following day. Among those who was to be in action was a Newfoundlander, Lieutenant Hedley Goodyear, whose brother Raymond had been killed on the Somme in 1916, and whose brother Stanley had been killed near Ypres in 1917. "This is the evening before the attack, and my thoughts are with you all at home," Hedley Goodyear wrote to his mother, "but my backward glance is wistful only because of memories, and because of the sorrow which would further darken your lives should anything befall me in tomorrow's fray." The attack was to be the first of what Foch called his liberating attacks against the new German line, aimed at driving its defenders back along a 15-mile front. Goodyear understood the importance of the attack, telling his mother, "A blow will be struck tomorrow, which will definitely mark the turn of the tide. I shall strike a blow for freedom, along with thousands of others who count personal safety as nothing when freedom is at stake." As Goodyear had written, the Battle of Amiens was a turning point. He and his fellow Canadians advanced 6 miles, taking 12 villages, 5,000 prisoners, and 161 guns. In the attack on Gentelles, Goodyear found himself early in the fight the last unwounded officer in his company. "I had 8 machine guns and over 100 of the best troops in the world at my command. I ordered every gun to open up. It took us 10 minutes to gain superiority of fire. I thought the moment opportune to charge, so I gave the word, and the boys went in with bayonets. I had no mercy, until they quit fighting. Then I did not have the heart to shoot them." Australian troops were also successful that day, taking 7 villages, nearly 8,000 prisoners, and 173 guns. Having reached the railway junction at Bazoches on the River Velle, American engineers, working under heavy machine-gun fire, prepared a bridge made of tree trunks bound together, on which the American troops were able to cross the 5-foot-deep river that had been filled with barbed wire. "We have reached the limits of our capacity," the Kaiser told Ludendorff that day. "The war must be ended." In the Kaiser's view, however, it had to end at a time when Germany was making progress on the battlefield, so that she could obtain at least a minimum of her war aims. On August 9th, Ludendorff told an army colleague, "We cannot win this war any more, but we must not lose it." That day, in a daring 625-mile flight, the Italian aviator Gabriele D'Annunzio spent half an hour circling above Vienna, dropping 200,000 leaflets on the Austrian capital, calling upon its citizens to throw off their Prussian servitude. Also on August 9th, the British government recognized the Czechoslovak National Council as the present trustee of the future Czechoslovak government. Britain was the first Allied power to take this step, thus further encouraging the ferment behind the lines in the Habsburg heartland. By August 10th, the third day of the Allied offensive on the Western Front, 24,000 Germans had been taken prisoner. In the air, British pilots and observers, members of a newly created Army Cooperation Squadron, flew over the rear areas and reported back on the state of the German defences and the movement of German reinforcements. One of these aircraft, piloted by Captain Frederick West, with Lieutenant Alec Haslam as his observer, was attacked by 7 German aircraft. West was hit in the leg by 3 explosive bullets. Almost severed, the leg fell on to the controls. West lifted it off and then, despite continuing German machine gun fire, got the plane back to base. His report to his commanding officer on the following day was concise. "Sir, was brought down after uneven flight yesterday at 11:45 a.m. My leg was blown off, but managed to do a good landing. One Hun followed me down to 25 feet. Haslam wounded in ankle. I lost my left leg. Was operated. Luck to everybody." West was awarded the Victoria Cross. 60 years later, he explained, "I was very young and strong and healthy, and had a bit of luck. They amputated my left leg in a chapel in the field. They thought I'd go under." That day, August 10th, when 7 fresh German divisions arrived to take their place in the line, a group of drunken German soldiers shouted at them, "What do you war prolongers want?" How long the war would still last, no one could know. It was on August 10th that Churchill told Lloyd George that the tank corps, for which he was building the tanks, would need 100,000 men by June 1919. On the following day, Hindenburg and Ludendorff told the new chief of the naval staff, Admiral Scheer, that only German submarines could win the war. "There is no more hope for the offensive," Ludendorff told a member of his staff on August 12th. "The generals have lost their foothold." And on August 14th, at a meeting of the German Crown Council at Spa, he recommended immediate peace negotiations. So too did the King Emperor Charles, whose senior military adviser warned the Kaiser that Austria-Hungary could only continue the war until December. Ludendorff's pessimism at Spa was echoed on the following day by one of his most senior army commanders, Crown Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria, who wrote from Flanders to Prince Max of Baden on August 15th, "Our military situation has deteriorated so rapidly that I can no longer believe we can hold out over the winter. It is even possible that a catastrophe will come earlier." His greatest worry was the Allies' greatest asset. "The Americans are multiplying in a way we never dreamed of," he wrote. "At the present time, there are already 31 American divisions in France." The German High Command feared defeat even before the end of the year. In London, however, pessimism at the outcome of the battle in 1918, or even 1919, led Lloyd George to prepare a memorandum for the Dominion Prime Ministers on August 16th, setting out his case for delaying the decisive Western Front offensive until 1920. He was only prevented from putting forward this argument to the Dominions, as he had done before, on the last day of July, by colleagues who feared that such an attitude would lead to a relaxation in the vigorous prosecution of the war in the spring of 1919. The Allied plans for 1919 were gaining momentum. On August 14th, and again on the following day, a newly created Inter-Allied Munitions Council met in Paris. The senior American official present was Edward Stettinius, the chief purchasing agent in the United States for the Allied governments, who was representing the War Department. He agreed that the American army would accept for 1919 a mixture of British and French weapons, and said he would increase the number of troop convoys crossing the Atlantic to Europe in order to make full use of the larger Anglo-French munitions production. A tank factory had already been built in France, at Châteauroux, to manufacture the tanks that the Americans, as well as the British and French, would need in 1919. Other plans were also in full spate that summer. Maeterlinck says the god of bees is the future, wrote Churchill, who represented Britain on the Inter-Allied Munitions Council. "At the Ministry of Munitions we were the bees of hell, and we stored our hives with the pure essence of slaughter. It astonishes me to read in these after years the diabolical schemes for killing men on a vast scale by machinery or chemistry, to which we passionately devoted ourselves." In 1918, the Germans possessed far the larger supplies of the irritant mustard gas, but our outputs were broadening daily. Although the accidentally burned and blistered at the factories exceeded 100% of the staff every 3 months, volunteers were never lacking. On August 16th, 8 days after the French went there, American troops landed at Vladivostok. On the following day, a British force, having come northward from Persia, entered the city of Baku on the Caspian Sea, a British challenge to both the Germans and the Bolsheviks in the Caucasus. "If the Entente set up a Tsar in Russia," General Hoffmann wrote in his diary on August 22nd, "then Russia will be closed to us." 5 days later, in a remarkable twist of fate, Germany persuaded Bolshevik Russia to sign a supplementary peace treaty, in which the Bolsheviks promised to fight against the Allies in northern Russia. In what they perceived as their national interest, Lenin and the Kaiser were making common cause, as Stalin and Hitler were to do 21 years later to the day. Under the treaty of the 25th of August 1918, Germany would have full control of all Red Navy vessels and facilities on the Black Sea. If Baku were again to be in Bolshevik hands, Russia would have to send Germany 1/3 of all her oil production. In return, Germany would prevent Finland from attacking Russia. At the beginning of September, the anti-Bolshevik government of the Ukraine signed an economic agreement with Germany. The withdrawal of Russia from the war, which offered Germany her last chance to maintain her war effort, also served as an inspiration for those everywhere in Europe who hoped that the proletariat of all the warring nations would, at some point, throw down their arms in protest. But in England, pacifists like Clifford Allen, many of whom had been imprisoned for their refusal to serve, recognized the limits of the intellectual appeal to peace. That August, Allen was in Edinburgh, where, late one night, he took a tram home. "Top of tram state of slight drunkenness," he wrote in his diary, "and great hilarity and much hatred of Germans. What a public we pacifists have got to face. The war spirit is becoming rapidly identical with that of a spectator of a football match, and infinite hatred." Unknown to the British pacifists, not fully understood by the British, French, and German governments, the war was almost over. Such was the habit of war-making, however, and such was the impact of that infinite hatred over 4 years, that London, Paris, and even Berlin continued to think in terms of renewed offensives, retrenchment, and the war of 1919. 25. The turn of the tide. August to September 1918. Considerable Allied advances were made throughout the Western Front in the second week of August, when the Germans were driven from the village of Antoil-Port, just north of Compiègne, at the southernmost limit of their June offensive. On the 17th of August 1918 they faced a French attack on Lessigny, which had likewise been overrun in June. 6 times the French attacked Lessigny and were driven off with heavy casualties. But on August 20th they were on the outskirts of the town. That day Foch felt confident enough to write to Clemenceau that he could secure victory in 1919. Throughout the Western Front, German morale was low. On August 20th, a British second lieutenant, Alfred Duff Cooper, in action for the first time, reached a railway cutting ahead of his men. Looking down, I saw one man running away up the other side of the cutting, he wrote in his diary. I had a shot at him with my revolver. Presently I saw two men moving cautiously below me. I called to them in what German I could at the moment remember to surrender and throw up their hands. They did so immediately. They obviously did not realize that I was alone. They came up the cutting with their hands up, followed, to my surprise, by others. There were 18 or 19 in all. If they had rushed me then, they would have been perfectly safe, for I can never hit a haystack with a revolver, and my own men were 80 yards away. However, they came back with me like lambs, I crawling most of the way to avoid fire from the other side of the railway. Two of them, who were Red Cross men, proceeded to bind up my wounded. A main French objective, Lassigny, was recaptured on August 21st. When the offensive was renewed on the Somme that day, Haig expressed his confidence that victory could come before the end of 1918. That day, British forces advanced more than 2 miles and took 2,000 Germans prisoner. Yet for every victorious headline there was a sombre subtext. 4 days before the offensive was renewed, the Newfoundland officer Hedley Goodyear, who had led his men on the attack on August 8th, wrote to his mother, "Don't worry about me, I'm Hun-proof." He was killed by a sniper between Lyon and Chaulnes. His photograph, showing him in uniform, stood on his fiancée's mantelpiece for the next 50 years. On August 22nd, Duff Cooper was again in action. When we were eventually formed up for the attack, he wrote in his diary, I had only 10 men, and the climax was reached when I discovered that my platoon sergeant, who had been excellent all the day before, was so drunk as to be useless. He started the attack with us, but we never saw him again until the next day. The attack itself was beautiful and thrilling, one of the most memorable moments of my life. The barrage came down at 4 a.m. A creeping barrage, we advanced behind it. We kept direction by means of a star, and a huge full moon shone on our right. I felt wild with excitement and glory, and knew no fear. When we reached our objective, the enemy trench, I could hardly believe it. So quickly had the time passed, it seemed like one moment. We found a lot of German dead there. The living surrendered. Although the German forces outnumbered the Allies on the Somme front by 42 divisions to 32, in the Allied armies there was a sense of purpose, even exhilaration. One by one the scenes of the most desperate fighting on the Somme in 1916 were overrun. Thiepval Ridge was captured on August 24th, when, in Berlin, General Risberg told the Reichstag Budget Committee that day that the German High Command was confident of victory. He was met with disdainful, mocking laughter. The Germans would give a great deal to be able to make peace, Sir Horace Rumbold reported from Bern to London that day, but they are not yet in a frame of mind to accept our conditions. Each day the Germans continued to be pushed back. On August 25th, Mametz Wood was captured. It had been the scene of ferocious fighting and heavy casualties in 1916. On August 26th, the Germans withdrew 10 miles along a 55-mile front. Only Ludendorff's fear of the complete collapse of his armies led him to reject an appeal by his senior army commanders to fall back further. On August 27th, British troops overran Delville Wood, yet another scene of slaughter and defeat in 1916. 2 days later, the Germans began the evacuation of Flanders, giving up all the towns and villages, hills and rivers that they had conquered 4 months earlier. Ludendorff had decided upon a purely defensive strategy, to hold the Hindenburg Line at all costs. Nervously, after a meeting of the British War Cabinet in London, Sir Henry Wilson, then Chief of the Imperial General Staff, sent Haig a telegram, warning him that the War Cabinet would become anxious if we received heavy punishment in attacking the Hindenburg line without success. Caution had become the watchword of the hour on both sides of the line. No one wanted a return to the 4 years of intermittent but intensive slaughter that had just ended. On August 30th, the Austrian Chancellor, Count Burian, informed the authorities in Berlin that Austria intended to open its own negotiations for peace. Mostly from the Italian front, but also from the Balkans, and from barracks all over the empire, by the beginning of September, there were an estimated 400,000 Austrian army deserters. The Germans were to be given no respite on the Western Front. As August ended, ferocious Allied assaults were made against them. On August 30th, General Mangin, who 4 years earlier had won a rear-guard action with 2 battalions in the retreat to the Marne, threw a French division against the German forces east of Soissons, driving the Germans back across the River Aisne. That day, the Americans captured Jouvigny, 5 miles north of Soissons. On August 31st, Australian forces captured Peronne, forcing the Germans to abandon their fortified position on Mont Saint-Quentin. 8 Victoria Crosses were won that day by the attacking force. 2 days later, on September 2nd, Canadian troops attacked the Hindenburg line at the Drocourt-Quéant switch. In a 4-hour battle, they broke through the last and strongest German defense line. 7 men won the Victoria Cross in the attack. Near Arras, on September 2nd, a 21-year-old lieutenant in the Wiltshire Regiment, Alec de Candolle, expressed in verse his hopes for a not-too-distant future. When the last long trek is over, and the last long trench filled in, I'll take a boat to Dover, away from all the din. I'll take a trip to Mendip, I'll see the Wiltshire Downs, and all my soul I'll then dip, in peace no trouble drowns. Away from the noise of battle, away from bombs and shells, I'll lie where browse the cattle, or pluck the purple bells. I'll lie among the heather, and watch the distant plain, through all the summer weather, nor go to fight again. 2 days after writing these lines, Lieutenant de Candolle was killed in a bombing raid on German-held trenches. On September 3rd, Foch gave the order for continual attacks along the whole length of the Western Front. By contrast, that same day, Ludendorff issued a secret order to stop defeatist talk by German soldiers on leave. Public feeling in Berlin is not good, General Hoffmann noted in his diary. 3 days later, on September 6th, the German forces completed their evacuation of the Lys salient. On September 8th, Ludendorff ordered the Saint-Mihiel salient to be evacuated. He did so just as the French and Americans were preparing to launch a massive attack on the salient. By the time of Ludendorff's order to withdraw, the Allies had assembled more than 3,000 guns and 40,000 tons of ammunition for the attack. To provide for those who would inevitably be wounded, 65 evacuation trains had been assembled in railway sidings, and 21,000 beds made available in hospitals. To take the troops, guns, and ammunition forward, 15 miles of road had been reconstructed using 100,000 tons of crushed stone, and 45 miles of standard gauge and 250 miles of light gauge railways were built. Even as the Saint-Mihiel offensive was in its final days of preparation, Foch and Haig were setting their own strategic sights on a more ambitious plan, a breakthrough on the Ypres and Somme fronts. This meant that the 300 heavy tanks Pershing believed Haig would transfer to him for the Saint-Mihiel offensive could not be spared, while the French produced only 267 of the 500 light tanks Pershing requested from them. The successes of the previous month had encouraged Haig and Foch to think beyond a limited conquest of trench lines, or the straightening out of a salient. During August, Britain and France and the Americans had captured 150,000 German soldiers, 2,000 guns, and 13,000 machine guns. The British and French hoped, by an offensive to be launched at the end of September, to achieve even more. Crossing to London, Haig asked the War Office on September 10th for mounted men, and all forms of munitions designed to increase mobility, for a new type of war, a war of movement, which he anticipated in the near future. In Germany, on September 10th, rousing himself from weariness and depression, the Kaiser spoke to the munitions workers at Krupp's in Essen. He intended his speech to rouse their enthusiasm for the war, but when he said that anyone spreading false rumors or circulating anti-war leaflets ought to be hanged, the workers were silent. On September 11th, the Americans began their final preparations to drive the Germans out of the Saint-Mihiel salient. A few days earlier, German artillerymen had withdrawn some of their heavy guns from the woods above the town. The German High Command had been deceived by a deliberate American trick into believing that the main attack would come elsewhere, against Mulhouse. A copy of part of the operational orders for the attack on Mulhouse had been thrown into a wastepaper basket at Belfort and, as intended, had been found by a German agent and interpreted correctly, much to the Americans' advantage. The battle was, nevertheless, to be a fierce one. American tanks do not surrender so long as one tank is able to go forward, Lieutenant Colonel George S. Patton, Jr. informed his men on September 11th. Its presence will save the lives of hundreds of infantry and kill many Germans. When the battle began on September 12th, more than 200,000 American troops, supported by 48,000 French, moved forward in pouring rain along a 12-mile front. The lack of British and French tanks proved no obstacle to success. During the advance, the American gunners fired 100,000 rounds of phosgene gas shells, incapacitating 9,000 Germans and killing 50. In the air, the largest ever number of aircraft were in combat, with 1,483 American, French, Italian, Belgian, Portuguese, and Brazilian planes, all under American command, in action above the battlefield. The Germans had no way of matching these numbers, or the freshness and zeal of the Americans, many of whom were in action for the first time. "Get forward there," Colonel William Wild Bill Donovan of the Rainbow Division exhorted his men. "What the hell do you think this is, a wake?" Within 48 hours, the Americans had captured 13,000 prisoners and 200 guns. Prisoners could be captured in unusual ways. At Bouillonville, an American soldier, Sergeant Harry J. Adams, saw a German run into a deep dugout. He had only 2 bullets left in his pistol. Firing both of them into the dugout entrance, he called on the man to surrender. Out the German came, followed by another, and, to the amazement of Adams, who now had no more bullets, by more and more men, until all 300 occupants of the dugout had surrendered to him. Armed with only his empty pistol, he marched them back to the American lines. When the column was first seen approaching, it was thought to be a German counterattack. The German High Command was astounded by the swift initial American success. An officer who visited Ludendorff on September 12th found him so overcome by the events of the day as to be unable to carry on a clear and comprehensive discussion. The Americans had not won their victory without considerable loss. In the American military cemetery at Thiaucourt, in which the dead of the Saint-Mihiel battle were gathered after the war, are 4,153 graves, with a further 284 names on the wall of the missing. At midday on September 13th, French troops entered Saint-Mihiel. When Pétain went to Pershing's headquarters a few hours later, the two men went into the town together. Pétain explained to the inhabitants that, although it was French troops who had liberated the town, they had done so as part of the American First Army, whose soldiers had made liberation possible by their victories on the flanks. Among those liberated was an Irish girl, Aileen Henry, who had been trapped there for 4 years, having gone to learn French in the town in June 1914. To the shock of the inhabitants, the Germans had taken away with them all the local males between the ages of 16 and 45, causing consternation. But after marching them 10 miles to the east, they had let them return. On entering Thiaucourt that evening, the Americans captured Professor Otto Schmierkäse, described in a French communiqué as the German gas specialist and the exploiter of chlorine gas as a form of civilized torture. Entering the town of Essy that same day, the Americans were surprised to find, as MacArthur, then a brigade commander, recalled, a German officer's horse, saddled and equipped, standing in a barn, a battery of guns, complete in every detail, and the entire instrumentation and music of a regimental band. The Americans found it difficult to persuade the inhabitants of the town to come out of their hiding places. They did not know that United States soldiers were in the war. Going forward that night through the German lines, accompanied by his adjutant, MacArthur was able to see, through binoculars, the city of Metz. It did not seem well defended. He at once proposed to his superiors a surprise attack, the continuation of the Saint-Mihiel offensive to this further objective and prize. Here was an unparalleled opportunity to break the Hindenburg line at its pivotal point, he later wrote. MacArthur was supported in this view, and in the desire to continue the advance into Metz by the operations officer of the First Army, Colonel George C. Marshall, but Foch, Pétain, and Haig were already making their plans for a coordinated Allied offensive elsewhere in 2 weeks' time. They did not want a premature offensive or distraction from what was to be a major battle. The straightening of the Saint-Mihiel salient and the liberation of Saint-Mihiel itself were successes enough. The salient had been in German hands for 4 years. It had earlier resisted 2 French attacks on it. As a victory, it was seen without blemish. It is as swift and neat an operation as any in the war, wrote the Manchester Guardian, and perhaps the most heartening of all its features is the proof it gives that the precision, skill, and imagination of American leadership is not inferior to the spirit of their troops. The American soldiers had at last obtained the recognition they deserved. To his last days, however, MacArthur believed that the victory at Saint-Mihiel ought to have been followed up at once and Metz taken. Had we seized this opportunity, he later wrote, we would have saved thousands of American lives lost in the dim recesses of the Argonne forest. MacArthur's keenness was in contrast to the many problems that even the victory at Saint-Mihiel revealed. On the day that he was advocating a further advance, his divisional chief of staff was warning that the men were not being adequately fed or clothed. Logistical problems forced Colonel Patton's tanks to wait 32 hours for petrol supplies to cover the 9 miles. On September 15th, when Clemenceau travelled to the Saint-Mihiel salient, he was angered by the chaos and traffic jams on the roads. They wanted an American army, he later wrote with scorn. They had it. Anyone who saw, as I saw, the hopeless congestion at Thiaucourt will bear witness that they may congratulate themselves on not having had it sooner. Most ominous for the next offensive, a mere 2 weeks away, a German intelligence report concluded, the Americans have not yet had sufficient experience, and are accordingly not to be feared in a great offensive. Up to this time our men had too high an opinion of the Americans. Saint-Mihiel had been a victory, but the great offensive was yet to come. On the French and British sectors, and against the Hindenburg Line, small attacks were launched during the Saint-Mihiel offensive, and a series of German counterattacks were repulsed. But the German forces were not pulling back. Rumours of Allied successes could also prove to be false. The village of Pagny-sur-Moselle, the southernmost point of the fortified German defences, which was reported to have been overrun by the Americans during the Saint-Mihiel offensive, remained under German control until the end of the war. Near the village war memorial is a plaque to a 15-year-old boy executed by the Germans without reason, 2 months after the outbreak of war. The memorial itself depicts a soldier and his dog. That August and September, Russia had become a focus of concern once more for the Allies. On August 31st, the British naval attaché in Petrograd, Captain Cromie, had been murdered by the Bolsheviks inside the embassy building. On September 2nd, the Bolsheviks announced the institution of Red Terror. In Petrograd alone, 512 opponents of the regime were executed. On September 11th, 4,500 American troops landed at Archangel. That day, near Murmansk, British troops, after a successful action against the Red Army, advanced 25 miles along the River Dvina. On September 14th, the Allies launched their offensive on the Salonika front, signalled by a 6-hour artillery bombardment of the Bulgarian positions. At German headquarters in Skopje, 60 miles to the north, the sound of the guns could just be heard, a distant murmur above the quiet of the morning. As had so often happened on the Western Front, however, the artillery fire, while destroying the enemy wire, left his machine-gun nests and artillery points relatively unharmed. A Serbian assault up the steep Vetrenik mountain was successful, the final assault by bayonet being carried out alongside French and Senegalese troops. That day, the Austrians asked the Allied powers, the United States and the neutrals, to agree to a confidential and non-committal exchange of views on neutral soil, with a view to seeing if peace might be possible. The United States rejected this invitation at once, Britain and France soon after. Even the German government was annoyed by it. The war would go on, wearing down the life energies of millions. As an example of this war weariness, the pacifist Clifford Allen, who saw the Assistant Secretary to the British Labour Party, Jim Middleton, on September 14th, wrote in his diary, "Jim is clearly broken by the sorrow of the war. He is almost haunted by the sight of trainloads of soldiers with their kit and helmets, leaving Victoria and Waterloo, and thundering past his home at Wimbledon. He has lost all his mirth and humour." As the fighting continued in Macedonia throughout September 15th, a new feature in battle was a Yugoslav division, an earnest of the determination of the South Slavs, Slovenes, Croats, Serbs, Bosnians, Montenegrins, and Macedonians, to unite territorially when the Austrians had been driven out of Laibach, Agram, Belgrade, Sarajevo, Cetinje, and Skopje. On crossing the former Greco-Serbian frontier on September 15th, the soldiers of this division momentarily broke off the assault to embrace one another, and also to embrace the French troops fighting with them. They were ordered back into action. The battle was far from over. That day, 36,000 Serbs, French, and Italians were in action against 12,000 Bulgars and Germans. So tenacious were the Bulgarian machine-gunners, however, that the French used flamethrowers for the first time on the Salonika front to dislodge them, driving the defenders from 3 mountain peaks. On the following day, September 16th, the commander of the Bulgarian Second Army, General Lukov, expressed positive interest in the Austrian peace feelers. Tsar Ferdinand, his king and commander-in-chief, replied, "Go out and get killed in your present lines." 2 Bulgarian regiments mutinied on September 16th. They had no intention of fighting any longer. The German commander, General von Scholtz, one of the heroes of Tannenberg, ordered his fellow German, General von Reuter, who was in command of the reserves, to go with his staff officers to the battlefield and, pistol in hand, to stop the Bulgarian rout. When it was clear that most of the Bulgarians would fight no longer, von Scholtz ordered a limited retreat. An appeal to Hindenburg for reinforcements was passed on to the Austrian Chief of Staff, General Arz von Straußenberg, but he had no men to spare for that distant, almost forgotten theatre of war. The only force available, which would take at least 2 weeks to arrive, was a German brigade, then in the Crimea, which was ordered to go by sea to the Bulgarian port of Varna, then overland through Bulgaria and on into Macedonia. On September 18th, British and Greek troops attacked at Lake Doran. There were setbacks, however. The men of one British battalion, the South Wales Borderers, having reached the summit of the Grand Couronne, were forced to retreat as a result of intense Bulgarian machine-gun fire, and ran into a British gas cloud. Their commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Burges, who had been wounded 3 times and taken prisoner, was awarded the Victoria Cross. In an attack on Pip Ridge by 3 British battalions, the Bulgarian machine-gun fire was again so intense that only 1 in 3 of the attackers returned to the ravine from which they had started. At one point, Bulgarian artillery shells started a large grass fire, which, fanned by the wind, forced the Greek Crete division down from the mountainside. After 2 days' fighting, the town of Doiran was in Allied hands, as was the Petite Couronne, but the Grand Couronne was still held by the Bulgarians. Then, on September 20th, the Bulgarian army was ordered to retreat. The British, French, and Greeks, advancing to the positions they had attacked in vain 4 days earlier, found them deserted. Pip Ridge, the Grand Couronne, and Devil's Eye, which for 2 years had glowered over the Allied lines, mocking all attempts to take them, were harmless and worthless. The dead of the previous day's unsuccessful battle lay unburied where they had fallen. 2 days later, Serbian troops were 14 miles north of the starting line. French-Moroccan troops, the Spahis, rode forward on their stallions. The town of Prilep was entered on September 21st, having been evacuated by the Germans and Bulgarians. The Serb inhabitants carried their first liberators on their shoulders to what had, a few hours earlier, and for the past 3 years, been German headquarters. The Bulgarian defeats in Macedonia led to unrest in the Bulgarian capital, Sofia, and a mutiny among the garrison there. On September 23rd, there was unrest in 3 more Bulgarian towns, where Soviets were established by revolutionary students. Loyal Bulgarian officer cadets were sent to disperse the mutineers in Sofia, just as officer cadets had been called upon to sustain the old regime in Petrograd, assisted in their task by the German division that had just reached Bulgaria from the Crimea, too late to affect the course of the battle in Macedonia. On September 25th, British forces entered Bulgaria. 2 days later, a Bulgarian republic was declared in the small manufacturing town of Radomir, with the peasant leader, Alexander Stambolijski, being declared president. Despite the support of 15,000 soldiers, however, he was unable to seize power in the capital. After 3 days of fighting at Vladea, 10 miles south of Sofia, the Republican forces were defeated, and Stambolijski, who in 1919 became prime minister under King Boris, fled into hiding. While this abortive revolution was in progress, the Macedonian capital, Skopje, which Bulgaria had so coveted for itself, fell to the French. The Spahis, commanded by General Gambetta, had covered the last 57 miles to it in 6 days. Gambetta was the nephew of Léon Gambetta, who in 1870 had left the besieged Paris in a balloon to organize the resistance of provincial France against the German invaders. Now it was the Germans who were in retreat. All hope of holding the Balkans shattered. The southern approaches of the heartland of the Central Powers virtually open to an Allied advance. Chance seemed to favor the victors. A newly dispatched Austrian division, the 9th, was only 50 miles from Skopje by rail when Gambetta and his Spahis entered the city unopposed. On September 16th, President Wilson rejected the Austrian request for peace talks. Clemenceau rejected it on the following day. A separate German peace offer to Belgium, on the basis of no claims to be made by Belgium for restitution or indemnity, was rejected by the Belgians on September 19th. On the Western Front, the Allies had continued to advance. In the 7 days up to September 24th, the British Expeditionary Force took 30,000 prisoners, more than in any previous week of the war. Speaking to 400 submarine officers on September 25th, the Kaiser railed against treason. It was only 2 weeks since one of his submarines had, in pursuance of his policy of unrestricted submarine warfare, torpedoed the Union Castle liner Galway Castle, without warning in the English Channel. 154 lives were lost. In Palestine, on September 17th, an Indian sergeant deserted from Allenby's army and crossed into the Turkish lines north of Jerusalem. There would, he said, be a major offensive in 2 days' time. The Turkish commanders, among them Mustafa Kemal, believed him, but Lehman von Sanders did not, and no special preparations were made. At midnight, on September 19th, the British artillery bombardment began. Then, at dawn on the 20th, Allenby resumed the northward offensive that had ended a year earlier with the capture of Jerusalem. Within a few hours his infantrymen had broken the Turkish defense lines, and his cavalrymen were advancing rapidly northward through the coastal plain. Air power proved an important part of Allenby's new advance. For 2 hours that morning, the Royal Air Force and Royal Australian Air Force bombed the German and Turkish telephone exchanges and telegraph offices at Afula, Nablus, and Tolkar, breaking all contact between General Lehman von Sanders and his commanders. The main German airfield at Jenin was also put out of action. For 7 days, as Allenby's cavalry advanced, the bombing of roads, railways, and troop concentrations disrupted all the Turkish and German defensive plans. On September 20th, Allenby's troops entered the Jezreel Valley, and in 2 days' fighting took 7,000 prisoners. The Turks were demoralized and eager to give up the fight. At Afula, on the Haifa-Damascus Railway, an Indian cavalry regiment charged the Turkish position, killing 50 and taking 500 prisoners, for the loss of 1 man wounded and 12 horses killed. Near Megiddo, the biblical Armageddon, where the Turks were ordered to make a stand, the only shots fired were from 9 German riflemen. Far from home, these soldiers were silenced by 2 machine guns. The British cavalrymen then rode on to Nazareth, where, in the early hours of September 21st, the garrison of 3,000 was taken captive. The advancing army had covered 40 miles in a single day. Von Sanders fled Nazareth in his pajamas. The Turks, lacking the will or means to resist, fled northward and eastward. That day 2 columns of Turkish troops were retreating, one from Tolkam and the other from Nablus, through the hills and defiles of Samaria. Both columns were attacked by British and Australian aircraft. One Australian history records of the Turks who were trying to reach Nablus from Tulkam In a column some 2 miles long, pilot after pilot, flying in perfect order, dropped his bombs, and then, assisted by the observers, raked the unfortunate Turks with machine guns. Their ammunition exhausted, the airmen sped back to their aerodrome for more, and returned again to the slaughter. Some pilots made 4 trips on that day. Further east, an even more intense air raid was mounted that day on the Turks trying to reach the River Jordan from Nablus. It was the most devastating aerial attack of the war. More than 50 aircraft bombed and machine-gunned the Turks and their supply column as they fled down the narrow defile of the Wadi Farah. More than 9 tons of bombs were dropped, and 56,000 machine-gun rounds fired as the Turks struggled to reach the river. The bombers first struck at the vehicles at the head of the column, so that the rest had to come to a halt. Then they methodically destroyed the long line of stationary vehicles and the panic-stricken men who were machine-gunned from the air as they tried to escape down the steep wall of the wadi, or to climb to its top. On the following day, September 22nd, a second aerial attack was made on the Turks, descending to the Jordan down the Wadi Farah, when a further 4 tons of bombs were dropped and 30,000 machine-gun rounds fired from the air. At one part of the road, a Royal Air Force historian, H.A. Jones, has written, lorries, abandoned in motion, had crashed forward into guns which had been carried with their teams into other transport wagons, and the accumulation had gone tearing on, shedding lorries and guns over the precipice on its way, until at last it had been brought to a standstill by its own weight. Along the length of the defile lay the torn bodies of men and animals. Some of the pilots who bombed the retreating Turks became so nauseated by what they saw from the air that they asked to be spared any further sorties. The Turks had been overwhelmed by British air power and by the speed of the Allied cavalry. How many prisoners had been taken? Allenby asked the commander of the Desert Mounted Corps on September 22nd. On being told that 15,000 had been captured, he laughed and told the commander, "No bloody good to me. I want 30,000 from you before you've done." His wish was granted. On September 23rd, 500 of his horsemen captured the port of Haifa, and, galloping northward, entered the Crusader city of Acre. That day, in the Wadi Farah, a third bombing attack was made on the Turkish troops trying to reach the River Jordan. More than 6 tons of bombs were dropped and 33,000 machine-gun rounds fired. Among the vehicles smashed up in the 3-day bombing attack were 50 lorries, 90 guns, and 840 four-wheeled horse-drawn vehicles. Hundreds of Turkish soldiers had been killed. Death from the air had assumed a new dimension. On September 25th, Australian and New Zealand cavalrymen crossed the River Jordan and entered Amman on the Berlin-Baghdad Railway. In all, 2,750 cavalrymen took part in the attack. They captured 2,563 Turkish prisoners, bringing the Egyptian Expeditionary Force's total number of prisoners in a single week to 45,000. Angrily, a captured German officer told his interrogators, "We tried to cover the Turks' retreat, but we expected them to do something, if only to keep their heads. At last we decided they were not worth fighting for." Half an hour before midnight on September 25th, less than 2 weeks after the start, and only 10 days after the finish of the Saint-Mihiel offensive, 37 French and American divisions launched a new and even more ambitious offensive. It was against the Argonne Forest and along the River Meuse. As part of the preliminary bombardment that night, the American Expeditionary Force fired 800 mustard gas and phosgene shells, incapacitating more than 10,000 German troops and killing 278. Almost 4,000 guns were in action, none of them, one American historian has commented, made in America. Among the American battery commanders was Captain Harry S. Truman. I fired 3,000 rounds of 75 ammunition from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m., he later recalled. I slept in the edge of a wood to the right of my battery position on Friday night. If I hadn't awakened and got up at 4 a.m., I would not be here, because the Germans fired a barrage on my sleeping place. The 6-hour bombardment continued throughout the night. Then, at 5:30 on, the morning of September 26th, more than 700 tanks advanced, followed closely by the infantry, driving the Germans back 3 miles. The artillery that had been so effective during the night moved forward behind the advance. As we marched on a road under an embankment, Truman recalled years later, a French 155mm battery fired over my head, and I still have trouble hearing what goes on when there is a noise. By the morning of September 27th, more than 23,000 German prisoners had been taken. That day, near Cambrai, the British Expeditionary Force attacked the Hindenburg Line. More than 1,000 aircraft supported the attack, with 700 tons of bombs being dropped and 26,000 machine gun rounds fired from the air. By nightfall, the attacking forces had taken 10,000 prisoners and 200 guns. Even by the standards of the Western Front, the scale of the German losses was astounding. 33,000 prisoners in one day. But the fighting in the Argonne Forest showed that the German army would not give up, and the Americans suffered considerably from the tenacious defense that was offered them. As the American soldiers put it, every goddamn German there who didn't have a machine gun had a cannon. One American division, thrown into a panic by a German counterattack, fell back in disorder. By former Western Front standards, the Americans were successful. Montfaucon, which Pétain had believed could hold out until the winter, was taken on September 27th, and advances were made of up to 6 miles. But the plan had been far more ambitious, making the setback all the more galling. On September 28th, the British launched Haig's massive offensive against the Germans in the Ypres salient, the 4th Battle of Ypres. 500 aircraft took part. Among the New Zealand troops in action that day, at Gelluveld, was the 9 times wounded General Freyberg, who wrote to a friend, "I commanded my brigade from a horse, an ugly white German one, and advanced under a barrage on it until it was killed. The advance on the ground was rapid, with Weizsäcker falling during the day, and 4,000 Germans surrendering." Belgian troops were also in action on September 28th, recapturing Passchendaele, scene of such terrible slaughter a year earlier, with little loss. That evening, Ludendorff pressed upon Hindenburg that Germany must seek an immediate armistice. What neither of them knew was that Lloyd George and his Secretary of State for War, Lord Milner, still not convinced that the speed of the British advance meant that Germany could be beaten, were insisting that Haig reduce British commitments to the offensive in order to preserve his manpower for the battles of 1919. In Britain, the focus on those battles was intensifying. I shall never forget going through a large workshop in the north of England, late in September 1918, a munitions expert, George Dewar, later wrote, and witnessing the making and testing by German rifle fire of the plates of our new type of tank, Mark 8, thence passing on to another workshop in the same district and witnessing the production and the testing of the engine to drive this super-tank. Mark 8 was destined never to go into action, but had the war continued, Great Britain would have assembled and dispatched to the front large numbers of that great type by the early spring of 1919. On the Salonika front, More than 10,000 Bulgarian and German soldiers had been taken prisoner in the third week of September. On September 28th, Bulgaria, with British and Greek troops already on her soil, began armistice talks with the French and British in Salonika. She was the first of the Central Powers to succeed in calling off the fight. At Spa, Ludendorff was insistent in his discussions with Hindenburg that Germany too must ask for an armistice with the Allies. On the following morning, September 29th, the two German military leaders, the once feared combination that at different times had so nearly defeated all its enemies, went to the Kaiser and told him that the war could not go on. Ludendorff and Hindenburg explained to the Kaiser that the problem was not only the German soldiers' will and ability to fight, but also President Wilson's deep reluctance to negotiate in any way with the Kaiser himself or his military chiefs. Grasping not only the nettle of military defeat, but also that of political democratization, the Kaiser signed a proclamation establishing a parliamentary regime. In the space of a single day, Germany's militarism and autocracy were all but over. The battles continued, however, nowhere more fiercely than on the Meuse-Argonne front. On September 29th, the fourth day of the battle, the American forces were brought to a halt, partly by the unflagging German defense, partly by the incredible chaos that had developed in their lines of supply and communication. His soldiers were dying bravely, a French visitor to Berching's headquarters noted, but they were not advancing, or very little, and their losses were heavy. All that great body of men which the American army represented was literally struck with paralysis. Paul Mays, while visiting an American battalion headquarters that day on a reconnaissance task, saw a group of American soldiers who appeared to be falling back. He went forward on his motorbike to investigate. They were indeed retiring, he later wrote, but simply because they were not in touch with anybody. They had no news, and most of their officers had been killed in the advance. I made some of them stay where they were and place their machine guns facing the battle, then ordered the rest to go forward and rejoin their comrades, which they immediately did. They were not in any sort of panic, but had merely sauntered back for want of instructions. Paul Mays returned to the battalion headquarters to tell them there about these men. To my amazement, I found the place shattered, as if by an earthquake. 3 corpses lay there partly covered by a sack. They were the sentry, who had been standing at the door of the dugout, and 2 of the officers with whom I had spoken before I left. Down below, the colonel sat alone, mopping his brow. "Say, Captain, this certainly is war," he commented as I entered. Among the artillery batteries in action on September 29th was Harry Truman's. Fired on 3 batteries, he later recalled, destroyed 1, and put the other 2 out of business. The regimental colonel threatened me with a court-martial for firing out of the 35th Division sector, but I saved some men in the 28th Division on our left, and they were grateful in 1948. The congestion of essential supply vehicles behind the American lines that day was such that when Clemenceau drove towards Montfaucon on his way to the French Fourth Army, his path was completely blocked by American trucks, some of whose drivers told him they had been held up by the traffic jam for 2 nights. Whatever inconvenience American transport confusion might have on Clemenceau, however, America's contribution had made its mark on the German High Command. On September 30th, Ludendorff told General Hermann von Kuhl, "We cannot fight against the whole world." Hostilities on the Bulgarian front ended at noon on September 30th, with Bulgaria in turmoil, Macedonia liberated, and any chance of German reinforcements ended. The Bulgarian delegates, then at Salonika, including General Lukov, who had wanted to seek an armistice 2 weeks earlier, had no other course but to accept the terms they were offered: the evacuation of all Greek and Serbian territory, the surrender of all arms and weapons of war, the evacuation of all German and Austrian troops, Allied occupation of strategic points inside Bulgaria, and use of the Bulgarian railroads to advance northward, and the almost total demobilization of the Bulgarian army. The Bulgarian collapse was a blow to Germany and Austria, both of which were suddenly cut off from all land links with their ally Turkey. The way was also opened for an Allied advance up the Danube. In London and Paris there was great excitement at the thought of Germany becoming vulnerable through the defeat of her allies. "The first of the props had fallen," commented the British Cabinet Secretary, Sir Maurice Hankey. On the Western Front the battle had continued with ever-increasing ferocity. On September 29th, British troops successfully crossed the Saint-Quentin Canal, using boats, ladders, and 3,000 lifebelts taken from the cross-channel ferries. More than 5,000 German soldiers were taken prisoner, and 100 guns captured. On the following day, on the Ypres front, the British were within 2 miles of Menin, the town whose capture had eluded them for 4 years. In the British and French sectors, a further 18,000 German prisoners of war and 200 guns were captured. Only the Americans had been forced to a halt in the Argonne, but they too were planning to renew the assault within a week. Among those wounded on September 30th was Paul Mays. He had gone forward on foot to report on the whereabouts of the front line, at a point where it was being fought for by the Australians. From a shell hole he saw, 200 yards away, the tops of German steel helmets. It was a front-line German trench. Raising his field glasses to have a closer look, he was shot in the wrist. As he made his way back to safety and to hospital, travelling slowly that evening to the coast in a hospital train, he could hear in the distance the guns making a thundering row. It reminded him of the comment of the mother of a French friend of his, who had succeeded in reaching her son in a village immediately behind the line during a battle. She had sent word and was waiting for him, a tall black figure in the middle of the road. As she spied him coming towards her down the shattered street, she called out, "My dear child, why all this noise? What is it all about?" From Palestine on September 27th, Allenby's cavalrymen had ridden across the Golan Heights into Syria. Damascus lay only 60 miles away. That day, further east, at the village of Tafas, Turkish and German forces murdered several hundred Arab women and children in an act of cruel defiance for the successful harassment by the forces of the Arab revolt. On the following day, September 28th, at Deraa, where thousands of Bedouin had joined the Arab forces, wounded Turkish soldiers and prisoners were murdered as a reprisal, arousing violent anti-Arab feeling among the Indian cavalrymen who entered the town while the massacre was taking place. "Arabs murdered in cold blood every Turk they came across," was the brief note in the 4th Cavalry Division's summary of events. On the following day, 1,500 Turks blocked Allenby's path at Sassa, holding up his advance for 2 days. But by late afternoon on September 30th, Allenby was on his way to Damascus. That night, the Turkish authorities abandoned the city which the Ottomans had ruled for so many centuries. On October 1st, Allenby's cavalrymen, having ridden more than 400 miles in 12 days, were approaching their prize. As troops of the 3rd Light Horse Brigade from Western Australia reached the outskirts of the city, there was a burst of Turkish rifle fire. No one was hit, and the officer in command, Major Olden, decided to continue, ordering his men to draw their swords. Olden galloped forward with them, towards the main Turkish barracks, where several thousand Turks were quartered. For the moment, the enemy decision was in the balance, one Australian history recorded. But the sight of the great Australian horses coming at a gallop, the Turks and natives never ceased to marvel at the size of our horses, the flashing swords, and the ring of shoes upon the metal turned the scale. An Australian officer later recalled, the shooting by the Turks gave way in a second to the clapping of hands by the citizens. Suddenly more shots rang out, but these were Arab riflemen, expressing their joy that so many centuries of Turkish rule were at an end. A few hours later, Lawrence of Arabia arrived, his Rolls-Royce escorted by Indian cavalrymen. For 24 hours there was much looting by Arab and Drutes. Then Allenby, leaving his headquarters at Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee, drove along 120 miles of poor roads, across the River Jordan, and up the Golan Heights to Damascus, installed the Emir Faisal as head of the local administration, and returned that same evening to Tiberias. It was left to the politicians to inform Faisal that, under the terms of the secret agreement negotiated by Mark Sykes and François-Georges Picot in 1916, Syria, as well as the Lebanon and northern Mesopotamia, including oil-rich Mosul, was to be within the French sphere of control. On October 1st, as the British Expeditionary Force prepared to break through the final obstacles on the Hindenburg Line, and the Americans got ready to launch a new attack in the Argonne, Ludendorff begged the Kaiser to issue a German peace offer at once. That night, German forces evacuated Lens and Armentières. North of Cambrai, Canadian troops had taken more than 7,000 German prisoners and 200 guns in the previous 5 days. The German army, Ludendorff told his staff, was heavily infected with the poison of Spartacist socialist ideas. Ludendorff was exaggerating, but while the soldiers at the front were continuing to fight, those who were in Germany on leave or about to be sent back to the front were certainly prey to political agitation of the most extreme sort. The leaders of the Spartacists, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, were demanding an immediate peace and the end of the monarchy. Not for them the panacea, if such it was, of a democratic and parliamentary monarchy, British style. Their aim was a socialist republic. So excited was Lenin by what appeared to be the imminent collapse of Germany, through both defeat on the battlefield and insurrection in the cities, that he wrote that week to his fellow revolutionaries, Sverdlov and Trotsky, to tell them that international revolution was imminent, to assist the proletariat of all countries to throw off their shackles. He wanted the Bolsheviks to create a 3 million-strong army. Near to Petrograd, however, at Pskov, an anti-Bolshevik army was being created by former Tsarist officers and released Russian prisoners of war under German protection. That week, in the Black Sea, some 200 German sailors took over the Russian battleship Volya, as well as 4 Russian destroyers and 2 torpedo boats. Germany's machinations in the East had outlived her triumphs in the West. The first 4 days of October saw the Allied armies advancing on all sectors of the Western Front. A 30-mile sector of the Hindenburg Line was completely overrun. But with this Allied success came news of grave difficulties on the American sector of the front, where, on October 4th, the renewed offensive was met by devastating German machine-gun defenses. One damn machine gun after another, in the American soldiers' parlance. That day, an American force of just over 500 men, holding a precarious position in a ravine about half a mile ahead of the front line, was surrounded by a much larger force of Germans. For 2 days, the Americans were continually attacked and shelled. On the second day, after their food ran out, they were accidentally hit by an American artillery barrage. They released their last carrier pigeon with an appeal for Americans to stop shelling Americans. The Germans then used flamethrowers against the men in the ravine, but some of the Americans clambered out and killed them. The American High Command assumed that all was over and posted the men as lost. That night the Germans withdrew. The Lost Battalion, as it became known, had not been defeated. Of the 554 defenders, 360 had been killed. On the following afternoon, the survivors came down from their hillside into the American lines. At sea, the submarine war, on which so many German hopes had rested, continued without pause and with more tragedies. A Spanish steamship, the Francoli, had been sunk off Cartagena on October 2nd, and 292 passengers drowned. 2 days later, a further 292 passengers had been drowned when the Japanese liner Hiramo Maru was torpedoed off the coast of Ireland. An accidental collision in the English Channel that same week led to the sinking of an armed merchant cruiser, the Otranto. Of the 1,000 American troops on board, 431 were drowned. The first German Revolution took place on October 2nd. It was not in the streets, as Ludendorff had feared, but in the council chamber, where Prince Max of Baden, the Kaiser's second cousin, became Chancellor. Prince Max agreed to take office only after the Kaiser accepted 2 conditions: that henceforth Parliament alone would have the right to declare war and make peace, and that any remaining control that the Kaiser might have over the army and navy cease at once. That day, at a Crown Council in Berlin, Hindenburg reiterated Ludendorff's advice of the previous day, Ludendorff having stayed at Spa for an immediate truce. The army cannot wait 48 hours, Hindenburg told the Kaiser. Prince Max disagreed. He did not want to enter into negotiations with the Allies with the position already surrendered. I hoped I could fight down pessimism and revive confidence, he later wrote, for I myself was still firmly convinced that in spite of the diminution of our forces, we could prevent our enemy from treading the soil of the fatherland for many months. Hindenburg replied that the situation demanded an immediate armistice. If the situation was so desperate, Prince Max replied acerbically, it was for the army to raise the white flag in the field. No decision was made, for Hindenburg, like Kitchener before him on the British side, lacked the ability to argue his case, and could merely reiterate it. A message from Ludendorff was needed to articulate what had to be done, and why. This message was sent to Berlin later that day, as the result of a telephone call from Hindenburg. It stated that the collapse of the Salonika front, whereby a weakening of our reserves in the west is necessitated, and the impossibility of making good the very heavy losses in the battles of the previous few days, made an immediate armistice imperative to spare the German people and its allies further useless sacrifices. Ludendorff's letter, to which Hindenburg appended his signature, ended with the reality of the battlefield spelt out clearly. Every day lost costs thousands of brave soldiers' lives. It was a sentence that could have been written on almost any of the past 1,500 days. Prince Max had not given up hope of delaying the appeal to the Allies. On October 3rd, he warned Hindenburg that too swift an armistice could mean the immediate loss both of Alsace-Lorraine and of the predominantly Polish districts of East Prussia. Such German territorial losses were implicit in President Wilson's 14 points. Hindenburg again telephoned Ludendorff, only to report back to the Chancellor that, whereas the loss of Alsace-Lorraine was acceptable to the High Command, the loss of any territory in the East was unacceptable. One historian has commented, it became more and more evident that the Chancellor had read the 14 points, while the Supreme Command had not. Prince Max now chose his own way forward. During October 3rd, he brought 2 socialist deputies into his government, one of whom, Philip Scheidemann, told him with much wisdom, "Better an end to terror than terror without end." To avert terror, an armistice was essential. On October 4th, having informed the Reichstag of the need for peace, and having obtained Austrian support for what he now realized could not be delayed, Prince Max telegraphed to Washington requesting an armistice. That day, at a Franco-American conference in France, held at the small town of Trois-Fontaines, plans were being drawn up for shipping American troops and munitions across the Atlantic for the campaign to defeat Germany by the end of 1919, or in early 1920. The 2 senior participants at the conference were Marshal Foch and the American Secretary of War Newton Baker. They agreed to an accelerated shipping program throughout the winter of 1918, so that by the following summer the American army would have adequate supplies for a major offensive in 1919. During the month of September, a total of 297 artillery units had been manufactured in the United States. The subsequent targets that were now fixed and were in due course reached were just over 1,000 between October and December 1918, and a further 1,000 between January and April 1919. Every other branch of ordnance and supplies was given similar accelerated and increased production targets for the coming 6 months and beyond. An expanded network of telephone and telegraph lines was even then being constructed by the American army throughout France, determined to improve and accelerate communication with the front line, and, by drawing on the lessons of the Argonne setbacks, to ensure a successful campaign in 1919. The Franco-American agreement reached at Trois-Fontaines on October 4th held out hope of a considerable military advance during the early months of 1919. As Pershing's troops struggled to regain the initiative on the Meuse, their commander was calculating how many divisions he would need in France by 1st of July 1919 for the decisive battle. The number of men involved, most of whom would be transported across the Atlantic in British ships, was 3,360,000, 2 million more than he had already. They were on their way. 26. The collapse of the Central Powers, October to November 1918. In France, the painter John Singer Sargent had been travelling behind the lines since July, looking for inspiration for the painting he had been asked to do for the British Ministry of Information. On the 4th of October 1918 he wrote to a friend, "For a long time I did not see any means of treating the subject given to me, of British and American troops working together. They do this in the abstract, but not in any particular space within the limits of a picture." He could still not find a subject, though the 3 months he had been allotted for the painting were coming to an end. "I have wasted lots of time going to the front-line trenches," he wrote to another friend 6 days later. "There is nothing to paint here. It is ugly and meagre and cramped, and one only sees 1 or 2 men." He had gone to the Somme, still searching, when inspiration came. "In this Somme country I have seen what I wanted, roads crammed with troops on the march," he wrote. "It is the finest spectacle that war affords, as far as I can make out." In fact, it was not troops on the march whom Sargent decided to paint. With him on the Somme was another artist, Henry Tonks, who had been asked by the ministry to do a painting on a medical theme. In search of this, he and Sargent went to a dressing station near Le Bac de Soude, on the Doullens road. There, writes Sargent's biographer, under a perfect autumnal sky, they saw soldiers blinded by mustard gas, waiting for treatment. Sargent had at last found his picture, though it had nothing whatever to do with the terms of his assignment. Tonks said he did not mind, far from it. Sargent took notes, returned to his studio in London, and began work on his painting. Entitled Gassed, it shows two groups of blinded and blindfolded soldiers, 10 in the center of the picture and 9 in the distance, all standing in line, each group led by an orderly. Each blindfolded man has his hand on the shoulder of the soldier in front. Some are still holding their rifles. More than 20 men are lying in a field in the foreground, their eyes also bandaged. Others are lying in the field behind. There are no doctors or nurses to be seen. In the far distance, on the horizon, dwarfed by the men who have been gassed, a football match is in progress. The painting, of considerable power, was voted Picture of the Year at the Royal Academy Exhibition in 1919. On what had been the Salonika front, now deep inside Serbia, in the first week of October, Austrian troops were still fighting despite Bulgaria's defection. Ludendorff, however, recognized the danger presented to the Central Powers as Serbian and French forces pushed the front steadily northward, through Serbian Macedonia, towards the Danube and Belgrade. Yet, in both Berlin and Vienna, the instinct to brazen it out remained. On October 4th, a German and Austrian peace note was sent to President Wilson, asking him to agree to an armistice. It was made clear by both the Germans and Austrians that this was not a surrender, not even an offer of armistice terms, but an attempt to end the war without any preconditions that might be harmful to Germany or Austria. This was what Prince Max wished. As Wilson studied the note, the war went on. On October 5th, more than 3,000 Austrians were taken prisoner on the Salonika front. Inside Germany, the continuation of the fighting led to an increase in public discontent. On October 6th, at Gotha, a conference of German Spartacists, whose leader, Karl Liebknecht, was in prison, demanded an end to the monarchy and the setting up of Soviets in Germany. With the disintegration of empires, the struggle of subject peoples intensified. On October 7th, in German-occupied Warsaw, a Regency Council, hitherto under German control, invoked President Wilson's principles of self-determination and declared a free and independent Polish state. Its authority was challenged, however, by 2 other Polish groups, the oddly named Polish Liquidation Committee in Krakow and the left-wing Provisional People's Government of the Polish Republic in Lublin. The Germans, unwilling to see the total collapse of their Polish conquests, kept Pilsudski in prison in East Prussia. The Ukrainians, determined not to lose East Galicia to a reconstituted Poland, established a Ukrainian National Council in Lvov, and fighting began between Poles and Ukrainians throughout the region. Germany, in turmoil, had not yet succumbed to anarchy or decided to surrender. On October 7th, as a Polish state was declared in Warsaw, a call for a final military effort on the battlefield was published in the Vossische Zeitung, written by the industrialist Walter Rathenau. Its aim was to give Germany the strongest possible position from which to negotiate a peace of equality rather than of defeat. All men capable of bearing arms must be combed out of the offices, the guard-rooms and depots, in East and West, at the bases and at home, Rathenau wrote. What use we have today for armies of occupation and Russian expeditions. Yet at this moment we have hardly half of the total available troops on the Western Front. Our front is worn out. Restore it, and we shall be offered different terms. It is peace we want, not war, but not a peace of surrender. Struck by this line of reasoning, Prince Max asked Hindenburg and Ludendorff whether adequate reinforcement would in fact be afforded by such a combing out of troops as Rathenau proposed. Ludendorff was skeptical. From a practical viewpoint, it would cause more disturbance than we could stand, he replied on October 8th. But Rathenau did not give up, writing to the newly appointed Minister of War, General Scheuch, that if Germany evacuated the areas demanded by President Wilson, including the whole of Belgium and Alsace-Lorraine, this would make an end of our capacity for defence and thus put ourselves at the enemy's mercy. The argument for a German position of strength on the Western Front was becoming academic. On October 8th, Wilson rejected the German peace note. A first condition of an armistice, he reiterated, was the evacuation of all occupied territories. The war would not end until there were no German troops on Belgian or French soil, and no Austrian or German troops in Serbia. That day, near Châtel-Chehery in the Argonne, an American soldier, who had earlier been a conscientious objector on religious grounds, Sergeant Alvin C. York, was in action. His patrol having been surrounded and outnumbered 10-1, York, single-handed, killed as many as 28 German soldiers and captured 132 others, bringing back 35 machine guns. Asked by a divisional general how many Germans he thought he had killed, York replied, "General, I would hate to think I missed any of them shots. They were all at pretty close range, 50 or 60 yards. Commenting on his fellow soldiers' shooting abilities, he remarked, "They missed everything but the sky." He, however, was a mountaineer. "It weren't no trouble nohow for me to hit them big army targets," he explained. "They were so much bigger than turkeys' heads." Also, on October 8th, the day of Corporal York's exploit, the British launched an offensive on a 20-mile front between Saint-Quentin and Cambrai, the Second Battle of Cambrai. A smokescreen for the attack was created by the Royal Air Force, dropping phosphorus bombs. In one day, 3 British armies, with 82 tanks in support, advanced 3 miles and took 10,000 prisoners and 150 guns. An American division also advanced towards Cambrai, capturing 1,500 prisoners and 30 guns. Within 24 hours of the start of the new offensive, the Hindenburg Line was finally overrun in its entirety. On October 9th, Canadian troops entered Cambrai. The Duke of Wellington had taken the city's surrender 103 years earlier, after the defeat of Napoleon. In 1870, the Germans had captured it. They had held it again since August 1914. Now it was a free French city once more. A British cavalry division, in an unprecedented 8-mile advance, reached the outskirts of Le Cateau, taking 500 prisoners on its gallop forward. Battlefields from which the British had been driven in 1914 and 1915, and again earlier in 1918, were entered and crossed almost without pause. An artilleryman, Colonel Alan Brooke, visited Lens on October 9th. "Such ruin and desolation," he wrote. "I climbed on to a heap of stones, which represents the place where the church once stood, and I looked down on the wreckage. One could spend days there just looking down, picturing to oneself the tragedies that have occurred in every corner of this place. If the stones could talk and could repeat what they have witnessed, and the thoughts they had read on dying men's faces, I wonder if there would ever be any wars." On the following day, a British officer, the poet Wilfred Owen, who had returned to the trenches after his time in hospital in Britain, wrote to a friend from the front line, "The boy by my side, shot through the head, lay on top of me, soaking my shoulder for half an hour. Yet," Owen added, "he was full of confidence when, after having taken a few machine guns, with the help of one seraphic lance corporal, I held a most glorious brief peace talk in a pillbox. He had shot one German with his revolver at 30 yards. The rest had surrendered with a smile. Owen had earlier been invalided home with shattered nerves after serving for 6 months in the trenches in 1917, but he had wanted to go back, explaining to his mother, "I came out in order to help these boys, directly, by leading them as well as an officer can, indirectly, by watching their sufferings, that I may speak of them as well as a pleader can." But trench warfare took its toll again. As he later wrote home, "My senses are charred. I don't take the cigarette out of my mouth when I write deceased over their letters." Among those killed in action earlier that week was the 21-year-old Charles Reade. His brother, Herbert, a writer and poet who had fought on the Somme, tried to express his feelings of both pain and pride. "I curse the fate that sent us, a tortured species down the torrent of life, soul exposed to the insensate shores and the dark fall of death. All the world is wet with tears, and droops its languid life in sympathy. But death is beautiful with pride. The trees are golden lances, whose brave sway assails the sadness of the day." At sea, the relentless war went on, with a German submarine sinking the Kingstown Holyhead ferry Leinster on October 10th, drowning 176 passengers and crew, including several Americans. On October 10th it was made known that 20,000 American troops had died in France in the previous 2 months, not in battle, but of influenza and pneumonia. Even as the armies prepared for what the Allies believed would be the final struggle, death stalked their ranks from within. But the exhilaration of imminent victory was hard to quell. On Allenby's front, Damascus had fallen 9 days earlier, and an Indian division had entered Beirut on October 8th. Dramatic events were taking place in Serbia, after 3 years of Austrian occupation. The Austrian 9th Division, made up mostly of Bohemians and Moravians, was showing its fellow Slav sympathies for the Serbs, and was no longer an effective fighting force. On October 10th, Serb forces entered Nice, having advanced 170 miles in 25 days. The city had been defended by German troops. Near Prizren, a German army corps was reported lost in the mountains, as it tried to make its way to the Albanian coast. Every nation in the Allied line was moving forward. On October 10th, the American First Army under Pershing finally succeeded in driving the Germans out of the Argonne Forest. Yet the battle did not fare as well for the Americans as they had hoped, and there was no breakthrough. Ammunition, food, and other essential provisions were still being held up by the congestion on the roads. In addition, the shortage of horses had become acute. Pershing calculated that he was short of at least 100,000 horses, but when he asked Foch if France could provide 25,000, he was told to get them from the United States. This proved impossible. There was not enough shipping space. "The animal situation will soon become desperate," Pershing's senior supply officer reported. Pétain's reaction to the American supply difficulties was to suggest that Pershing's First Army be dissolved, that the American effort should be limited to corps and divisions, and that those divisions which could not be adequately supplied should be distributed among the French armies. Already, of the 30 American divisions fit for combat, 10 were serving with the French and British forces under French and British commanders, and only 20 under Pershing. But Pershing and his First Army fought on. They were not going to dissolve themselves, or accept that they were beaten by the problems of supply. On October 11th, German forces began a systematic withdrawal from the Western Front. But they had not given up fighting. and on October 12th, Hindenburg sought to stiffen their resistance by his announcement that the granting of favorable armistice terms to Germany would depend upon a successful military resistance at the front. That day, the German government accepted President Wilson's condition for negotiations, the complete withdrawal of their troops from France and Belgium. Hearing this news in Constantinople, the German-born Zionist Arthur Ruppin noted in his diary how he went for a long walk and continuously repeated to myself the one word, peace. How much this means. Ruppin's excitement, like that of millions of others, was premature. Before Wilson received the German acceptance of his terms, the British and French opened a new offensive inside Belgium, between Dixmude and Courtrai. In support, American bomber aircraft attacked German lines of communication deep within Belgium. In 5 days, the new offensive had advanced 18 miles, taking 12,000 prisoners and 550 guns. German troops continued to fight for the French cities under their control, unwilling to withdraw without a struggle from regions they had ruled for more than 4 years. But on October 13th, French forces under General Deberny and General Mangin drove them out of the city of Léon, liberating 6,500 French civilians and, in triumph, advanced further northward. The liberation of Léon was a turning point, a city that had so often been within sound of the guns during earlier battles, but had faced the humiliation of occupation for more than 1,500 days. At a meeting at a private house at Danny in Sussex on October 13th, Lloyd George told his senior military and naval advisers and several senior cabinet ministers of his fears that if the Germans gained a respite as a result of an armistice, they might obtain time to reorganize and recover. As the minutes of the meeting report, he then raised for consideration the question as to whether the actual military defeat of Germany and the giving to the German people of a real taste of war was not more important from the point of view of the peace of the world than a surrender at the present time when the German armies were still on foreign territory. In Bern, Sir Horace Rumbold, who had served in the Berlin embassy in 1914, was also worried that the Germans would make peace too soon. "It will be 1,000 pities," he wrote to the Foreign Office on October 14th, "if we are called off before we hammer him completely on the Western Front. We ought to get him into his beastly country, for that is the only way of bringing home to him or to his population what war means." That morning, among the German wounded in the Ypres salient was Corporal Hitler, temporarily blinded by a British gas shell near the village of Wervik. He was evacuated to a military hospital at Payswalk in Pomerania. That same day, the American First Army, with the Argonne Forest behind it, renewed its offensive on the Meuse. At first the battle did not go well. "Hope for better results tomorrow," Pershing wrote in his diary that evening, and added, "There is no particular reason for this hope, except that if we keep on pounding, the Germans will be obliged to give way." But the Germans continued to shell the American positions with high explosive and gas shells, and fought for every yard of ground. When, on October 15th, Pershing visited the troops of the 3rd Division, then resting at Montfaucon, he found them disorganized and apparently disheartened. With more than 1 million men under his command and a front of 83 miles, Pershing divided his army, creating a second army. But its problems were still acute. The shortage of horses was immobilizing the artillery. As many as 100,000 men were thought to have become stragglers, wandering about behind the lines, away from units which depended on them to make up the necessary strength for attack. Some men hid in dugouts. The commander of the 3rd Division authorized the throwing of bombs into dugouts if his men refused to come out. Deaths from influenza continued to mount. On October 15th, it was announced that 1,500 Berliners had died of the disease. 4 days later, on the Western Front, the Canadian air ace, Captain Quigley, who had shot down 34 German planes, died of influenza. Not only Europe, but Africa and Asia were affected. In Bombay, more than 1,000 Indians died. In the United States, the death toll was climbing. In Vienna, the 28-year-old expressionist painter Egon Schiele was among those who succumbed to the epidemic. In London that month, 2,225 people died of Spanish flu, as it was known, within a week, more than all the deaths from 4 years of German Zeppelin and aircraft raids. On October 14th, in Paris, the Allies recognized the Czechoslovak National Council, a group of determined exiles headed by Thomas Masaryk, as the provisional government of a future Czechoslovakia. 2 days later, in a desperate attempt to preserve the unity of the Habsburg Empire, the Emperor Charles offered complete federal freedom to all 6 principal nationalities of Austria: Czechs, Slovaks, Poles, Croats, Slovenes, Serbs, and Romanians. This belated offer, the historian Elizabeth Viskman has written, was spoken by nothing but a voice from the grave. Even while they were seeking a means of placating the Allies, the Austrians could not bring themselves to detach the predominantly Romanian areas of Transylvania from Hungary to Romania. 4 days after the Emperor's offer, the decisive blow to the survival of Austria-Hungary was struck when President Wilson insisted that autonomy for subject peoples was no longer an adequate fulfillment of their national rights. Wilson now claimed that the United States had incurred obligations towards the Czechoslovak and South Slav peoples that went beyond autonomy or a federal agglomeration within the empire. As territorial offers and counter-offers touched on age-long national hopes, the fighting on the Western Front continued. On October 16th, as the Americans were moving forward again on the Meuse, a brigade commanded by Douglas MacArthur struggled to take the Côte de Châtillon. Taking the hill, the brigade repelled repeated German attempts to take it back. In a battalion led by Major Ross, a corporal, Joseph E. Pruitt, single-handed attacked a German machine-gun post, then, emulating Alvin York, captured 68 German soldiers. MacArthur later recalled the ferocity of the struggle. "Officers fell and sergeants leaped to the command," he wrote. "Companies dwindled to platoons and corporals took over. At the end, Major Ross had only 300 men and 6 officers left out of 1,450 men and 25 officers. But the hill was held. Clouded prospects wherever one looks, a German company commander wrote that day. Really has everything been in vain? Such a piteous finish. On October 17th, advancing south of Le Cateau on a 10-mile front, American troops took 5,000 prisoners and 60 guns. That same day, British forces occupied the city of Lille, without a single shot being fired. The German navy evacuated Ostend and Zeebrugge. But at the very moment when all seemed lost for the Central Powers, some German leaders appeared to part with reality. Grand Admiral Tirpitz wrote that day to Prince Max, urging resolute reinforcement of the Western Front with every available man, and the relentless prosecution of the submarine campaign. Every German must understand that if we do not fight on, we fall to the level of wage slaves to our enemies. Summoned by the Kaiser to discuss what reply to give to President Wilson, Ludendorff declared that the German army could and should fight on. An Allied breakthrough was, he said, unlikely. In another month, winter would bring the battle to a halt. A skillful withdrawal to a new line, based on Antwerp and the River Meuse, would give the German army the ability to plan for an offensive against the Allied line in the spring of 1919. Prince Max was not convinced, but Ludendorff had no doubts. In Germany's spring 1919 offensive, he said, Belgium must again become a battlefield, so that 1914 will be child's play compared to it. The German War Minister, General Heinrich Schurk, said that he could probably provide up to 600,000 reinforcements for the Battle of 1919. But he went on to warn that if Germany's supply of oil from Romania was cut off, the German army could only fight for another 6 weeks. This was the first note of realism in the current discussions. A second such note came on the following day, October 18th, from Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria, who in a letter to Prince Max described the wretched condition of his troops, short of artillery support, ammunition, fuel, horses, and officers, and concluded, "We must obtain peace before the enemy breaks into Germany." On October 18th, Haig, who had earlier been confident of victory in 1918, told a War Cabinet Committee that Germany would be able to hold its new lines on the Western Front well into 1919. But Germany's war-making powers were almost over. That day, under the terms of the September 30th armistice, the last German troops left Bulgaria. On the following day, 1,200 German advisers and military specialists began to depart from Mesopotamia, together with their aircraft, guns, and transport. In Austrian-occupied central Serbia, some German units remained in action, counter-attacking the Serb forces at Parasin, but most of the German forces that had been on the Salonika front were still making their way across the mountains to the Adriatic. That day, in a measure that ended Germany's long-held hopes of bringing Britain to her knees by naval warfare, Admiral Scheer ordered all German submarines to return to their German bases. The last torpedo was fired by a German submarine on October 21st, when a small British merchant ship, the St. Barcham, was sunk in the Irish Sea, and 8 crewmen drowned. They were the last of 318 British merchant seamen to be killed that month. The whole of the Belgian coast was now in Allied hands, but still the German government resisted the inevitable. On October 22nd, Prince Max insisted that Germany would not accept a peace of violence. Reparations had become a new feature of the armistice discussions. The Belgian government made it known that week that it would demand almost £400 million from Germany in compensation for damage done. In an attempt to lessen the mounting discontent and republicanism in Germany, the Kaiser agreed to a general amnesty of political prisoners. Liebknecht, an implacable opponent of the monarchy, was among those released. More than 20,000 people went to the station in Berlin to welcome him back. Lenin, watching these events from Moscow, declared in triumph, "3 months ago, people used to laugh when we said there might be a revolution in Germany." On October 23rd, there was a mutiny in the Austrian army in Italy, when Croat troops behind the lines seized the port of Fiume. The mutiny was suppressed. Far more damaging to the fabric of the empire than any Croat mutiny, on October 25th, the Hungarian nationalist leader, Count Mikhail Karelyi, set up a Hungarian National Council in Budapest, the prelude to the complete separation of Austria and Hungary. Throughout October, from his distant vantage point in the United States, President Wilson remained at the center of the armistice discussions. In their most recent note, sent to Washington on October 20th, but not received there until the 22nd, the German government agreed to renounce submarine warfare. Sending this note back across the Atlantic to Clemenceau and Lloyd George on October 23rd, Wilson suggested that the Allies prepare their armistice terms. Wilson's position was one of considerable strength. The American Army's possible future role on the battlefield was alarming the Germans considerably. On October 24th, the left-wing Arbeiter Zeitung drew its readers' attention to the fact that 10,000 fresh, well-fed, well-equipped American troops were reaching Europe every day, 300,000 every month, and it went on to ask, do the people wish to continue war under such circumstances, to sacrifice the lives of many 100,000 men, thereby destroying the remainder of the nation's manhood and imperiling their future? A year earlier, even 3 months earlier, such a question would have been tantamount to treason. Now, it was seen as common sense. Meeting at Senlis on October 25th, the 4 senior Allied commanders, Foch, Haig, Petain, and Pershing, discussed what their armistice demands would be. The main concern of the generals was to make it impossible for Germany to renew the fighting at some future date after the armistice, perhaps in the early spring. To prevent this, they insisted on the surrender to the Allies of all German artillery and all railway stock. But there was no unanimity of thought about whether the Germans were in fact ready to surrender on such terms. Haig still thought that, although the Germans had been severely hurt in the recent battles, they had not been beaten, and would be able, on falling back, to create a new and effective front line. The Allied armies, however, were in Haig's view pretty well exhausted. He then spoke of the American army in terms that upset Pershing. It was not yet organized, not yet formed, and had suffered a great deal on account of its ignorance of modern warfare. In the next battle it cannot be counted upon for much. Ignoring this criticism, Pershing pointed out that, as the American lines of supply extended 3,000 miles across the Atlantic, the armistice terms ought to include the surrender of all German submarines. This was agreed. Foch, challenging Haig's view that the Germans were not yet beaten, pointed out that since July 15th, more than 250,000 German soldiers had been made prisoners of war, and 4,000 guns captured. The German army was retreating along the whole front. It was not only an army that had been beaten every day for 3 months, it was also an army that is physically and morally thoroughly beaten. The German High Command was of the same opinion, and yet at Spa, Hindenburg and Ludendorff, distressed by Wilson's insistence that Germany must put forward its armistice terms, were on the verge of a final act of defiance. Turning their back on Wilson's demand, they prepared a circular letter, which they dispatched by telegram to all Army Group commanders, describing the armistice conditions as unworthy of Germany and unacceptable to the army, and ordering a fight to the finish. Wilson's demand was nothing for us soldiers but a challenge to continue our resistance with all our strength. No Allied sacrifice would achieve the rupture of the German front. Following a protest from one army commander, the telegram was withdrawn, but not before a military wireless operator, who happened to be a member of the Independent Socialist Party, had transmitted its text from Kovno, where he received it, to the Reichstag members of his party. Yet another Allied offensive opened on October 24th on the Italian front. It began with a 1,400-gun bombardment of the Austrian positions around Monte Grappa. 51 Italian divisions took part in the renewed attack, together with British, French, Czechoslovak, and American units. The Austrian defense was tenacious, however. Their 73 divisions were not yet ready to give up. On the Piave, British troops took part in a fierce struggle for the island of Papadopoli. They were veterans of the Western Front, a fact that gave them a particular perspective. On this occasion, one of their chaplains has written, the novelty of the enterprise helped considerably to relieve the tension. There was something hideous and inhuman about a trench attack in France. The mud, the duckboards, the dead horses one passed on the way up, the sickening bark and roar of the guns, all combined to produce a sort of uncanny effect, which one could only tolerate by suppressing all brooding on the situation. On this occasion, however, the situation was quite different. For months, the firebrands in the battalion had been spoiling for a fight. The guns were all silent. The avenues of trees were all decked in the glories of their autumn foliage. Above all, the element of adventure which was involved in the passage of the river, and the fact that we were fighting against an enemy whom we had come rather to despise, combined to free men from the load of oppression which even the stoutest heart had felt a year ago on the Passchendaele Ridge. Cross added, the men were out to finish the war, to give the Austrians a knockout blow for all the crimes they had committed since the fateful murder at Sarajevo, and everyone felt that, though the expedition was a gamble, the stakes were well worth the risk. Papadopoli Island was captured, but heavy rain and flooding made any further advance impossible. In the mountains that day, the Italians recaptured Mount Assolone, which the Austrians had captured a year earlier, then lost it. In Germany, on October 25th, the newspapers published the cancelled Spa fight-to-the-finish telegram. Outraged, Prince Max went to see the Kaiser to demand that either Ludendorff resign or the government itself would resign. Travelling to Berlin, Ludendorff saw the Kaiser and demanded that Wilson's latest note be rejected. If the people at home would support the army in the field, he said, the war can be maintained for some months. Ludendorff was supported by Hindenburg and, more importantly, by the Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral Scheer. The new Minister of War, General Scheuch, also supported him. But the Kaiser had been angered that Ludendorff had telegraphed direct to the troops, and at one point shouted at him, with anger and sarcasm, "Excellency, I must remind you that you are in the presence of your Emperor." Realizing that there was now no way that the war could be continued, or that he would be allowed to continue it, Ludendorff resigned. The war-making nation had lost its warlord. Hindenburg, the figurehead, remained, the Kaiser having refused his offer of resignation. But the Kaiser himself, the supreme warlord, had also become a figurehead, as Prince Max's government continued to seek terms acceptable to the Allies. Ludendorff's successor as First Quartermaster General, General Groener, was a realist who recognized that Germany had lost her ability to continue the war. On the Turkish front, the Arab forces under Sharif Hussein had reached the outskirts of the city of Aleppo, the northernmost Arab city in Syria. Allenby's army was also near, his cavalrymen eager to crown their ride through Syria with the capture of the city. Defending Aleppo was Mustafa Kemal. On October 25th, as the Arabs inside the city rose in revolt, determined to welcome their liberators as free men, Kemal urged his troops to fight street by street. The commander of the Arab forces opposing him in this struggle was a former Turkish army officer, Nuri es-Said. By nightfall, Kemal realized that nothing more could be done to retain this last southern bastion of the Ottoman Empire, and he ordered his troops to pull out. He was aware that any further Arab or Allied advance would lead into the Turkish heartland. Just 5 miles north of Aleppo he turned, not only to face the advancing enemy, but, in effect, to delineate the future southern frontier of Turkey. At Haritan, where he turned to fight, 3,000 Turkish and German troops under his command halted the advance guard of Allenby's army, forcing 2 Indian cavalry units, the Jodhpur and Mysore Lancers, to withdraw. On the Italian front, the Austrians were still defending their mountain positions yard by yard. But a first sign of disintegration came on October 26th, when 3 Hungarian divisions asked to be sent back to Hungary. Their request was granted, and within 24 hours they were gone. Turkey, the third arm of the Central Powers, was also in disarray. Allenby's cavalry entered the northern Syrian city of Aleppo on October 26th. The Turks retreated towards Anatolia. On the Mesopotamian front, 1,000 British cavalrymen had advanced 83 miles in 2 days. On October 26th, 3 Turkish negotiators reached the island of Mudros in the Aegean to begin armistice talks. With them was General Townsend, who had been held in captivity near Constantinople since the fall of Kut 2.5 years earlier, and whom the Turks asked to help them in securing an armistice. The talks were held on board the battleship Agamemnon, which 3.5 years earlier had been among the British warships bombarding the Dardanelles. As on the Western Front, so in the Aegean, the opening of talks was not paralleled by any halt to the fighting. 48 hours after the arrival of the Turkish negotiators at Mudros, British troops reached the Bulgarian port of Dediagach, 10 miles from the Turkish border, with the declared intention of invading Turkey in Europe. Other British troops were approaching Adrianople, a former Turkish city that had been ceded to Bulgaria in 1913. Fighting and talking were continuing in tandem on all fronts. On the Italian front, a ferocious struggle was underway. One Austrian counterattack captured 600 Italians. On October 27th, Italian and British troops managed to cross the Piave. It was the turning point of the battle, with more than 7,000 Austrians being taken prisoner. Mutiny was in the air, as parts of 2 Austrian divisions refused to counterattack. The Emperor realized that he could not expect anything but withdrawal, retreat, and flight. "My people are neither capable nor willing to continue the war," he telegraphed to the Kaiser that day, and he added, "I have made the unalterable decision to ask for a separate peace and an immediate armistice." It was not only the Austrians who were unwilling to continue the war that day. Aboard the German high seas fleet, in order to go to sea for a final desperate attack on the British fleet, electrified the Admiralty when it was decoded in London, but the order was resisted by the German sailors. Admiral Scheer did his utmost to convince the men to fight. An honourable battle by the fleet, even if it should be a fight to the death, will sow the seed of a new German fleet of the future, he said. There can be no future for a fleet fettered by a dishonourable peace. The sailors were not to be persuaded. "We do not put to sea. For us, the war is over," they chanted. 5 times the order to leave port was given, and 5 times it was ignored. Stokers on board those ships that were at sea extinguished the fires in the boilers. 1,000 mutineers were arrested, immobilizing the fleet. "Our men have rebelled," the fleet's commander, Admiral von Hipper, wrote in his diary. "I could not have carried out the operation even if weather conditions had permitted it." Angry that the Imperial Navy had failed to challenge the British that day, the former Chief of the Navy Staff, Admiral Tirpitz, wrote in retrospect, "The German people do not understand the sea. In the hour of its destiny, it did not use its fleet. Whether our grandsons will be able to take up the task again lies hidden in the darkness of the future." On the Western Front, an American artillery battery was moving from one front-line zone to another on October 27th, when, as its commander, Captain Harry Truman, later recalled, the French edition of the New York Herald was distributed along the line. Headlines in black letters informed us that the armistice was on. Just then, a German 150 shell burst to the right of the road and another to the left. A sergeant remarked, "Captain, those goddamn Germans haven't seen this paper." On October 28th, Austria asked the Allies for an armistice. The initiators of the confident opening of hostilities against Serbia in 1914 were at the end of their military and political tether. During the day, the Italians took 3,000 Austrian prisoners on the Piave. In the evening, the Austrian army was ordered to retreat. At the Adriatic port of Pola, 4 young Austrian naval officers went on board a German submarine, asking for passage to Germany. "What for?" they were asked. "We should like to fight for Germany to the end," they replied. In Prague, the Austrian request for an armistice led to a final upsurge in Czech national activity. Meeting in the Gregor Hall, the National Council of Czechoslovakia, which had been formed there 3 months earlier, assumed the powers of a government, gave orders by telephone to the Austrian officials in the Hradčany castle to transfer power to it, took over control of the streets, and proclaimed the independence of the Czech state. That evening, the Austrian troops in the castle laid down their arms, and the civil servants their pens. Without borders, without international recognition, without the approval of Vienna, with little more than a capital city under its control, a Czech national entity had come into being. On October 29th, as the Austrian troops retreated from the Piave to the Tagliamento, more than 600 Italian, French, and British aircraft struck at the long, slow, retreating columns of men, stores, and guns. It was a savage bombardment, against which the Austrians had no protection. Several thousand bombs were dropped, and more than 50,000 rounds were fired at the retreating army by the Royal Air Force alone. A 19-year-old British officer, Bernard Garside, later recalled reaching the scene of the air attack. All along the road were broken vehicles, and all the litter out of them, dead horses, sometimes with limbs off or bellies ripped open, corpses of men on the road and in the fields where they had run to escape the machine guns and bombs from the planes. All the litter from men's pockets, for some reason. I don't want to go into what I saw too much, but it was terrible. It was a repetition of the attack on the Turkish forces in retreat to the River Jordan a month earlier. The Austrian armistice was not to come into effect until November 4th. Meanwhile, the retreat continued, and with it the Allied bombing. On the Western Front, General Pershing was still worried about the German ability to start the war up again in the spring. His opinion, given on October 30th, was that the Allied advance should continue until the German army surrendered. An armistice, he warned, would revivify the low spirits of the German army and enable it to reorganize and resist later on. But Pershing's plea for an unconditional surrender was dismissed by Lloyd George and Clemenceau, who were now confident of imposing strong, virtually crippling terms on Germany, even if its army did not lay down its arms on the field of battle. Foch, too, did not fear a German military revival of the sort which Pershing feared. "I am not waging war for the sake of waging war," Foch told Colonel House, Wilson's emissary. "If I obtain through the armistice the conditions that we wish to impose upon Germany, I am satisfied. Once this object is attained, nobody has the right to shed one drop more of blood." The armistice talks with Germany would go on. So too would the fighting. On October 30th, Tirpitz wrote to Prince Max, "The enemy, who can well estimate our strength, will not treat us any more mercifully if we disarm prematurely, but all the more roughly and brutally, since to the sensation of victory will be added a feeling of contempt for us. Tirpitz was confident that if Germany decided to reject the Allied terms, the sudden need to resume the fight will have the greatest psychological effect to Germany's advantage. If Germany rejected the proffered peace terms, he believed, there would be terrible disappointment among the war-weary masses of the enemy peoples, which would be matched by the increasing strength of the heroic resistance on our front. Prince Max rejected this call for continued confrontation and a prolongation of the war. On the Western Front, the fighting continued. Among the British troops in action in the last days of October was the poet Wilfred Owen, advancing with his battalion through French villages from which the Germans had just pulled back. Owen was resentful that the Allied leaders had turned down the earlier tentative German requests for negotiations. The civilians here are a wretched, dirty, crawling community, afraid of us, some of them, and no wonder, after the shelling we gave them 3 weeks ago, he wrote on October 29th to his fellow poet Siegfried Sassoon. Did I tell you that 5 healthy girls died of fright in one night at the last village? The people in England and France who thwarted a peaceable retirement of the enemy from these areas are therefore now sacrificing aged French peasants and charming French children to our guns. Shells made by women in Birmingham are at this very moment burying little children who live not very far from here. It was rumored that Austria had surrendered. The new soldiers cheer when they hear these rumors, but the old ones bite their pipes and go on cleaning their rifles, unbelieving. The war would go on, even as the German and Austrian armies were in retreat, and areas that had been under German control for 4 years were being liberated. On October 30th, Colonel Alan Brooke visited the military cemetery at Douai, maintained by the German army since the end of 1914. Looking at all the graves, French, English, Russian, Italian, and German, all equally well cared for. In the middle of the cemetery, the Germans had put up a large stone monument. On the 3 cornerstones are 3 medallions with the French, English, and German crests, each face turned towards the respective country. At each frontal face at the top was written Pro Patria, and at the bottom, on each side, etched in stone, À la mémoire des braves camarades, den gefallen Kameraden zur Ehre, in memory of brave comrades. On the Italian front, the fighting continued. On October 30th, more than 33,000 Austrian soldiers were taken prisoner. On the Western Front, a German division refused orders to go into battle. In Vienna, the Austro-Hungarian government continued to seek an armistice with the Allies. The Habsburg Empire was collapsing. The Czech National Council in Prague having declared the independence of Czechoslovakia on October 28th, on the following day, the Slovak National Council, meeting at Teršiansky Svatý Martin, associated itself with the previously non-existent entity, while at the same time insisting on the right of free self-determination for the Slovak region. Also on October 29th, in Agrum, the Croatian Parliament declared that Croatia and Dalmatia were henceforth part of a national sovereign state of the Slovenes, Croats, and Serbs, a state that, like Czechoslovakia, was a new feature on the map of Europe. In the Slovene city of Laibach and in the Bosnian capital of Sarajevo, similar declarations linked these regions with the emerging South Slav state of Yugoslavia. In tune with the times, the German name Agrum was changed to the Slav name Zagreb, and Laibach to Ljubljana. On October 30th, the Austrian port of Fiume, which 2 days earlier had been declared, from Agram, to be part of the South Slav state, declared its own independence, demanding union with Italy. In Budapest, the Hungarians grasped the hour of their own separate existence, as the King-Emperor invited Count Karolyi to form a government. Karolyi did so. Then, with Charles's agreement, he ended the links that had joined Austria and Hungary together since 1867, and demonstrated Hungary's newfound independence by opening armistice negotiations of his own with the French forces in Serbia. During October 30th, with Austria-Hungary a thing of the past, Charles gave the Austrian fleet to the South Slavs, and the Danube flotilla to Hungary. In Vienna, workers and students demonstrated against the monarchy itself. That evening, the Austrian armistice delegation arrived in Italy, at the Villa Giusti near Padua. On the battleship Agamemnon, off the island of Mudros, the Turkish and British negotiators, headed by the commander of British naval forces in the eastern Mediterranean, Admiral Wemyss, were working out the last details of the Turkish armistice, which was to come into effect at noon on the following day. General Townsend participated in this final defeat for Turkey. The signing of the armistice ended the war in Mesopotamia, which had brought his former army to the gates of Mosul. During the 4 years of the British campaign in Mesopotamia, the deaths in action and from disease amounted to 1,340 officers and 29,769 men. The war in Palestine and Syria had also ended, with British troops already north of Aleppo, at the very edge of the Turkish heartland of Anatolia. Under the terms of the armistice of Mudros, Turkey had to open the Dardanelles and Bosphorus to Allied warships, accept the military occupation of the Dardanelles and Bosphorus forts, agree to the demobilization of the Turkish army, release all prisoners of war, and evacuate its vast Arab provinces, all but a fragment of which were already under Allied control. A few months later, the Times commented, "The weakness of the armistice lay in that it did not bring home to the Turks in Anatolia the completeness of the defeat they had sustained, and that no adequate provision was made for the security of the Armenians." October 30th, the day of Turkey's capitulation, saw another dramatic development, the departure of the Kaiser from Berlin to Spa. From the distance of that Belgian resort town, he let the politicians discuss his possible abdication in favor of his young son, with Germany to be ruled by a council of regency. A majority of the political parties in the Reichstag favored such a course. They were agreed that the Kaiser would have to sacrifice himself so that his dynasty might survive. But when the Prussian Minister of the Interior, Dr. Drews, went to Spa to put this point to the Kaiser himself, he was indignant. "How comes it that you, a Prussian official, could reconcile such a mission with the oath you have taken to your king?" he asked. With Hindenburg's full support, the Kaiser declined to abdicate. General Groener, who was also present during the Kaiser's interview with Dr. Drews, and had been noisily emphatic, loudly so, as Drews was hard of hearing, that his sovereign should not abdicate, had another proposal to make. The Kaiser, he said, after Drews had gone, should go to the front, not to review troops or to confer decorations, but to look for death. He should go to some trench that was under the full blast of war. If he were killed, it would be the finest death possible. If he were wounded, the feelings of the German people would completely change towards him. Hindenburg thought this a bad idea. The Kaiser's views are not recorded. On the Western Front, the Allied offensive continued with swift advances everywhere. On October 31st, the British reached the river Scheldt. Elsewhere, preparations were being made for a final offensive. "It is a great life," the poet Wilfred Owen wrote home that day from his dugout near the village of Ors, on the Sambre Canal. The next objective for him and his men. "I am more oblivious than, alas, yourself, dear mother, of the ghastly glimmering of the guns outside, and the hollow crashing of the shells. There is no danger down here, or, if any, it will be well over before you read these lines. I hope you are as warm as I am." On October 31st, in the Adriatic port of Pola, the South Slavs took over the Austro-Hungarian warships that the Emperor had handed to them. Then, to their horror, they saw an Italian torpedo boat, which had refused to accept that these warships were no longer part of an enemy fleet, torpedo the battleship Viribus Unitas while it was at anchor. Several hundred sailors were drowned. That same day, Serbian troops reached the heights above their capital, Belgrade, having marched all the way from the Salonika front in less than 6 weeks, liberating their towns and villages. From their vantage point above Belgrade, they could see an armada of boats taking the Austrian troops across the Danube to the Hungarian shore. On the following day, they opened fire on the Hungarian monitors patrolling the Danube. More than 4 years earlier, the First World War had begun by the Austrians shelling Serb positions on these very heights. A new American offensive was planned for November 1st on the Meuse. The preparations were intense, but the men were listless. Douglas MacArthur described how they drearily kept themselves in readiness for their next call to front-line duty, and, within sight of the Côte de Châtillon, which they had captured with such heavy losses 2 weeks earlier, could not get those nightmarish days out of their minds. Those training them tried to create a new zeal with slogans and exhortations. The best way to take machine guns is to go and take them. Press forward. There is no excuse for failure. No man is ever so tired that he cannot take one step forward. In the week before the American attack, 3 batteries of 14-inch naval guns, the standard armament for a battleship, were mounted on railway wagons and, from a distance of 25 miles, fired their 1,400-pound shells into the German defences. 2 days before the attack began, American artillerymen, using mustard gas for the first time in action, fired 36,000 rounds of gas shells, 41 tons, at the 4 German divisions facing them. Of the 12 German artillery batteries in the nearest sector to the Americans, 9 were destroyed. Then, after an intense 2-hour artillery barrage in the early hours of November 1st, the Americans advanced. Low-flying American planes machine-gunned the German defences that had survived the bombardments. High-flying American bombers struck at German lines of communication, stores, and troop concentrations behind the lines. For the first time, the enemy lines were completely broken through, Pershing commented. The Germans fled. An American private, Rush Young, recalled, "The roads and fields were strewn with dead Germans, horses, masses of artillery, transport, ammunition limbers, helmets, guns, and bayonets." By the end of the day it was clear that the Germans would not be able to regroup or counterattack. That same day, November 1st, just north of the Aisne, near the villages of Banogne and Recouvrance, French troops advanced into what had been the first of the 3 lines set up behind the Hindenburg Line. In Berlin, political activity was intensifying, with the demand for an end to the monarchy being voiced with particular force by the Spartacists. The Kaiser's comment about the demand, at Spa on November 1st, to an emissary from Prince Max was, "I wouldn't dream of abandoning the throne because of a few hundred Jews and 1,000 workers." And he added bitterly, "Tell that to your masters in Berlin." Prince Max was untroubled by the Kaiser's point of view. He had already informed the United States that the German government was awaiting the armistice terms. Like the Ottoman Empire, whose armistice came into effect on October 31st, the Habsburg dominions had also disintegrated. On November 1st, the city of Sarajevo, where the heir to the Habsburgs had been assassinated 4 years and 5 months earlier, declared itself a part of the national and sovereign state of the South Slavs. That same day the people of Ruthenia declared their independence. Revolution was breaking out in Vienna and Budapest. The former Hungarian Prime Minister, Count Tisza, had been murdered in Budapest by Red Guards on October 31st. On November 2nd, German reinforcements transferred from the Eastern Front to the Western Front mutinied rather than go into action. In Vienna, a Hungarian infantry regiment stationed at the imperial palace of Schönbrunn deserted its post and returned to Hungary. That same day, in recognition of the collapse of the Central Powers and all that they stood for, the Lithuanian State Council rescinded the election of the Duke of Württemberg as king. The Allied Supreme War Council, still suspicious of the German will to conclude an armistice, discussed that day, and then approved, plans for an invasion of Bavaria in the spring of 1919. This was to be conducted mainly by the Italians, with some French and British support. The war-making powers of the Allies were at their height. That October, nearly 5,000 machine guns had been produced in Britain, with a further 5,000 being manufactured for the month of November. The Austrian armistice was signed on November 3rd, and was to come into effect the following day. In Vienna, Red Revolution continued. The time is near when the first day of the World Revolution will be celebrated everywhere, Lenin declared on November 3rd in Moscow, at a mass rally in support of the Austrian revolutionaries. In Kiel, 3,000 German sailors and workers raised the red banner. The governor of Kiel, Admiral Souchon, the man whose guns had opened fire on the Russian Black Sea ports in 1914, bringing Turkey into the war, ordered officer cadets loyal to the government to suppress the revolt. 8 of the mutineers were killed, but the revolt went on. On November 3rd, on the Italian front, the Italians entered the city of Trent. Among the 300,000 Austrian soldiers taken prisoner in the Trentino was Ludwig Wittgenstein. That day, the Allies agreed to a formal German request for an armistice on the Western Front, but the fighting there continued. On the Italian front, all fighting ended at 3 in the afternoon of November 4th. Having crossed the river Tagliamento just before the armistice was to come into effect, a chaplain in the British 7th Division commented, "On the right, the sounds of firing were heard. This we believe to have come from the tiny American contingent, which at the 11th hour had fulfilled their ambition of getting into the front line, and were not going to be done out of their battle by any unsoldierly passivity on the part of the enemy." That night, a British artillery officer, Hugh Dalton, later recalled, "The sky was lit up with bonfires and the firing of colored rockets. One could hear bells ringing in the distance, back towards Treviso, and singing and cheering everywhere. It was an hour of perfection and of accomplishment." That day, on the Western Front, British and Canadian troops attacked along a 30-mile front between Valenciennes and Guise. The New Zealand Division led the attack on the ancient walled town of Le Quesnoy, less than 5 miles from the Belgian border. The Germans defended the town in force, driving off the New Zealanders, who then decided to surround the town, leave it besieged, and attack German artillery positions further east. There, too, however, at the villages of Jolimetz and Herbigny, German resistance was strong. The New Zealanders then dropped leaflets on Le Quesnoy calling on the German soldiers in the town to surrender, but they refused to do so. The New Zealanders then tried a direct assault, using at one point a 30-foot ladder up which they clambered in single file. Entering the town at last, they captured 2,500 prisoners and 100 guns. In the British assault on the Sambre Canal on November 4th, an attempt by engineers to throw a temporary bridge over the canal was prevented by heavy German artillery and machine-gun fire. Almost all the engineers were wounded, and the canal was unbridged. The poet, Wilfred Owen, was seen encouraging his men to try to get across on rafts. "Well done, and you are doing well, my boy," an officer in his company recalled him saying. The rafts proved unsuccessful, however, so planks and duckboards were put together. At the water's edge, helping his men in this task, Owen was hit and killed. Earlier he had written, "Voices of boys were by the river side. Sleep mothered them, and left the twilight sad. The shadow of the morrow weighed on men." At the place where Owen was killed, near the village of Ors, the canal remained unbridged. His battalion eventually crossed on an existing bridge a few miles lower down. On his tombstone in the village of Ors are inscribed the words of one of his poems. "Shall life renew these bodies? Of a truth, all death will he annul." In the original poem, the second sentence also ended with a question mark. By the end of November 4th, the British forces on the Western Front had advanced 5 miles, capturing 10,000 prisoners and 200 guns. Among those killed and buried in the same cemetery as Owen were 2 of the 4 men awarded the Victoria Cross that day, Lieutenant Colonel James Marshall and Second Lieutenant James Kirk. On Marshall's headstone are the words, "Splendid in death when thou fallest courageous, leading the onslaught." Kirk's headstone is inscribed with the words of Jesus, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." Among the soldiers wounded on November 4th was Carroll Carstairs, one of the Americans who had volunteered to fight with the British Army while America was still neutral. A Yale graduate, he had enlisted in December 1914. During the November attack he was hit in the hip by a machine-gun bullet and lay in a shallow trench. Gunther ran out to me. As I looked round, he fell, and I saw the rip at the back of his jacket where the bullet had gone out. He died almost at once. A private soldier shot through both arms fell at the same time, and together we lay until the battle had gone ahead and the stretcher-bearers turned up. I was in too much pain to be picked up, and dragged myself on to the stretcher. Carstairs was then carried, as he later wrote, for a mile or 2 over broken country by 2 medical corps men and 2 German prisoners. It seemed we would never reach the end of our journey. Every step was a jolt, and every jolt intense pain. We reached a field which looked like a battlefield. So many wounded lay about, British and Germans. I heard someone say, "That house is mine," which explained our being put down in a field. It was now late in the afternoon. I was so cold that my fingers stuck out stiff and numb, and I couldn't move them. I had milk chocolate in my pocket, and gave it away. It was dusk when a horse ambulance picked me up. The bridges blown up, horse ambulances were being used to ford the stream. On reaching the casual clearing station, Carstairs was put down in a courtyard while a padre said, "Anyone want any tea? If you've been shot in the stomach, don't drink it, as it will kill you." I drank 5 cups of tea and felt revived. Behind the lines, the German naval mutiny was spreading. On November 4th, at Kiel, thousands more sailors, Many factory workers and 20,000 garrison troops joined the 3,000 mutineers of the previous day. Several thousand sailors travelled from Kiel to Berlin to raise the flag of mutiny there. On November 5th, the sailors in Lübeck and Travemünde declared their adherence to the revolution. On the following day, the sailors in Hamburg, Bremen, Cuxhaven, and Wilhelmshaven did likewise. From his military headquarters at Spa, the Kaiser considered sending combat troops to retake Kiel, but was dissuaded from doing so by those around him. On November 4th, the Allied commanders met to plan their next attacks. The French were to launch an assault into Lorraine in 10 days' time on November 14th. The Americans agreed to provide 6 divisions for this task, provided that they constituted a separate American army. Meanwhile, inside Germany and Austria, the calls for revolution were growing. "Germany has caught fire, and Austria is burning out of control," was Lenin's comment on November 6th. That day, in Berlin, the German socialist leader Friedrich Ebert proposed that the Kaiser, who was still at Spa, should abdicate today or at the latest by tomorrow. The American army, continuing its successful November 1st offensive on the Meuse, reached the bank of the river opposite Sedan on November 6th. In the rapidity and confusion of the advance, Douglas MacArthur, commanding an infantry brigade, was taken prisoner by his own side. Thinking he was a German officer, vigilant American sentries brought him in at pistol point. The mistake was quickly discovered, once MacArthur had taken off his unusual floppy hat and long scarf. It was a day of growing confusion, conflicting orders, units marching one into another, and a rapidly growing chronic shortage of supplies. In one division, horses were in such short supply that men had to be harnessed to wagons to pull them towards the front. But chaos in the rear areas, combined with warnings that the medical personnel were at the breaking point, could not mask the scale of the victory. That same day, Canadian troops entered Belgium, taking 1,750 German prisoners on the soil that Germany had occupied for just over 4 years. Returning to Spa on November 6th, after 4 days at the front, General Groener warned the Kaiser in person and the Chancellor by telegram that an armistice must be signed at the latest by Saturday the 9th. Even Monday will be too late, Groener warned. His survey of the situation, based on his personal experiences of the past few days, was a grim one. The fleet was in mutiny, revolution was imminent, and the government's authority had fallen so low that troops would refuse to fire on revolutionaries. On the following morning, November 7th, the German armistice delegates gathered at Spa. The Centre Party leader, Matthias Erzberger, a member of Prince Max's government, had with great reluctance agreed to lead the delegation, thereby, as we now know, signing his own death warrant. So uncertain was it that Erzberger would actually have the courage to cross into the French lines that a virtually unknown officer, General von Gundel, had been told to be ready to take his place. That morning, Foch received a wireless message from the German Supreme Command, giving the names of the envoys and asking that, in the interest of humanity, their arrival in France might cause a provisional suspension of hostilities. Foch ignored this request. At midday, the delegation left Spa for the front, crossing on to French-controlled territory. There, they were told that the negotiations would take place in the forest of Compiègne. On the battlefield, the soldiers were still fighting, as they had done every day for more than 4 years. But news of the arrival of the German delegates on French soil stimulated a sudden rumor behind the lines that the war was over. That afternoon, in Brest harbor, French sailors threw their caps in the air to exuberant cries of "Finis la guerre," and guns fired in celebration. An American journalist in the port, Roy Howard, who was about to sail for America, telegraphed to the United Press Office in New York that the armistice had been signed at 11 that morning and that hostilities had ceased at 2 in the afternoon. He added, for good measure, that American troops had taken Sedan that morning. Because of the 5-hour time difference, Howard's telegram arrived in New York in time to be taken up by that day's afternoon editions. "Peace, Fighting ends," was the bold headline of the San Diego Sun that day, the compositor having misspelt fighting in his enthusiasm. In hundreds of towns throughout the United States, celebrations began. In New York, Enrico Caruso appeared at the window of his hotel and sang "The Star-Spangled Banner" to an ecstatic crowd. In Chicago, an opera rehearsal was halted when a Belgian tenor burst onto the stage and cried, amid tears of joy, "Stop, stop, peace has been declared," whereupon the orchestra played first the Star-Spangled Banner and then the national anthems of all the Allied belligerents. During the afternoon and evening of November 7th, the news of the signing of armistice was reported in Cuba, the Argentine, and Australia, leading to widespread celebrations and rejoicing. When the news reached Washington, excited crowds converged on the White House, calling for the president. His wife urged him to show himself on the portico and greet the crowds. Knowing that the news must be false, he declined to do so. Meanwhile, a telegram reached Howard from the United Press Office in Paris. "Armistice report untrue. War Ministry issues absolute denial and declares enemy plenipotentiaries to be still on way through lines. Cannot meet Foch until evening." On the Western Front, the advance of the Allied armies continued throughout the day, but so did German resistance. When patrols of the American 42nd Division entered the villages of Torcy and Wadelincourt, just across the river Meuse from Sedan, they were forced back by intense German artillery and machine-gun fire. In Berlin, the majority socialist deputies in the Reichstag were demanding the Kaiser's resignation. When that was refused, they resigned en bloc from the Reichstag and called for a general strike throughout Germany. In Munich, Kurt Eisner, a Prussian Jew and follower of Lenin, who in his professional life was the theatre critic of the Münchner Post, declared the establishment of a Bavarian Soviet Republic. In Cologne, revolutionary sailors seized the city, raising the red flag as it had earlier been raised at Kiel. The Kaiser was in despair at the collapse of his country, and of the imperial system which had been created by his grandfather and Bismarck a half-century earlier. When Prince Max begged him over the telephone to abdicate, he shouted his refusal down the line. Late on the evening of November 8th, Admiral von Hintze reached Spa to tell him that his beloved navy would no longer obey his orders. The Kaiser, who for 4 years had been the symbol of the war-making zeal of the Central Powers, was broken, his proud imperial world in ruins. 27. The final armistice. 9th to the 11th of November, 1918. On the morning of the 9th of November, 1918, the German armistice negotiators reached the forest of Compiègne. The German military delegate, Major General von Winterfeldt, was the son of the man who had made out the terms of France's surrender in 1870. There was some speculation among the French as to why he should have been chosen. But when General Weygand led the Germans into Foch's railway carriage, it was clear that they brought with them nothing but the aura of defeat. When I saw them in front of me, Foch later wrote, aligned along the other side of the table, I said to myself, there's the German Empire. At Spa, the ruler of that empire was wrestling with his future. My dear Admiral, the Navy has left me in the lurch very nicely, was his caustic comment when he saw Admiral von Hintzer again that morning. The Kaiser recognized at last that he had lost the support of his navy, whose carefully built-up might was to have been the instrument of Britain's downfall. But what, he asked, of the army, which he had commanded since 1887, and which was in the midst of defeat? Might it not still be used to restore order in Germany itself, and thus maintain the monarchy? He would, he said, lead his army not into battle, on what was left of the Western Front, but to Kiel, Munich, and Berlin, to suppress mutiny and revolution. 11 German cities were flying the red flag, including 5 major ports. With Hindenburg at his side, he would restore order to the Reich. General Groener was asked for his opinion. He spoke without prevarication. No military operation inside Germany could succeed. Revolutionaries were in command of the main railway centers. Many soldiers had joined the revolution. 20 miles away, at Aix-la-Chapelle, Aachen, the nearest German city, was under rebel control. So, too, was the German-occupied Belgian town of Verviers, less than 10 miles away. If called upon to fight, the army would not do so. There were no reserves. The Kaiser did not seem to understand the enormity of his situation. At first he contemplated an immediate military expedition against the German rebels at Verviers and Aix-la-Chapelle. Then he suggested that he would remain quietly at Spa while the armistice was negotiated, after which, still Kaiser, he would return to Berlin at the head of his army. Groener put paid to this fantasy with the words, "The army will march home in peace and order under its leaders and commanding generals, but not under the command of your Majesty, for it no longer stands behind your Majesty." The Kaiser protested, and then asked that all his senior generals put that statement in writing. They refused to do so. "Have they not taken the military oath to me?" the Kaiser asked, to which Groener replied, "Today oaths of loyalty have no substance." At that moment in the discussion, a telegram was brought in from the commandant of Berlin. It read, "All troops deserted, completely out of hand." It was 11 in the morning of November 9th. Other telegrams followed throughout the early afternoon, each one disastrous for the Kaiser's authority and future. Prince Max in Berlin, in an attempt to preserve the monarchy, announced the Kaiser's abdication and the establishment of a regency. Then Prince Max himself resigned, handing the chancellorship to the socialist leader Friedrich Ebert. Another telegram revealed that the Spartacists had seized the imperial palace, and that Karl Liebknecht had, from the imperial steps, proclaimed the establishment of a German Soviet Republic. In response, the socialist leader, Scheidemann, from the steps of the Reichstag, had proclaimed a socialist republic. The road back to Germany was blocked by revolutionaries. Even at Spa, the soldiers were setting up a Bolshevik council. At Spa, another visitor was announced. It was Admiral Scheer, who, in an attempt to stiffen the royal resolve, told the Kaiser that if he resigned, the imperial navy would be without a leader. "I no longer have a navy," was William's bitter comment. Deep disappointment sounded in these words, Scheer later recalled. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The Kaiser had made up his mind. He would leave for Holland and for exile in the morning. In the forest of Compiègne, the armistice negotiations continued throughout the day. When Erzberger tried to explain the extent of the revolutionary danger in Germany and the threat of Bolshevism invading Central Europe and threatening the West, he used that danger as part of his plea for lenient terms. Foch replied, "You are suffering from a loser's malady. I am not afraid of it. Western Europe will find the means of defending itself against the danger." Once more, Erzberger repeated the German government's request that there should be a ceasefire on the Western Front for as long as the talks were taking place, and while the German delegates sought to obtain improved terms. "No," replied Foch, "I represent here the Allied governments, who have settled their conditions. Hostilities cannot cease before the signing of the armistice." The fighting, therefore, went on, but Germany could no longer influence the outcome of the negotiations by its actions on the battlefield. In the 100 days since the Allied offensive had opened at the beginning of August, Germany's power had been broken not by dissent or revolution behind the lines, or by political intrigue, as later nationalist and Nazi politicians were to claim, but by the military superiority of the Allied armies. In those 100 days, the British Army, with its Dominion forces, had captured 186,000 German prisoners and 2,800 guns. The French had captured 120,000 prisoners and 1,700 guns. The Americans, 43,000 prisoners and 1,400 guns, and the Belgians, 14,000 prisoners and 500 guns. The combined total, 363,000 prisoners and 6,400 guns, constituted a quarter of the German army in the field and 1/2 of all its guns. The war-making power of Germany, even to defend its borders, was within a few days of collapse. At sea, the final acts of the naval war were taking place. Off Gibraltar, British ships sank the German submarine U-34, which had been responsible since 1915 for the destruction of 121 Allied merchant ships. Off Cape Trafalgar, a German submarine, the UB-50, sank the British battleship Britannia, 40 of whose sailors were killed. On the battlefield, the Americans made small advances in Lorraine on November 9th. Even then, as the Germans retreated, they left small light machine gun units behind to hold the Americans up on every ridge. Casualties on the battlefield were few, but behind the lines, thousands of people died that day of influenza. Among them, the French poet Guillaume Apollinaire. That day, recovering at his Hyde Park home from a severe bout of pneumonia contracted while in France, Franklin Roosevelt contemplated resigning as Undersecretary for the Navy and enlisting as an ordinary seaman. His visit to Europe and his inspection of American warships and naval installations in the North Sea and along the Atlantic coast of France had given him a taste for action. He was not convinced that the Germans would agree to the Allied armistice terms. The consensus of opinion seems to be that the Boche is in a bad way and will take anything, he wrote to a former Harvard roommate on November 9th. But I, personally, am not so dead sure as some others. If the terms are turned down and the war continues, I think I shall get into the Navy without question. On November 10th, the Canadians entered Mons, where, 4 years earlier, the old contemptibles of the British Expeditionary Force had first entered the line, and been driven back. Elsewhere that day, American troops were in action both in the crossing of the River Meuse and against German troops still fighting near the Brie Basin. In this latter engagement, a black American division took part, suffering heavy casualties. At sea that day, a British minesweeper, HMS Ascot, was torpedoed off northeast England by a German submarine, and 53 crewmen drowned. as these final deaths marked the self-perpetuating futility of war. The Kaiser left his headquarters at Spa for exile in Holland. His journey there did not take him back to German soil. Warned that German army units at Liège might be mutinous, he left the train that was taking him to Holland and proceeded by car through back roads and rural byways. On the night of November 10th, news reached Compiègne from Berlin that the German government had accepted the armistice terms. Germany would evacuate immediately Belgium, France, Luxembourg, and Alsace-Lorraine. All inhabitants of these areas who had been deported, imprisoned, or held hostage would be repatriated. The German army would surrender 5,000 heavy guns and artillery pieces, 25,000 machine guns, 3,000 trench mortars, and 1,700 aeroplanes. German troops would evacuate, and the Allies occupy, all western Germany up to the left bank of the Rhine, and would in addition hold 3 bridgeheads across the Rhine, at Mainz, Koblenz, and Cologne. The Allies would be given 5,000 German railway engines and 150,000 railway wagons, as well as 5,000 lorries, to be delivered in good condition within 36 days. All German troops in the east, including those in Russia, were to withdraw behind Germany's 1914 frontiers. All Black Sea ports were to be evacuated. All captured merchant ships were to be returned. All submarines were to be handed over, together with 6 battle cruisers, 10 battleships, 8 light cruisers, and 50 destroyers. Germany would also be required to make reparation for damage done in Belgium and northern France. The German delegates at Compiègne worked on the last details of these terms through the night, then signed them at 5:10 in the morning of the 11th of November, 1918. A nation of 70 million suffers but does not die, Matthias Erzberger, the chief German delegate, declared in a statement claiming that the terms would lead to famine and anarchy in Germany. It was the 4th and final armistice of the war. Foch immediately sent a message by telegram and telephone to all the Allied commanders. Hostilities will cease on the entire front November 11th at 11 a.m. French time. When that moment came, the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, all fighting on the Western Front would cease. The Kaiser, whom many had come to regard as the principal initiator of the war, was already in Holland, on neutral soil. Throughout the morning of November 11th, fighting continued. At American 1st and 2nd Army headquarters, news of the signing arrived at 6:30 in the morning. The commanders ordered the fighting to go on until 11. The men who died or were maimed in those last few hours suffered needlessly, one American historian has written, and their mishandling provoked a congressional investigation after the war. East of Verdun, near the village of Ermeville, Harry Truman's battery was in action that morning. I fired the battery on orders until 10:45, he later recalled, when I fired my last shot. He was using a new type of shell, with a range of 11,000 meters. The extreme range of the normal 75mm guns was 8,800 meters. The war-making powers of the Allies, even in their final hour, were still being perfected and refined. One British objective that morning, for a brigade that had advanced in 5 weeks from the Lys to the Scheldt, almost to the Dange, was to seize a bridge over the Dange at Lessines before the Germans could blow it up. The order to do so was received at 9:30 that morning, and had to be completed by 11 o'clock. It was carried out by the much-wounded General Freyberg. As he led his men forward, he was fired on by a German outpost, one bullet piercing his saddle. The bridge was reached and made safe, and 3 German officers and 100 men were taken prisoner. For this action, Freyberg was awarded a bar to his Distinguished Service Order, and, in due course, a street was named after him in Lessines. It was almost the 11th hour. At the village of Ville-sur-Aisne, just east of Mons, a Canadian soldier, Private George Price, was awaiting, as were millions of his fellow soldiers, the ending of the war. It was 2 minutes to 11. At that moment, a German sniper bullet rang out, and Price was killed, one of the very last casualties on the Western Front, and one of 60,661 Canadian war dead. Officers had their watches in their hands, and the troops waited with the same grave composure with which they had fought, John Buchan has written. At 2 minutes to 11, opposite the South African Brigade, at the easternmost point reached by the British armies, a German machine gunner, after firing off a belt without pause, was seen to stand up beside his weapon, take off his helmet, bow, and then walk slowly to the rear. A few moments later, the watch hands reached 11. Buchan, whose brother had been killed in action 2 years earlier, has written, "There came a second of expectant silence, and then a curious rippling sound, which observers far behind the front likened to the noise of a light wind. It was the sound of men cheering from the Vosges to the sea. In Eddie Rickenbacker's American Air Squadron, one airman cried out, as he danced in joy, 'I've lived through the war.' Another shouted in Rickenbacker's ear, 'We won't be shot at any more.' It's all over. An armistice has been signed," a company sergeant in the British 8th Division announced to his men. Their commanding officer had been wounded in the head the night before. "What's an armistice, mate?" asked one of the men. "Time to bury the dead," replied another. The war was over. Marching into Mons, Lieutenant J. W. Muirhead saw the corpses of 3 British soldiers, each wearing the medal ribbon of the 1914 Mons Star. They had been killed by machine-gun fire that morning. As we got into Mons, there were bodies of many of the enemy lying in the streets, also killed that day. Boys were kicking them in the gutter. The bells in the belfry were playing Tipperary. On board the Mauretania, then 12 hours out from New York, 4,000 American troops were on their way to join the battle. When the purser announced that an armistice was imminent, some of the troops expressed disappointment that they were too late to take part. In London, guns were fired to mark the moment when the gunfire ceased. Hundreds of thousands rushed into the streets. Vera Brittain, still too saddened by the death of her brother and her fiancé to rejoice, was called to join the celebrations by a fellow nurse at Millbank Hospital. Mechanically, I followed her into the road. As I stood there, stupidly rigid, long after the triumphant explosions from Westminster had turned into a distant crescendo of shouting, I saw a taxicab turn swiftly in from the embankment towards the hospital. The next moment there was a cry for doctors and nurses from passers-by, for in rounding the corner the taxi had knocked down a small elderly woman, who, in listening, like myself, to the wild noise of a world released from nightmare, had failed to observe its approach. As I hurried to her side, I realized that she was all but dead and already past speech. Among those in London when the armistice came was Colonel Alan Brooke. The wild evening jarred on my feelings, he later wrote. I felt untold relief at the end, being there at last, but was swamped with floods of memories of those years of struggle. I was filled with gloom that evening, and retired to sleep early. His brother Victor had been killed in action on the Western Front more than 4 years earlier, in the very first month of the war. In Rochester, as the bells of the cathedral rang out to celebrate the war's end, Lucy Storrs was at her home giving thanks that each of her 4 sons had come safely through the fighting. The telephone rang. It was a friend to tell her that Francis, her 2nd son, had died of his wounds the previous evening. In North Wales, Robert Graves had just learned of the death of 2 of his friends. 2 months earlier, his brother-in-law had been killed. The news of the armistice, he later wrote, sent me out walking alone along the dikes above the marshes of Rhuddlan, an ancient battlefield, the Flodden of Wales, cursing and sobbing and thinking of the dead. In Shrewsbury, near the Welsh border, Wilfred Owen's parents were listening to the cathedral bells, ringing out in celebration of the armistice when a telegram arrived, announcing their son's death. For many hours, sorrowful memories were caught up in an exuberant drunken celebration. Streets were filled with crowds singing, dancing, and rejoicing. In London, a vast mass of people filled Trafalgar Square, while others thronged the Mall. As the news of the armistice spread to every town and village throughout Europe, the celebration spread with it. An 11-year-old English boy, Desmond Flower, recalled how we paraded round the garden in our night clothes, blowing anything that would blow and banging anything bangable, such as a tea-tray. Victory brought a visible explosion of joy to all the Allied capitals. Who shall mock or grudge these overpowering entrancements? Churchill asked a decade later. Every Allied nation shared them. Every victorious capital or city in the 5 continents reproduced in its own fashion the scenes and sounds of London. These hours were brief, their memory fleeting. They passed as suddenly as they had begun. Too much blood had been spilt. Too much life essence had been consumed. The gaps in every home were too wide and empty. The shock of an awakening and the sense of disillusion followed swiftly upon the poor rejoicings with which hundreds of millions saluted the achievement of their heart's desire. There still remained the satisfactions of safety assured, of peace restored, of honor preserved, of the comforts of fruitful industry, of the homecoming of the soldiers, but these were in the background, and with them all there mingled the ache for those who would never come home. At 10 Downing Street that evening, Lloyd George told his dinner guests that he was all for hanging the Kaiser. Churchill, who was present, opposed this. In France, Pershing was angry that his advice had not been taken, and that the war had not continued until the Germans had thrown down their arms in the field. "I suppose our campaigns are ended," he remarked, "but what an enormous difference a few more days would have made. What I dread is that Germany doesn't know that she was licked. Had they given us another week, we'd have taught them." The Germans, their troops still under arms, their trenches manned, their machine guns in place, their soldiers everywhere still on French and Belgian soil, felt betrayed by those who had signed the armistice, handing victory to the Allies at the negotiating table. That day, General von Einem, commander of the German Third Army, told his troops, "Firing has ceased. Undefeated, you are terminating the war in enemy country." The soldiers of the victorious armies celebrated with what was to hand. Along in the evening, Harry Truman recalled, all the men in the French battery became intoxicated as a result of a load of wine which came up on the ammunition narrow gauge. Every single one of them had to march by my bed and salute and yell, "Vive President Wilson! Vive le Capitaine d'Artillerie Américain!" No sleep all night. The infantry fired very pistols, sent up all the flares they could lay their hands on, fired rifles, pistols, whatever else would make noise, all night long. In the United States, in the town of Cedar Rapids, so many thousands of miles from France, a high school student, William L. Shirer, who was already in his school officers' training unit, watched in disappointment as the armistice celebrations got underway. A young doctor who had married a cousin of ours, he later wrote, and then gone off to France, had just returned, his lungs burned out by poison gas, slowly dying. Nevertheless, I found it hard to swallow the fact that I would never fight in the war to make, as President Wilson said, and I believed, the world safe for democracy. The war was over. In a poem written to mark the signing of the armistice, Thomas Hardy wrote, "There had been years of passion, scorching cold, and much despair and anger heaving high, care whitely watching, sorrows manifold, among the young, among the weak and old, and the pensive spirit of pity whispered, Why? Men had not paused to answer. Foes distraught pierced the thinned peoples in a brute-like blindness, philosophies that sages long had taught, and selflessness, whereas an unknown thought, and hell and shell were yapped at loving kindness. Calm fell, from heaven distilled a clemency, there was peace on earth, and silence in the sky. Some could not shake off misery. The sinister spirit sneered, it had to be, and again the spirit of pity whispered, Why? 28. Peacemaking and Remembrance. On Armistice Day, the 11th of November 1918, Austria was without an empire and Germany was without an emperor. Militarism and bureaucracy have been thoroughly abolished here, Albert Einstein wrote that day from Berlin on a postcard to his mother, adding, the present leadership seems thoroughly equal to its task, but the tasks for the defeated nations were enormous, combating the forces of revolution on the left and militarism on the right, reviving war-ravaged economies, maintaining national morale in the face of the stigma of defeat, the growing burden of war guilt, a desire to recover the territories and self-assurances that had been ripped away at the last moment, and a search for scapegoats. For the victorious powers, too, the burdens of the peace were great, including the promised provision of a better life for the soldiers, sailors, and airmen returning from the battlefields. For victor and vanquished alike, the pain and bereavement of the war could never be entirely, and for many millions never at all, assuaged by medical or social amelioration. I don't know if I am glad or sorry to be alive, General Freyberg wrote to a friend in Britain on November 18th, as he and his men marched through Belgium towards the German frontier. I only know that it wasn't my fault that I am alive. In two remote regions, fighting had gone on after the armistice. On November 21st, in central Albania, the Austrian commander, General Flanzer-Baltin, unaware that the war was over and that the Habsburg monarchy had fallen, took the imperial salute at a march past of Austrian occupation troops. 2 days later, in East Africa, the 150 German troops and 3,000 Africans still marching under General von Lettow-Vorbeck, who had been unbeaten after 4 years of fighting and moving across vast areas, surrendered to the British at the northern Rhodesian town of Abercorn. 100 German troops and 3,000 Africans fighting with them had been killed or died of disease during the 4 years of their East African saga, in which they had been forced to cover many hundreds of miles of remote and inhospitable terrain. In the British forces, 3,000 Indian soldiers had also died, as had 20,000 African laborers, porters, and bearers, killed by disease during those 4 years while assisting the respective armies. On the morning of December 1st, the first British troops crossed into Germany. It was a date, wrote Field Marshal Haig in his final dispatch, forever memorable as witnessing the consummation of the hopes and efforts of 4.5 years of heroic fighting. Ironically, it was also the day on which, as Haig noted, the supply situation became critical. The men had moved forward so quickly that they had gone further than their food trains could reach them, and so the victors had to halt for 3 days before being able to continue their triumphal march. When the American troops crossed into Germany on December 1st, they were amazed by the contrast between the ruined villages and farms of the battle zones in northern France and the carefully cultivated fields and prosperous villages of Germany. The troops themselves were tired and wet. They had marched for 2 weeks, mostly in the rain, to towns on the Rhine which had known nothing of war, and whose inhabitants resented the arrival of a conqueror who, it was being increasingly believed, had not defeated them in battle, but had secured an armistice as a result of their own leaders' failures to avert revolution and republicanism. In Vienna, the capital city of a vast empire that had disintegrated, hunger rapidly became acute. In an attempt to persuade the Allies to help, the municipal authorities sent the former Austro-Hungarian ambassador in London, Count Mensdorf, a cousin of King George V, to Bern to see Horace Rumbold. "If someone had said to me 5 years ago or less," Rumbold wrote to the King's private secretary, Lord Stamfordham, "that Count Mensdorf would come one day to my room and implore me to get food sent to Vienna, I would have said that person was a proper inmate for a lunatic asylum." Like millions of other parents, the King's private secretary had lost a son in the conflict. His only son, John Bigg, had been killed in action on the Western Front in 1915. Several new states emerged quickly on the wreckage and fragmentation of the 4 defeated empires. On the 1st of December 1918, 3 weeks after the armistice and the day on which Allied troops crossed into Germany, the Kingdom of the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes was proclaimed in Belgrade. The borders of the new state included many minorities, among them 500,000 Hungarians and 500,000 Germans, the inheritors of Austria's defeat. There were also many tens of thousands of Romanians, Albanians, Bulgarians, and Italians within the borders of the new state. In theory, under the Wilsonian Plan and the minorities legislation of the new League of Nations, each of these new minorities would be better protected than the pre-war minorities of empire had been. The new South Slav state survived, and to a certain extent flourished throughout the interwar years. Its regent, Alexander, who had commanded the Serbian armies in their epic retreat in 1915, and throughout their time at Salonika, became king on his father's death in 1921. His efforts to create a common Yugoslav patriotism, symbolized in 1929 by the change of the name to Yugoslavia, were ended in 1934, when he was assassinated in Marseille by extreme right-wing Croat nationalists at the start of an official visit to France. The unity of Yugoslavia was maintained under his son Peter for another 7 years, until in 1941 the German army overran Serbia, as Austria had done in 1915, and Croatia declared its independence. On the 4th of December 1918, British troops, having marched from the Franco-Belgian border, at last reached Cologne, establishing a zone of occupation. 9 days later, on Friday the 13th, they crossed to the east bank of the Rhine over the Hohenzollern Bridge. The last of the Hohenzollern kings had been in exile in Holland for more than a month. From the first days of peace, the stigma of defeat and the severity of economic hardship stimulated the forces of revolution and fanaticism in Germany, Austria, and Hungary. Never indeed in the history of the world, the German-born Zionist Arthur Ruppin wrote in his diary on December 7th, has a people been confronted with such terrible armistice terms and admitted its complete defeat, although no enemy has yet set foot on its soil, and, on the contrary, its armies are still deep within the territories of its enemies. The simple man in the street cannot understand what has happened so suddenly, and feels completely lost. On December 13th, President Wilson arrived in Europe. His had been the conditions that had led to the prolongation of the war in its last weeks, and to the armistice terms that Germany was already denouncing. His had been the troops, more than 1 million, on whose arrival at the front in the summer of 1918 so much had seemed to depend. His were the troops, as many as 3 million, which in 1919 or 1920 were to have secured the victory. Now his vision of a new Europe was to be tested at the conference table, and enshrined or tarnished in peace treaties. To the chagrin of the American troops who waited to greet him, he did not visit the battlefields on which they had fought, suffered, and in the end prevailed. He declined to review them at Montfaucon, the scene of one of their hardest battles, and when he did review them at Langres, he found an excuse not to stay for the planned celebratory dinner afterwards. His battlefield was to be the Paris Peace Conference, his adversaries the former Allies, France and Britain, Clemenceau and Lloyd George. Allied prisoners of war were returning to their homes, many of them angry at what they considered harsh or negligent treatment in captivity. Among those who reached Britain on December 14th was Leif Robinson, who had won the Victoria Cross in 1916 shooting down a German airship over Britain, but had himself been shot down over German lines in France a year later. His friends were shocked to find him bent almost double. He needed a walking stick to get about. Within days of returning home, he contracted influenza. He died 17 days after returning to England, one of 150,000 Britons, soldiers and civilians, who fell victim to an epidemic that left none of the recently warring countries unscathed. Adolf Hitler, recovering from the British gas attack that had temporarily blinded him, returned to his regiment in Munich on December 18th. His bitterness at Germany's defeat spilled over into venom against alleged enemies of Germany. The new rulers of Bavaria were socialists and Jews, led by Kurt Eisner. "I thought I could no longer recognize the city," Hitler wrote 7 years later in his book Mein Kampf, My Struggle. It was those whom he called the Hebrew corrupters of the people against whom he vented his anger. 12,000 to 15,000 of them ought to be held under poison gas, together with all politicians and journalists who participated in the Bavarian socialist regime. Jabberers, vermin, perjuring criminals of the revolution, who deserved nothing but annihilation. All the implements of military power should have been ruthlessly used for the extermination of that pestilence. 3 days after the unknown Hitler reached Munich, Dr. Thomas Masaryk, who had spent the war years travelling throughout the Allied lands as an advocate of an independent Czechoslovakia, reached Prague. That night he slept in the Hradčany Castle, which was to be the centre of Czech government and the symbol of Czech independence until March 1939, when Hitler slept there to celebrate his bloodless conquest. In Berlin, on the 6th of January 1919, 10,000 German Marxist and revolutionaries gathered in anticipation of revolution. During a day of fevered discussion, one of their most forceful leaders, Rosa Luxemburg, urged her Spartacist followers not to attempt to seize power before they had sufficient popular support, but she was unable to restrain them. As fighting broke out, she and Karl Liebknecht were captured by right-wing paramilitary forces and killed. Rosa Luxemburg's body, thrown into a canal, was not recovered for 5 months. She became a communist heroine, and, with the fall of communism 70 years after her death, a non-person in the lands that had once exalted her. The peace conference opened in Paris on the 18th of January 1919. For Germans, the date was an insult, the anniversary of the day on which, in 1870, the German Empire had been proclaimed with all the fanfare of national rebirth and satisfaction. In an attempt to make the German delegates more amenable to pressure, France insisted on maintaining the blockade of Germany. There seems to be no limit to French vindictiveness and commercial jealousy, was the comment of the British journalist C.P. Scott, reflecting the growth of a new Anglo-French animosity. One area of conflict among the Allies concerned Germany's former colonial territories, all of which had been conquered, and none of which were to be returned. It was decided to set up a system of League of Nations mandates, and to give these mandates to the victorious powers. Under the terms of the mandates, certain conditions were imposed. In the African and Pacific mandates there was a strict injunction to combat the slave trade. Turkish territory was also distributed under the mandate system, France acquiring Syria and Lebanon, Britain acquiring Mesopotamia, Iraq, and Palestine, in the western half of which Britain was already committed to introduce a Jewish national home. South Africa was rewarded for its contribution to the Allied war effort by being given the mandate for German Southwest Africa. Cameroon and Togoland were each divided between Britain and France. In the Pacific, where the German colonies had been seized on the outbreak of war in 1914, Japan acquired the mandate for the Marianas, Caroline, and Marshall Islands. New Zealand, the mandate for German Samoa, and Australia, that for German New Guinea. The phosphate-rich island of Nauru, which Australia, New Zealand, and even Britain wanted, became perforce a mandate of the British Empire. Several of the victors were disappointed. Belgium was denied any part of German East Africa, which she had occupied and would have liked, but received instead the landlocked African territory of Rwanda-Urundi. Portugal also hoped to gain German East Africa, but, because this was one of Britain's desiderata, had to make do with the Kionga Triangle in northern Mozambique. Italy asked for a free hand to trade in Abyssinia, but this had not been German territory, and her request was denied. Italy was also denied most of her claims in North and East Africa, as these could only have been given at the expense of France and Britain. The most satisfied power was Britain, the result of the distribution of Germany's colonies and Turkey's empire being, in the words of the British Foreign Secretary, A.J. Balfour, a map of the world with more red on it. Among those who were disappointed by the outcome of the peace conference was Nguyen Ai Quoc, a 25-year-old Vietnamese who, on the outbreak of war in 1914, had been a kitchen hand in the Carlton Hotel, London. While the conference was in session at Versailles, he asked to see President Wilson. He wanted to submit a paper to Wilson asking for the right of self-determination for the Vietnamese. equality of the law for both Vietnamese and French, freedom to organize and assemble, and the abolition of forced labor, a veritable Vietnamese 14 points. The French called it a bomb, a fellow Vietnamese later recalled. We called it a thunderbolt. We were overjoyed. How could any of us refrain from admiring the man who stood up so courageously to make claims on our behalf? Nguyen's request to submit his proposals was refused. 40 years later, under the name Ho Chi Minh, he emerged as a national leader, determined to drive France out of Vietnam. 50 years after his disappointment in Paris, he was to engage the full military might of the United States. On January 25th, the Peace Conference set up a commission on the reparation of damage. The commission was to examine what each of the defeated states ought to pay to the victors by way of reparation for damage done during the war. The French, British, and Italian representatives each believed that they could claim the whole cost of the war. The Belgian delegate was worried that under such an approach Belgium would come off badly. Her war costs had been relatively small, but her towns and countryside had suffered the rigors of 4 years of occupation. Britain, given the 4-year German submarine campaign against her, wanted shipping losses to be included, as well as losses from German air raids. As the discussion about reparations continued, one note of moderation emerged. The damages were not to be assessed for 2 years. This, Lloyd George later explained, would give time for passions to cool down. It also reduced the basis of valuation by giving time for a reduction of the inflated prices of the war to something in the direction of normal. The Germans gained no comfort from this ameliorating attitude with regard to the actual sums to be paid in reparations, or from the decision that the payment would not have to be completed until the 1st of May 1961, although £1,000 million would have to be paid by the 1st of May 1921. For them, the very concept of reparations was galling, with its clear implication not only that ill luck on the battlefield would be penalized financially, but also, as the Allied preamble to the reparations clauses made clear, that Germany was being made to pay because of responsibility for the war itself. The Allied formula, which the Germans reduced to the 2 words war guilt, read, "Germany accepts the responsibility of Germany and her allies for causing all the loss and damage to which the Allied and associated governments and their nationals have been subjected as a consequence of the war imposed upon them by the aggression of Germany and her allies." The war imposed upon them by the aggression of Germany. Seldom can 10 words have led to such disturbing and, in due course, violent repercussions, culminating in a renewal of war, so that the Great War of 1914 to 1918 had to be renamed the First World War, and its successor became the Second. The link between the 2 world wars, separated by only 20 years, was this war guilt clause as perceived by Germany, aggravated by her extremist politicians and set up as a target to be shot down in flames and fury by Hitler, the former corporal, who was to see his mission as revenge on the Allied and associated powers, 3 of which, Italy, Romania, and Japan, were to become his allies in the Second World War. In his opening speech at Versailles, the senior German delegate, Count Brockdorff-Rantzau, declared, "We are required to admit that we alone are war guilty. Such an admission on my lips would be a lie." The Allied press denounced this German insult, the Daily Mail telling its readers, "After this no one will treat the Huns as civilized or repentant." Brockdorff-Rantzau had gone on to point out that the Allied blockade of Germany was still in force. The hundreds of thousands of non-combatants who have perished since November 11th by result of the blockade, he said, were killed with cold deliberation, after our adversaries had conquered and victory been assured them. Think of that when you speak of guilt and punishment. The blockade of Germany remained in force, and would do so, the Allies insisted, until the treaty was signed. If the treaty were not signed, the Times pointed out, the occupation of the whole of Germany could be added to the blockade as a threat and a weapon. Norman Angell, who in 1909 had warned that war would cripple victors and vanquished alike, denounced the continuing blockade as a weapon against the children, the weak, the sick, the old, the women, the mothers, the decrepit, as wicked as the sinking of the Lusitania had been. Inside Germany, the forces of the right sought to reassert themselves. On February 21st, Kurt Eisner was shot in the back and killed while on his way to the Munich Parliament. His assassin was a 22-year-old German aristocrat, Count Anton Arco-Valley. The violence that followed included the murder of 50 released Russian prisoners of war near Puchheim, the murder of 21 Catholics arrested in their club in the city and shot in prison, the murder of 3 of the leaders of the Soviet experiment, and the murder as a reprisal of 8 imprisoned rightists. As the forces of the right reasserted themselves, Hitler found employment in Munich, working for the army in persuading returning German prisoners of war at Lechfeld camp to turn their backs on defeatism and the left. He took as his theme the corrupting influence of a Jewish Marxist world conspiracy, stimulating a new source of national ferment that had not been present among the forces for disruption in 1914. The Allied armies of occupation remained on the Rhine, but millions of soldiers were slowly being demobilized and sent home. Some would never recover from the mental anguish of their war experiences. Some would remain trapped in a mental world bounded on all sides by their wartime service. Some would build new lives for themselves in which the war would become increasingly distant and remote. Some would find the forgetfulness of others a source of anguish. Even as the wounded recovered, some only slowly, in the hospitals, there were incidents that caused distress. On February 23rd, from his military hospital bed in Rouen, the American volunteer Carol Carstairs wrote to his father about the night superintendent nurse who berated him and his fellow officers for wanting, when their wounds were causing them agony, to disturb the surgeon. The officers all hate her, Carstairs wrote. One evening, when she arrived, they let out catcalls and booed. She said, "I thought you were officers and gentlemen, but I see I'm in a stable." Everyone laughed. It was strange to watch them, these trapped, these swathed and prostrate marionettes, arms and legs at acute angles, outstretched in splints, hoisted with ropes that run through pulleys fastened to the ceiling, on the ends of which sandbags dangle. It was grotesque to watch them in this inquisition of weird and painful, of cruel and impossible positions, their beds shaking with their hysterical laughter. For returning American soldiers, there was the shock, on reaching home, of finding how little their exploits and achievements were known there. When the converted German liner Leviathan docked in New York on the 25th of April 1919, General MacArthur, who had commanded the Rainbow Division in the last weeks of the war, was surprised to be met at the gangplank not by a mass of dignitaries full of praise and ceremonial, but by a young boy who asked him who the men were. "We are the famous 42nd, he replied. The boy then asked them if they had been in France. Amid a silence that hurt, MacArthur later wrote, with no one, not even children to see us, we marched off the dock, to be scattered to the four winds, a sad, gloomy end of the rainbow. Siegfried Sassoon expressed in words the anger he felt at even the soldiers forgetting. In a poem entitled Aftermath, March 1919, he wrote, "Have you forgotten yet? Look down and swear by the slain of the war that you'll never forget. Do you remember the dark months you held the sector at Mametz? The nights you watched and wired and dug and piled sandbags on parapets? Do you remember the rats and the stench of corpses rotting in front of the front-line trench? And dawn coming dirty white and chill with a hopeless rain? Do you ever stop and ask, is it all going to happen again? Do you remember that hour of din before the attack, and the anger, the blind compassion that seized and shook you then, as you peered at the doomed and haggard faces of your men? Do you remember the stretcher cases lurching back, with dying eyes and lolling heads, those ashen-grey masks of the lads who once were keen and kind and gay? Have you forgotten yet? Look up, and swear by the green of the spring that you'll never forget." At the Paris Peace Conference, Lloyd George was beginning to have doubts as to the wisdom of the severity of the terms under discussion, a severity on which the French and Clemenceau in particular were insistent. On March 25th, he went for the day to Fontainebleau to work out in his own mind how Germany ought to be treated. In a memorandum which he wrote at the end of the day, he declared that his concern was to create a peace for all time, not for a mere 30 years. A short peace might be possible for punitive measures against Germany, but unless the Germans were placated, they would go Bolshevik, and Russian Bolshevism would then have the advantage of the organizing gift of the most successful organizers of national resources in the world. Once the initial shock of war had passed, Lloyd George warned, the maintenance of peace will depend upon there being no causes of exasperation constantly stirring up either the spirit of patriotism, of justice, or of fair play to achieve redress. Our peace ought to be dictated by men who act in the spirit of judges sitting in a cause which does not personally engage their emotion or interests, and not in a spirit of a savage vendetta, which is not satisfied without mutilation and the infliction of pain and humiliation. Lloyd George went on to criticize those clauses which were even then being drafted, and which might prove a constant source of irritation. He suggested that the sooner reparations disappeared, the better. He deprecated putting Germans under alien rule, fearing that by doing so we shall strew Europe with Alsace-Lorraines. He emphasized that the Germans were proud, intelligent, with great traditions, but that those people under whose rule they would be placed by the treaty were races whom they regard as their inferiors, and some of whom, undoubtedly for the time being, merit that designation. At the center of the Fontainebleau memorandum was Lloyd George's warning of the danger that lay ahead if the treaty as planned was finalized. I am strongly averse to transferring more Germans from German rule to the rule of some other nation than can possibly be helped, he wrote. I cannot conceive any greater cause of future war than that the German people, who have certainly proved themselves one of the most vigorous and powerful nations in the world, should be surrounded by a number of small states, many of them consisting of people who have never previously set up a stable government for themselves, but each of them containing large masses of Germans clamoring for reunion with their native land. A new war in Eastern Europe. The British Prime Minister's arguments fell on stony ground. When the Fontainebleau Memorandum was discussed on March 26th, Clemenceau remarked icily, "If the British are so anxious to appease Germany, they should look overseas and make colonial, naval, or commercial concessions." Lloyd George was particularly angered by Clemenceau's remark that the British were a maritime people who have not known invasion. Angrily he countered, "What France really cares for is that the Danzig Germans should be handed over to the Poles." These acrimonious exchanges were symptomatic of a growing rift between Britain and France. For Clemenceau, the treaty seemed the best chance France would have of designing effective protection against a Germany that was already almost twice as populous as France, and who must be shown by deliberate, harsh action that it would not pay to think of revenge. Lloyd George regarded this as a recipe for future conflict. Back in Paris from Fontainebleau, he opposed, but in vain, the transfer to Poland of all predominantly German areas. His protest failed to undermine French determination for the maximum reduction of German territory. Even while the debate about how to treat Germany continued, a sequence of commemorations continued to remind victor and vanquished alike of the divisions, pain, and hatreds of the 4-year struggle. On the 7th of May, 1919, the day on which the German delegates at Versailles received the draft treaty of peace, the body of Edith Cavell was brought back to England on board the destroyer Rowena. 8 days later, a memorial service in Westminster Abbey was attended by a great multitude. In the streets, crowds, including large numbers of schoolchildren, watched her coffin go by, carried on a gun carriage. During the passing of Nurse Cavell through London, wrote the Times, a wonderful stillness rested over streets which at the midday hour are usually clamorous with sound. In her honor, Canada named Mount Cavell in the Rockies, and the United States named the Cavell Glacier in Colorado. In London, her statue was erected just to the north of Trafalgar Square. For several months after it was unveiled, men would stand near it to make sure that passers-by removed their hats. On May 29th, the German peace delegation at Versailles submitted a memorandum to the conference protesting at the proposed terms. While willing to disarm in advance of all other peoples, they wanted the victors to agree to abolish conscription and reduce their armaments in the same proportion. They were willing to renounce German sovereign rights in Alsace-Lorraine, but wanted a plebiscite to be held there. In agreeing to pay reparations up to a certain limit, they specifically repudiated the notion of war guilt and demanded a neutral inquiry into the responsibility for the war. These submissions were rejected. The denial of war guilt struck a raw nerve with the British. "I could not accept the German point of view," Lloyd George later wrote, "without giving away the whole of our case for entering into the war." Reviewing the considerations which impelled us to throw in our lot with Belgium, Serbia, France, and Russia, he had not one wavering doubt as to the culpability of the Central Powers. The Allied answer to the German delegates was unequivocal. Throughout the war, as before the war, the German people and their representatives supported the war, voted the credits, subscribed to the war loans, obeyed every order, however savage, of their government. They shared the responsibility for the policy of their government, for at any moment they had willed it, they could have reversed it. Had that policy succeeded, they would have acclaimed it with the same enthusiasm with which they welcomed the outbreak of war. They cannot now pretend, having changed their rulers after the war was lost, that it is justice that they should escape the consequences of their deeds. For the Allies, the wounds of war were too close, and the victory too close, to allow any other response. On the 30th of May, 1919, the first of the American war cemeteries on the Western Front was dedicated, that at Suresnes, with 1,551 graves and 974 names on the wall of the missing, to those soldiers with no known grave. It seemed self-evident that Germany was culpable, but the Germans were not prepared to accept that their deeds called for justice. Returning in June to his home in Hanover, Hindenburg set to work to write his memoirs, blaming Germany's collapse not on the army, but on the disruptions and revolutions on the home front. This was the stab-in-the-back legend that was to be exploited by many German politicians in the next decade, not least by Hitler, who was to be the last chancellor in Hindenburg's own presidency, which ran from 1925 until his death in 1934. As the Paris Peace Conference continued its intense daily deliberations that June, the atmosphere of anti-Germanism seemed to intensify, as if the Allied diplomats and negotiators were a jury about to condemn and a judge about to pass sentence. One of the British participants, the historian H.A.L. Fisher, wrote in a private letter to a friend on June 11th, "The moral atmosphere in Paris isn't encouraging. All the small states out for more territory, and France is not unnaturally in fear of a revived and vengeful Germany. My own view is that passion still runs too high to get a really enduring settlement now, but that if a treaty tel quel is signed, there will be an appeasement, and by degrees readjustments and modifications can be introduced, which will give Europe a prospect of stability." The prospects of stability through appeasement were still far off, both in Europe and on what had once been the Eastern Front. On June 17th, outside the Russian naval base at Kronstadt, 3 British coastal torpedo boats, led by Captain Gordon Steele, Lieutenant Daryl Reed, and Lieutenant Agar, penetrated the naval defences. Daryl Reed was killed on entering the harbour. Steele and Agar continued, torpedoing a Bolshevik cruiser. They were both awarded the Victoria Cross. The intervention against Russia was multinational: British, French, Italian, Czech, Romanian, Serb, Japanese, Latvian, Baltic German, Finnish, and American forces all taking part, as well as anti-Bolshevik Russians and Russian Cossacks. Britain provided the Russian anti-Bolshevik forces with more than 500,000 rifles and 500 million rounds of ammunition. British soldiers, including a detachment of men who were expert in releasing gas, were sent to North Russia, among them Donald Grantham, who took advantage of his new posting to study the local geology. In one of their last decisions before they left Paris, the Allies decided not to continue with this new, distant, and increasingly costly conflict. Before the Americans withdrew from Archangel and Vladivostok, 174 had been killed in action or died of their wounds. On the 18th of November, 1919, in one of the last acts of bravery of the First World War, an American officer, Major Sidney Graves, rescued a number of Russian civilians caught in the crossfire of rival factions. He was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. The fate and future of the Germans who were to come under Czechoslovak and Polish rule, whose vocal champion Hitler was to become in the summers of 1938 and 1939, were in evidence 20 years before they formed part of the public and much publicized prelude to the Second World War. On the 15th of June, 1919, representatives of the German-speaking Sudeten regions of Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia, parts of Austria which were to be integrated into Czechoslovakia, submitted a memorandum to the Paris Peace Conference protesting at their sovereign rights being handed over to the Czechs. The subject nation can never tolerate such domination, they declared. 6 days later, with reference to the Germans who had come under Polish rule, on the 21st of June 1919, the Vossische Zeitung wrote, "The flight from West Prussia and other parts of the eastern marches, which are about to be transferred from Prussia to Poland to the western and central German provinces, is increasing to such an extent that the Germans remaining there are very depressed. The towns on what was to be Germany's new eastern frontier had become dangerously crowded with refugees. In Pila, Schneidemühl, whole families had to be herded in stables and other buildings quite unsuitable for human habitation. Neither the 3.5 million Germans of the Sudetenland, nor the hundreds of thousands in what was to become the Polish corridor, had any hope of reversing the pattern of decisions that were even then about to be finalized. At the Paris Peace Conference, the Germans continued to seek modifications of the treaty, but the Allies would not allow it to be subject to negotiation. Then, on June 21st, anticipating that the German fleet, which had been interned at Scapa Flow since the armistice, would have to be handed over to the Allies under the treaty, its commander, Rear Admiral von Reuter, gave orders for the ships to be scuttled. The first ship to go down was the battleship Friedrich der Grosse, 16 minutes after midday. 2 years earlier, she had been the focus of the first German High Seas Fleet mutiny. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 74 German warships, 16 of them the largest of their time, had gone to the bottom of the sea. By a curious irony, the scene was witnessed by a party of Scottish schoolchildren on board the tug Flying Kestrel. They were on an excursion, and were thrilled to witness what they assumed was some gigantic naval display laid on for them. In an unsuccessful attempt to force some of the German crews to return to their ships and stop them sinking, fire was opened from a few of the small British craft nearby, and 8 German sailors were killed. The last of the German warships, the Hindenburg, went to the bottom at 5 o'clock that afternoon. 4 ships were towed ashore by the British before they could be sunk. By scuttling the ships, Admiral Scheer wrote, "The stain of surrender has been wiped from the escutcheon of the German fleet." On June 22nd, at Versailles, the German delegates agreed to sign all the clauses in the peace treaty, with the exception of those relating to war guilt. As the Allied leaders prepared to give their response to this final act of defiance, news reached them of the scuttling of the fleet at Scapa Flow. They at once decided not only to reject any alterations in the treaty, but to give the Germans only 24 hours in which to sign it. When the German delegates asked to be given 48 hours, Lloyd George told his colleagues that, after carefully considering the matter, he felt the sinking of the German ships in the Orkneys weighed principally with him against granting the German request. The sinking of these ships was a breach of faith. The German request was refused. There was one further obstacle to signing. The German government, unwilling to face the odium of having authorized the signature, resigned. The president of the newly created German Republic, Friedrich Ebert, refused to accept its resignation. He then asked Hindenburg and Groener, Ludendorff's successor as chief of staff, if Germany would be able to defend herself in the event of a renewed Allied attack. Hindenburg walked out of the room to avoid pronouncing the unpronounceable, that Germany was defenseless. General Groener remained in the room and told the truth. In the east, the German position was reasonable. In the west, it was hopeless. With 4 hours left before the Allied deadline, the German government agreed to sign the Versailles Treaty. In doing so, it made a final protest. The government of the German Republic has seen with consternation from the last communication of the Allied and associated governments that the latter are resolved to wrest from Germany by sheer force even the acceptance of those conditions of peace which, though devoid of material significance, pursue the object of taking away its honor from the German people. The honor of the German people will remain untouched by any act of violence. The German people, after all the frightful suffering of the last few years, lacks all means of defending its honor by external action. Yielding to overwhelming force, but without on that account abandoning its view in regard to the unheard-of injustice of the conditions of peace, the government of the German Republic therefore declares that it is ready to accept and sign the conditions of peace imposed by the Allied and associated governments. When this uncompromising yet yielding message reached the Allied negotiators at Versailles, they ordered guns to be fired in celebration. On the following day, in Berlin, Ludendorff finished writing his war memoirs, which he dedicated to the heroes who fell believing in Germany's greatness. On the 28th of June, 1919, the Treaty of Versailles was signed between Germany and the principal Allied and associated powers. The representatives of 27 victorious powers appended their signatures to the 200-page document. Under the treaty, Germany was punished both territorially and financially. Her territory was reduced in both the East and West. Her army, navy, and air force were disbanded, and her responsibility for the war was expressed in the financial liability imposed on her to make reparations, especially to France and Belgium. Articles 42 to 44 forbade Germany from fortifying the Rhineland or having any armed forces there. Article 80 forbade German union with Austria, except with the consent of the Council of the League of Nations. Articles 100 to 106 transferred the port of Danzig from German sovereignty and made it a free city under the protection of the newly created League of Nations. Articles 119 and 120, in 5 lines, deprived Germany of all her colonial possessions. Article 170 forbade Germany from importing any arms, ammunition, or war materials. Article 191 forbade her from building or buying submarines. Article 198 forbade her from having any military or naval air forces. Germany was to be denied the ability to make war. Under Article 231 of the treaty, she was forced to accept, with her allies, responsibility for the loss and damage caused as a result of the war imposed upon the victors by the aggression of Germany and her allies. This was the War Guilt Clause, which served as a preamble to the reparations demands, and to which the German negotiators had particularly objected. While some Allied negotiators, including the British economist J.M. Keynes, thought the reparations clauses were too harsh, others praised them, led by Rudyard Kipling. These were our children who died for our lands. They were dear in our sight. We have only the memory left of their home. Treasured sayings and laughter, the price of our loss shall be paid to our hands, not another's hereafter. That is our right. Every week that followed the signing of the Treaty of Versailles had some ceremony that reminded the victors of their grievance, and made impossible any talk of treaty modification or of acceptance of its unfairness, as a few people, including Keynes, were already arguing. 10 days after the signing of the treaty, there was a spur to anti-German feeling when a memorial service was held in London for Captain Fryatt, the steamer captain shot by the Germans in Brussels in 1916 for having dared to ram a German submarine. Fryatt was then reburied in Dovercourt. On July 14th, 2 weeks and 2 days after the signature of the treaty, when the power of Germany to harm its neighbors seemed ended for all time, a victory parade in Paris linked the day of the fall of the hated fortress of the Bastille with the fall of the German Empire. The day began with a march of 1,000 French veterans, the blind, the lame, and the mutilated. Then soldiers, bands, commanders, troops from every Allied nation followed in procession under the Arc de Triomphe and down the Champs-Élysées to the Place de la Concorde. There the Strasbourg statue was unveiled for the first time since 1871, before the marchers moved on to the Place de la République, the site of the French Revolution's triumph in 1789. The procession was headed by 2 men on horseback, Foch and Joffre, the 2 field marshals who had been at the helm or near it since August 1914. 11 Allied units, each about 1,500 strong, marched in their alphabetical order, as at the Olympic Games. In this triumphant instance, Americans marched first, led by General Pershing on horseback. Then Belgians, British, Czechs, Greeks, Italians, Japanese, Portuguese, Romanians, Serbs, and Poles, followed at the end by the French, on whose soil so much of the fighting had taken place, and whose losses were the highest of all those present. There was no place for Bolshevik Russia, which had turned its back on the war at a critical time, making it even more critical. Nor was there a place for China, which had declared war on Germany in 1917, and whose laborers were even then working to clear the battlefields of barbed wire and unexploded shells. As for those nations which had been defeated, they could read full accounts of the triumph in their newspapers on the following day: the Austrians, the Bulgarians, the Germans, and the Turks. Among those in Paris watching the celebrations was Winifred Holtby, who had witnessed as a schoolgirl the German bombardment of Scarborough in December 1914. Later she had served in France as a nurse. Her biographer, Vera Brittain, has written of how, calling during the day on the plump French madam who did her laundry, Winifred found the gay, voluble little woman sobbing beneath a cherry tree in her cottage garden for the son who would never return to gather the ripe fruit from the laden boughs. Did this sudden recall to reality bring back to her mind the old drunken woman who had told her at Rudston on August 3rd, 1914, that war was bloody hell? At any rate, she returned to Yorkshire to find that for some, amongst whom she did not yet include herself, the war's tragedies, far from being over, had hardly begun. On the 1st of September 1919, the last American combat division left France, sailing from Brest. In the previous months, 300,000 American soldiers had crossed the Atlantic from east to west each month, back to the United States. Each returning soldier received his discharge papers, a uniform, a pair of shoes, a coat, and a $60 bonus. More than 3.5 million men went through this process. Remaining in France was a small group of men who were to work on the military cemeteries, supervising the gathering of bodies, their identification, burial, and memorial. An American occupation force of 16,000 men was also sent to Germany, as part of the Allied presence on the Rhine, based at Koblenz. Prisoners of war were beginning to be released. In their camps, tens of thousands had died in the influenza pandemic. Of the 300,000 Austrian troops taken prisoner at the beginning of November 1918, as many as 30,000 had died in captivity by the autumn of 1919. Among those who eventually made their way home was the philosopher Wittgenstein, who arrived back in Vienna on August 25th. There he was united with his brother, Paul, who had lost his right arm on the Eastern Front. A concert pianist, he was learning to play with his left hand only, and rebuilt his career as a teacher. In Britain, those conscientious objectors who had been in prison were also being released, but only slowly. In March 1919 there were still 1,200 in prison and 3,400 doing alternative labor service in special camps in Britain. As a collective punishment for their views, they were deprived of the vote for 5 years after the war, both in parliamentary and local government elections. On September 10th, Austria signed the Treaty of Saint-Germain with the Allied and associated powers. To Italy she ceded the South Tyrol, Istria, part of Dalmatia, and her Adriatic islands. The Bukovina was ceded to Romania. The former South Slav provinces of Slovenia, Croatia, much of Dalmatia, Bosnia, and Herzegovina became part of Yugoslavia, putting Sarajevo, the scene of Gavrilo Princip's assassination of Franz Ferdinand, under Slav rule. Hungarian independence was recognized, as was the independence of Poland and Czechoslovakia. Poland was given the former Austrian provinces of Western and Eastern Galicia, including the cities of Krakow, and Lemberg. Czechoslovakia was given the former Austrian provinces of Bohemia and Moravia, including the German-speaking Sudetenland. The Austrian army was to be limited to 30,000 men. She was to have no air force, and she was forbidden to unite with Germany. On November 27th, Bulgaria signed her peace treaty at Neuilly. Thrace, her only outlet on the Aegean Sea, was ceded to the Allies, who later transferred it to Greece. The South Dobruja, a small strip of land along the Black Sea shore, was transferred back to Romania. Yugoslavia acquired the small enclaves of Strumica and Zarabrod. Bulgaria was to have no aircraft, no submarines, and an army limited to 20,000 volunteers. Reparations for damage done was to be paid at more than 2 million gold francs every 6 months for 37 years until 1957. In addition, Yugoslavia was to receive 50,000 tons of coal a year for 5 years. In Hungary, the turmoil of 9 months of communist rule and terror under the leadership of Bela Kun postponed the peacemaking. But on the 4th of June 1920, the last main territorial bloc of what had once been the Central Powers accepted the terms of defeat, agreeing to a series of decisions that had already been carried out on the ground. By the Treaty of Trianon, Czechoslovakia acquired the former Hungarian regions of Slovakia and Ruthenia. Transylvania was transferred to Romania, creating a grievance that has lasted for 3/4 of a century. The Banat region was transferred to Yugoslavia. The Hungarian army was not to exceed 35,000 men. Hungary no longer had access to the sea, though her former maritime activities in the Adriatic were evident in the rank of her regent, Admiral Horthy, who in the last year of the war had been commander-in-chief of the Austro-Hungarian Navy. All over Europe, and in every country that had sent men to fight in Europe, the memorials of those who had been killed in the war were being designed and put in place. Every town and village from which men had gone to war erected a memorial to its dead, with their names carved in stone. Charlotte Mew wrote in September 1919, after one such memorial had been unveiled in Britain, "For this will stand in our marketplace. Who'll sell, who'll buy? Will you or I lie each to each with the better grace? while looking into every busy whore's and huckster's face as they drive their bargains, is the face of God, and some young, piteous, murdered face. On the 9th of November 1919, a bronze plaque was affixed to one of the pillars of the town hall of the Belgian village of Saint-Ghislain, in memory of one of the first British casualties of the Battle of Mons, an artillery officer, Major C. Holland, killed in action on the 23rd of August, 1914. Collective monuments recorded the deaths of regiments, special units, even animals. Some monuments linked the First World War dead with those of past wars. At Newark, New Jersey, an American memorial contains 42 sculpted figures representing American soldiers from each era of the nation's history, starting with the Revolutionary War against Britain. On Tower Hill, opposite the Tower of London, a monument records the deaths of the First World War of 12,000 merchant seamen and fishermen who have no grave but the sea. The monument to the British Machine Gun Corps at Hyde Park Corner carries the inscription, "Saul hath slain his thousands, but David his tens of thousands." On the 19th of November 1919, the United States Senate rejected the Treaty of Versailles. This was a blow to those who had hoped the Americans would not only help to maintain the treaty, but make an important contribution to the political and economic recovery of Europe. "The whole treaty has been constructed," one of its British participants later wrote, "on the assumption that the United States would be not merely a contracting, but an actively executant party. France had been persuaded to abandon her claim to a buffer state between herself and Germany in return for a guarantee of armed support from the United States. The whole reparations settlement was dependent for its execution on the presence of the Reparation Commission of a representative of the main creditor of Europe. The whole treaty had been deliberately and ingeniously framed by Mr. Wilson himself to render American cooperation essential." 10 years later, Clemenceau would write rhetorically to the Americans his indignation still at fever heat. "Your intervention in the war, which you came out of lightly, since it cost you but 56,000 human lives, instead of our 1,364,000 killed, had appeared to you, nevertheless, as an excessive display of solidarity, and either by organizing a League of Nations, which was to furnish the solution to all the problems of international security by magic, or by simply withdrawing from the European schemes, you found yourselves freed from all difficulties by means of a separate peace. But all this is not so simple as it might appear. The nations of the world, although separated by natural or artificial frontiers, have but one planet at their disposal, a planet all the elements of which are in a state of solidarity, and, far from man being the exception to the rule, he finds, even in his innermost activities, that he is the supreme witness to universal solidarity. Behind your barriers of sea, of ice, and of sun, you may be able, perhaps for a time, to isolate yourself from your planetary fellow citizens, although I find you in the Philippines, where you do not belong geographically." Clemenceau added as a parting shot, "It was not enthusiasm that flung you into our firing lines. It was the alarming persistence of German aggressions." The Treaty of Versailles came into force on the 10th of January 1920, a mere 7 weeks after the Senate had rejected it. Henceforth, Europe would be left to its own devices to work out how the various clauses were to be implemented, and to take action or not to take action, if they were broken. With the coming into force of the treaty came the establishment of the League of Nations. It was already in some ways a flawed organization, with Russia not a part of it, and Germany not yet included, and with China aggrieved because the Japanese, despite Allied protests, had annexed the Chinese province of Shantung, previously held by Germany. But the League enshrined the hopes of millions who looked to it to resolve international disputes without the need to go to war. These hopes were encapsulated in the 26 Articles of the League Covenant, which provided for collective consultation and then collective action in the event of unprovoked aggression. Article 16, intended to act as a deterrent to aggression, stated that an act of war against one member of the League would be deemed an act of war against all, and that the military, naval, and air forces of the members could be combined to protect the covenants of the League. Article 23 was designed to curb the arms trade, secure the just treatment of native peoples, combat the drug and white slave trades, and provide for the international prevention and control of disease. The League Covenant represented the highest aspirations of the victors to build a new world, and to guard it, but the turmoil created by 4 years of war could not so easily be laid to rest. Every aspect of the League's work was the object of debate and dispute. Even in the new national states, which had been born of the aspirations of pre-war minorities, there were new post-war minorities whose rights were continually being eroded, and for whom the League offered the hope rather than the reality of support. The German-speaking minorities in Poland and Czechoslovakia, the Hungarian minority in Romania and Czechoslovakia, the Ukrainian minority in Poland, all had grievances of the sort that before 1914 had fueled the drive to war. The old imperial systems had gone, but some of the problems which they had failed to solve were still a source of concern, and at times of anguish. 4 empires had fallen in 1918, and with them their rulers. Following the signature of the Treaty of Versailles, the Allies issued a list of war criminals to be surrendered to the Allies, at the head of which was the Kaiser, then in exile in Holland. The Dutch government resisted all requests to extradite him, just as he himself, as Hitler's forces drove through Holland in May 1940, declined Churchill's offer of asylum in Britain, content to live under German occupation and to die in exile. Turkey became a republic, headed by her war hero, Mustafa Kemal. Austria and Hungary turned their backs on the Habsburgs, turning their palaces and castles into museums. The Tsar had already been murdered by the Bolsheviks, who, with the growing strength of the Red Army, reasserted Russian authority over most of the former imperial domains, including much of the Ukraine, the Caucasus, and Central Asia. The civil wars by which this was done were savage, with terrible reprisals being carried out. The violence inside Germany that had been so strong in 1919 did not abate. The defeated nation became a prey to those who sought some militaristic solution to its problems. The seizure of power, or at least the disruption of existing power, by those who did not accept the conditions or even the reality of defeat. On the 15th of March 1920, during a struggle between the armed forces of right and left in Dresden, a bullet damaged a painting by Rubens in the Zwinger Art Gallery. In an open letter to the city's inhabitants, Oskar Kokoschka implored the citizens to do their fighting in some other place, such as the firing ranges on the heath, where human civilization is not put at risk. And, he added, pictures cannot run away from places where human protection fails them. And the Entente might make the argument that we do not appreciate pictures the excuse for raiding our gallery. The Weimar Republic survived several attempts to destroy it by violence. Right-wing fringe attempts to seize power were defeated. Kapp in Berlin in March 1920, Hitler in Munich in 1923. Standing somewhat self-consciously among Hitler's unknown supporters on the day of this attempted coup was one well-known war hero, General Ludendorff, who marched bravely with the leaders as they tried to force their way past a police cordon into the main square. 16 of Hitler's followers and 3 policemen were killed. The Munich Putsch definitely eliminates Hitler and his National Socialist followers, commented the New York Times. Weimar had reasserted its authority, as it was to continue to do for most of the succeeding decade. Under the leadership of Weimar, Germany limited the scale of reparations payments and, at Locarno in 1925, entered the European security system. But in 1933, Hitler and his Nazi party swept away the stability that might have led to Germany's eventual return to normal life without a new war. 29. To the memory of that great company. Throughout Europe, wherever armies have clashed, or towns and villages had been bereaved, monuments continued to be put up, some small, some large, a few, as at Vimy or on the Somme, immense. Many of these monuments were often idealized beyond visual recognition of the conflict. In Budapest, to this day, a Hungarian cavalryman, shot on the battlefield, stands in his stirrups, his hand over his heart, as Jesus, descending from the cross, beckons the way to heaven, leading the dead man from the dark clouds of war to the bright light of eternity. The cavalryman's sword and helmet lie on the ground at his horse's feet. The inscription reads, "From Christ's faith, from the blood of heroes, arises the homeland." War memorials in Russia suffered the fate of so much in that land of continuing turmoil and destruction. In Moscow, a Brotherhood cemetery was established soon after the outbreak of the war, and a church built in memory of the dead. In Soviet times, both the church and the cemetery were destroyed. Today, only one gravestone is left. Books also served as memorials. In February 1920, the British war correspondent Philip Gibbs published Realities of War, in which he wrote of the need to avert another massacre of youth like that 5 years' sacrifice of boys of which I was a witness. Franz Werfel's novels, The 40 Days, described the Armenian torment, centered around the struggle to hold out against the Turks on Musa Dag, Moses Mountain, within sight of the Mediterranean. These women's howls had died into a low, almost soundless, windy sigh. It went with the corpse-washing, the enshrouding, like old comfort. Werfel's book was a cry of pain. Philip Gibbs's book was a stark portrayal of the cruelties and barbarities of war. In it he also wrote of the moral aspect of the war. The evil in Germany, enslaving German boyhood, had to be killed. There was no other way, except by helping the Germans to kill it before it mastered them. In France there was a similar widespread sense of the necessity of the war, exacerbated by the bitterness felt against the Germans for war crimes committed against French civilians and for the devastation caused by the war on French soil. This bitterness was continually revived by ceremonies and memorials. On the 18th of March 1920, the French Minister of War, André Lefebvre, unveiled a memorial to one of the destroyed villages of the war, Orne, northeast of Verdun. Its buildings had been reduced to ruins, the minister declared, but its name had become a part of history. But neither monuments nor history could express the inner torments that the war had created for those who survived the fighting. A Canadian historian, Desmond Morton, noted that 60,661 Canadians were killed in action, had written, "Many more returned from the war mutilated, in mind or body." During a debate in the House of Commons on the 8th of July 1920, Churchill recalled an aspect of the fighting on the Western Front that was often overlooked. "Over and over again," he said, "we have seen British officers and soldiers storm entrenchments under the heaviest fire, with half their number shot down before they entered the position of the enemy. The certainty of a long, bloody day before them, a tremendous bombardment, crashing all around. We have seen them in these circumstances, taking out their maps and watches, and adjusting their calculations with the most minute detail. And we have seen them show not merely mercy, but kindness to prisoners, observing restraint in the treatment of them, punishing those who deserved to be punished by the hard laws of war, and sparing those who might claim to be admitted to the clemency of the conqueror. We have seen them exerting themselves to show pity and to help, even at their own peril, the wounded. They have done it thousands of times." In the summer of 1920, the Red Army forces under General Tukhachevsky, which had defeated the anti-Bolshevik forces of General Denikin in southern Russia in March, turned against Poland. The Poles, ambitious for territory in the east, had advanced as far as Kiev. As Tukhachevsky drove them westward, almost to Warsaw, Poland appealed to Britain and France for help. Among the French military advisers sent to Poland to help the Poles resist the Bolshevik onslaught was Colonel de Gaulle, who had taught Tukhachevsky French when they were both prisoners of war of the Germans in 1917. The danger of communism spreading through Poland to Germany was acute. Sympathy for Poland, one of the most recently recreated states, was widespread, but there were very few people who desired to return to a European war. On July 28th, Churchill wrote in the Evening Standard of the British people, "They are thoroughly tired of war. They have learnt during 5 bitter years too much of its iron slavery, its squalor, its mocking disappointments, its ever-dwelling sense of loss." A week later, on August 4th, the 6th anniversary of the outbreak of the First World War, Lloyd George delivered an ultimatum to Russia's emissaries in London. The advance on Warsaw must end, or Britain would come forward as the champion of the Poles, just as in 1914 she had championed Belgium. Lloyd George's willingness to go to war was made otiose within 48 hours when 150,000 Polish troops halted Tukhachevsky's advance at Radziemin, only 15 miles from Warsaw. For the New Poland, this was the miracle of the Vistula. By August 15th, Pilsudski had driven the 200,000 Russian soldiers back to the River Bug, defeating them at Brest-Litovsk and taking 70,000 of them prisoner. On October 12th, the Bolsheviks agreed to an armistice. Once again they had been defeated by a Western neighbor. With that defeat, the violent clash of armies east of the Vistula, which had been almost continuous since August 1914, was at an end. As a result of the subsequent substantial Polish advance, a Russo-Polish frontier was established in 1921 by the Treaty of Riga, which incorporated into Poland's eastern regions considerable areas of Lithuania, White Russia, and the western Ukraine. Unique among the post-war states of Europe, Poland, with territory gained from Germany in the west, from Austria in the south, and from Russia in the east, was territorially satisfied, though Russia remained, under its Bolshevik leaders, ambitious for the return of those territories lost to Germany at Brest-Litovsk that had not been regained. Some war-making went on. In Afghanistan, Britain crushed a revolt and reasserted its influence over the Emir. In Anatolia, the military struggle between Turks and Greeks culminated in the defeat of the Greeks and their mass exodus from the mainland. In Morocco, France continued to seek to subjugate the Moroccan tribes in the Sahara Desert. The death of 41 legionnaires at Giani, 11 years after the end of the war in Europe, created shock and anger in France. One short-lived post-war success in terms of justice and the righting of a wrong was the establishment of an independent Armenia. This was one of the main decisions of the Treaty of Sèvres, signed on the 10th of August 1920. The much mutilated people were to be sovereign throughout the eastern region of the Ottoman Empire, which had done so much to harm them. Although the Turks still remained in control of the city of Erzurum, the Armenian leader, Bogos Nubar Pasha, assured the Allied leaders that he would soon drive them out. In addition, across the former Ottoman Tsarist border, in the areas that had been conquered by Russia in 1878, a new Armenia had been set up, with Kars as its capital, which would be united to the area carved from the Ottoman Turkey at Sèvres. Armenia would rise again and re-establish its ancient glories. Under the Treaty of Sèvres, the United States would be Armenia's defender, the treaty stating specifically that the frontiers of the new state would be settled by the arbitration of President Wilson. This paper triumph was short-lived, despite being inscribed in a formal treaty. In September 1920, after the United States had turned its back on direct involvement in the problems of Europe and Asia Minor, Turkish forces marched into the new Armenia, conquering them within 6 weeks. Simultaneously, from the east, Bolshevik forces moved into the former Tsarist areas. Independent Armenia ceased to exist, less than a year after it had achieved international recognition. In March 1921, the Treaty of Moscow, negotiated by the Soviets and the Kemalists, established a new Turkish-Soviet border, on both sides of which the Armenian people were once more under alien rule. Other beneficiaries of the Treaty of Sèvres were likewise disappointed in their national aspirations in Anatolia. The Kurds, afforded local autonomy with the right to secede in 1 year from Turkey, found no one in the international world willing to champion them further. Greece, given the Smyrna region of western Anatolia, was driven from it in a series of bloody battles with Mustafa Kemal, the victor of Gallipoli, finally establishing his right to be called Ataturk, the father of the Turks. The Treaty of Sèvres had become a dead letter, and, only 2 years after the Great War had ended, the Allied powers began once more their negotiations with Turkey for a peace treaty. Outside Anatolia, the Treaty of Sèvres formed the basis of the territorial settlement eventually established in the former Ottoman lands. The Hejaz became independent. Syria, to the distress of the Arabs who had hoped for sovereignty there, became a French mandate. Palestine and Mesopotamia became British mandates. In Palestine, the terms of the mandate embodied the Balfour Declaration of November 1917, establishing a Jewish national home and inviting Jews to immigrate to it. Within 2 decades, the number of Jews had grown from the 50,000 living there in Turkish times to 500,000. The Arabs of Palestine also multiplied through immigration, while resentful of the British promise to the Jews and rising in revolt against the British in 1936. In the eastern or Transjordanian part of the Palestine Mandate, Jews were excluded, and the Emir Abdullah was given substantial authority. On the 14th of October 1993, a London newspaper, The Independent, published an obituary of Lieutenant Colonel Henry Williams, who had just died at the age of 96. Williams had fought at Neuve-Chapelle, on the Somme, and at Ypres, and been wounded and gassed. After the armistice, as a member of the War Graves Commission, he was put in charge, on what had been the Western Front, of 5,000 men whose task was to exhume, where possible identify, and then rebury the bodies they found. His volunteers came from Britain, France, Belgium, Poland, and Latvia. Williams and the head of the commission, Sir Fabian Ware, had the idea of taking one of the unidentifiable soldiers from the Western Front and reburying him in England, where his grave could become a focal point of prayer and contemplation for the hundreds of thousands of parents, widows, and children whose loved ones had no known grave. At first the War Office was skeptical, but Ware and Williams persevered. In the autumn of 1920, Williams was asked to select 5 unknown soldiers from the main British battlefields in France and Flanders. One soldier was then chosen from the 5 to become the unknown soldier. The coffin was made of a British oak tree from the royal palace at Hampton Court, and the magnificent lead sarcophagus was escorted through northern France by French cavalrymen. The soldier was then brought to Britain on a French destroyer, the Verdun, thereby associating the wartime losses of the two allies. On the 11th of November 1920, 2 years to the day and to the hour since the war ended, the funeral and burial of the unknown soldier took place in London. A guard of valour formed entirely of holders of the Victoria Cross was mounted outside Westminster Abbey. On the way to its burying place, the coffin halted at the cenotaph, the Greek word for empty tomb, which was unveiled by the king, who then continued on foot behind the gun carriage to the abbey. The unknown soldier was the focus that day of the yearning of many of those who would never know where their sons or husbands or father's body had been buried or ground into the earth. The king's private secretary, Sir Alan Lascelles, wrote in his diary, "Pipers marched before him, admirals of the fleet and field marshals of England on his right hand and on his left, and all London stood bareheaded as he went, while on the coffin lay the steel helmet which each one of us wore, and the long crusader's sword selected for him alone from the king's armoury." Henry Williams remained in France and Flanders for 7 years, searching for bodies and reburying them. The land on which they were buried was given by the French and Belgian governments to the Imperial War Graves Commission in perpetuity. Earlier, when a Belgian official asked Williams who was going to compensate the landowners for the land thus taken away from them, he burst out, "Look, we've paid for the land. You've got our chaps that have died to keep it yours." The body that had been chosen to lie in the abbey in perpetuity had no name. Of all symbols, Lascelles wrote, he is the most nameless, the most symbolic, yet few that man has ever devised can have given such a clear-cut image of reality. For every one of us who has his own dead could not fail to see that they too went with him, that, after 2 years of waiting, we could at last lay a wreath to the memory of that great company. It was the same day and the same hour on which the French unknown soldier was brought to the Arc de Triomphe with equal ceremonial. In Britain, the cenotaph became the national focal point of the annual Armistice Day parade. An estimated 400,000 people went past it in the 3 days after it was unveiled. In Paris, the Arc de Triomphe, a monument commemorating Napoleon's victories of more than a century earlier, became the scene of France's annual Armistice Day ceremony. When the Germans entered Paris in June 1940, they marched around it on their way down the Champs-Élysées. In November 1944, Churchill and de Gaulle celebrated the first Armistice Day in liberated Paris under the once more triumphal arch. Each warring power eventually unveiled a memorial to its unknown soldier. The Polish memorial contains the body of a soldier killed in the Russo-Polish War of 1920. The German memorial at Tannenberg in East Prussia, unveiled in 1927, contained the tombs of 20 unknown soldiers from the Eastern Front. In 1931, an unknown soldier's tomb was unveiled in Berlin, placed in a neoclassical guard house built for the palace guard 200 years earlier. In 1933, the Nazis attached a large cross at the back of the hall to emphasize, one historian has written, the sacredness of the nation which they claimed to have saved. In the aftermath of the war, acts of violence reflected some of the bitterness which war and defeat created. On the 26th of August, 1921, while walking in a wood near Baden, Matthias Erzberger, who had negotiated the armistice with Foch in 1918, was assassinated by 2 nationalist fanatics. On the 24th of June, 1922, Walter Rathenau, accused by extremists of having been in league with the Entente to defeat Germany, he, who had supported the deportation of 700,000 Belgian labourers to work in Germany in 1916, was assassinated by nationalist anti-Semites in Berlin. Outside Russia, communist efforts to overthrow the post-war governments failed everywhere. The communist regimes that were established in Munich and Budapest were both destroyed, more bloodily in Budapest than in Munich. In Italy and Spain, right-wing regimes came to power, led by Mussolini in Italy and Primo de Rivera in Spain, committed to the prevention of communism in all its guises. The process of peacemaking took longer than the war itself. The war lasted 4 years and 3 months. It was not until July 1923, 4 years and 8 months after the end of the war, that the western borders of Turkey were finally established. Having torn up the Treaty of Sèvres in September 1920, occupied Armenia re-established Turkish power over Anatolian Kurdistan, and driven the Greeks from the Smyrna province on the Aegean, Mustafa Kemal agreed to sign the Treaty of Lausanne, and abided by it. By this treaty, Turkey would remain sovereign across 1,000 miles of Anatolia, from the eastern shores of the Aegean to the western slopes of Mount Ararat. The Allied plan, embodied in the Treaty of Sèvres for non-Turkish control of European Turkey, Constantinople, and the zone of the Straits, was abandoned. Gallipoli, where the Turks had first shown that they could not be attacked with ease or impunity, was to remain under Turkish sovereignty. The one concession made to Allied sensibilities was that the military cemeteries on the Gallipoli Peninsula would be accorded a special status, open in perpetuity to those who wished to make the pilgrimage there. Visitors came quickly. One grave at Anzac, that of Private George Grimwade, Australian Army Medical Corps, has next to it a stone brought from his home in Australia, and placed here in ever-loving remembrance by his parents, April 1922. Parents could decide what extra inscription to put on the regular headstones. On that of Trooper E.W. Lowndes of the 3rd Australian Light Horse are added the words, "Well done, Ted." At the southern tip of Cape Helles, on the cliff top, overlooking 2 of the landing beaches that were most bitterly fought over in April 1915, a tall obelisk, the Helles Memorial to the Missing, lists the names of 20,763 men who died on the peninsula but have no known graves. An era of peace was ushered in after 1918 amid many hopes, and the protective hand of the League of Nations. Not armies, navies, and air forces, but disarmament was the method chosen to keep that peace. Inside each multinational state, minority rights would be upheld by the minority treaties of the League and the minority guarantees of modern constitutions. Modernity itself was to be based upon talking, compromise, adjustment, arbitration, common sense, economic interdependence, and a desire to settle disputes at the conference table. A cynic might feel that all these elements had existed in Europe before 1914. In the post-war world, treaties would form a legal framework of independence and the sanctity of the new frontiers. But, some people asked, had not Belgium's frontier been guaranteed by treaty before 1914? In August 1920, with the signing of a treaty between Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia, the first step was taken among the new states of Central Europe to create a little entente of mutual recognition and protection. Within a year, Romania had joined them. The Locarno Agreements of 1925 brought guarantees, with British and Italian support, to the thrice fought-over Franco-German frontier. The inviolability of the Belgian frontier was also guaranteed by Locarno. At the same time, the two new states of Poland and Czechoslovakia signed military alliances with France, giving their frontiers impressive support. The nations that felt aggrieved, especially Germany and Hungary, would be able to seek redress of their grievances through the good auspices of the League. Plebiscites, the democratic application of one man, one vote, had already adjusted the Franco-German and Polish-Czech frontiers in the immediate post-war period. Land-grabbing, whether the Italian seizure of Fiume from Yugoslavia in 1919, the Polish seizure of Vilna from Lithuania in 1920, or the Lithuanian seizure of Memel from German East Prussia in 1923, were frowned upon. They were precedents that were to be avoided in the new era, though it was during the new era that they took place. Pacifism also flourished in the post-war era, focusing its efforts on a call for universal disarmament. As Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Turkey had effectively been disarmed by the treaties, the pacifist pressure was on the victor powers, especially France, to cut back their armaments to a minimal level. In 1925, the year in which the Locarno Agreements appeared to offer a legal and diplomatic framework in which to avoid a future Franco-German war, with all that entailed in terms of repercussions, an anti-conscription manifesto was launched, signed, among others, by Albert Einstein and Mahatma Gandhi. "It is debasing human dignity," they wrote, "to force men to give up their life or to inflict death against their will, or without conviction as to the justice of their action. The state which thinks itself entitled to force its citizens to go to war will never pay proper regard to the value and happiness of their lives in peace. Moreover, by conscription, the militarist spirit of aggressiveness is implanted in the whole male population at the most impressionable age. By training for war, men come to consider war as unavoidable and even desirable." Treaties, civilized behavior, trade, disarmament. Did these pointers to permanent peace have any echoes with the idyllic aspects of the pre-1914 years? Or were they the manifestation of a new pragmatism born of more than 4 years of suffering and destruction? On the 15th of November 1920, at the first meeting of the League of Nations Assembly, a proposal not to increase armaments for 2 years had been opposed by 6 countries, who were not even willing to try so short a moratorium. They were France, Poland, Romania, Brazil, Chile, and Uruguay. France became the most heavily armed state in Europe. With Germany disarmed under the Treaty of Versailles, a cause of German grievance as well as of inequality. On the 4th of August, 1928, the 14th anniversary of Britain's declaration of war on Germany, Sir Horace Rumbold, who had been in Berlin in 1914, was again in the German capital, this time to present his credentials as ambassador to the German president, Hindenburg. That afternoon, he walked in the streets around the embassy. There was hardly a soul about. 2 undersized soldiers, whom I met in the course of my walk, represented the Reichswehr, which was then limited to 100,000 men. The great German military machine had been scrapped for the time being, but, as it subsequently turned out, only for the time being. The time being was over 11 years later, when a new national leader in Germany, the former corporal, who had been temporarily blinded by gas on the Western Front in 1918, decided that he could reverse the verdict of defeat by rearmament, national mobilization, terror, tyranny, diplomacy, and war. 10 years after the end of the war, he was already a political figure to be reckoned with in Germany, speaking in strident tones of the need for revenge, for rearmament, for the return of lost territory, and for the elimination from German life of the scapegoat he had chosen for his and their own country's defeat, the Jews of Germany. Had a few thousand of Germany's Jews been gassed in 1918, Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf in 1925, Germany could have averted defeat. Not for him the proved patriotism of the hundreds of thousands of Jews who served in the German army, or the memory of the 12,000 German Jewish soldiers who had been killed in action between 1914 and 1918. The post-war period lasted 2 decades, 20 precarious years of peace from the Great War to the Second European War. During those 2 decades, the literature of the war reflected all its emotions, from patriotic enthusiasm and national self-assertiveness to individual suffering and disillusionment. Histories, novels, films, plays, and poems, music, paintings and cartoons, even postage stamps, kept the 4 years of war before the eyes of the millions who had served in it, and the millions more who had watched it from their homes, in newspapers and on newsreels, and heard of it through the letters and home leaves of the participants. Almost every general sought to describe and justify his conduct. Thousands of participants gave their accounts of the various episodes of the war. 10,000 forgotten moments of glory were resurrected, as in 1923, when General Mangin described in Des Hommes et des Faits, Men and Facts, his recapture of the village of Onhaï in August 1914, at a time when the French front was almost everywhere falling back. It had been one of the heroic actions of the early weeks of the war. War museums were opened everywhere, and in the Soviet Union anti-war museums. Relics of the war became part of many monuments. In England, in 1924, a tank museum was established at Bovingdon, at which the very first tank, known variously to the troops as Big Willie, His Majesty's Landship Centipede, and Mother, was on display. It is no longer there. In 1940, when the call went out for scrap metal to feed the munitions factories, Big Willie was sent to the scrap heap to become a part of the shells and shrapnel of a new war. Even before the battlefields could be cleared of the detritus of war, they became the focus of a thriving travel industry. In the immediate aftermath of the war, most of those who visited them were in search of the graves of their relatives, or the scene of their loved ones' final battle. Vera Brittain, seeking the grave of her fiancé, visited the Western Front in 1921. Hiring a car in Amiens, she plunged through a series of shell-racked roads between the grotesque trunks of skeleton trees, with their stripped, shattered branches still pointing to heaven in grim protest against man's ruthless cruelty to nature as well as man. Almost every year during the interwar years, travelers were joined by dignitaries and veterans at a series of ceremonies, mostly at the opening or unveiling of monuments. On the 16th of July, 1922, at Jonchery-sur-Velle, President Millerand unveiled a monument to Corporal André Peugeot, the first French soldier to be killed in the war. The monument, which was destroyed by the German occupation forces a month after the capitulation of France in 1940, was rebuilt in 1959, 45 years after Peugeot's death. On the 24th of July, 1927, King Albert of the Belgians was present at the opening of the Menin Gate, the massive memorial to the missing that replaced the twin lions that had marked the exit from Ypres during the war years. The ceremony ended that day with the sounding of the last post by buglers of the Somerset Light Infantry, and a lament played by pipers of the Scots Guards. The idea that the last post should be sounded every evening was that of the superintendent of the Ypres police, P. van den Brambusche. It was, and still is, done by buglers of the Ypres Fire Brigade. The money for this was raised in Britain to ensure the sounding of the last post each evening for all time. No year went by without another impressive ceremony taking place, and another imposing monument being unveiled. On the 4th of November, 1928, both Foch and Weygand were present at La Ferté-sur-Jouarre for the unveiling of a memorial to the 3,888 British soldiers who were killed during the retreat from the Marne, but who had no known graves. Unknown soldiers to whose gravestone relatives and friends could make no pilgrimage. Now their names were inscribed on a wall of white stone. There was a glimpse of the way in which the opening of memorials had become routine when, in July 1931, General Sir Hubert Gough, who had commanded the British Fifth Army in 1914, met King Albert of the Belgians in London. "I suppose, sir, you are very busy?" Gough asked. "Oh, yes, I am very busy, doing the only job left in my profession," the king replied. "What is that, sir?" asked the general. "Unveiling war memorials," answered the king. The interwar guidebooks to France, to Belgium, to northern Italy, to Yugoslavia, to Poland, to the Ukraine, to Turkey, and to Palestine incorporated the remnants and memorials of the war as an integral part of their presentation. Findlay Muirhead's best-selling guide to northeastern France drew attention in 1930 while describing a journey from St. Paul to a nearby hill which commands a splendid view of the Lens-Arras battlefield. At Arras, in the Place de la Guerre, could be found the head office of the Imperial War Graves Commission in France and Belgium. In the Grande Place, about a third of the houses had been destroyed by German artillery fire, but are being rebuilt in the former style. In the suburbs of Lens, the miners' pre-war brick houses had offered little resistance to shell fire, but the mines themselves, devastated in 1914 to 1918 by artillery fire and by the German policy of systematic flooding, were again in working order. Muirhead also noted of the city of Rheims, shattered by the bombardments of 1914 to 1918, it holds the place of honor among the martyred towns of France. Honor was a word much turned to, and sometimes rejected, in the interwar years. The causes of war are always falsely represented, its honor dishonest, and its glory meretricious, Vera Brittain wrote in her memoirs Testament of Youth in 1933, but the challenge to spiritual endurance, the intense, vitalizing consciousness of common peril for a common end, remain to allure those boys and girls who have just reached the age when love and friendship and adventure call more persistently than at any later time. While that vitalizing consciousness lasted, she reflected, no emotion known to man seems to have quite the compelling power of this enlarged vitality. Civilization could not be rescued from the threatening forces of destruction, she feared, unless it was possible to impart to the rational processes of constructive thought and experiment that element of sanctified loveliness which, like superb sunshine breaking through the dark clouds, from time to time glorifies war. Vera Brittain had lost her fiancé, her only brother, and 2 close friends in the war. For 2 years as a nurse, she had looked after desperately wounded soldiers brought straight from the battlefield. On reading this passage after the Second World War, a former soldier, Hugh Boasted, a veteran of the Somme, commented, "I have seen too much of what men do to one another. The torturing and mutilating of the whites by the Red Army in Russia, savagery in Africa and Arabia, above all the butchery on the Western Front. This is evident to anyone who thinks about war. What is less obvious is the compelling power of this enlarged vitality that constitutes indeed the real problem of any League or United Nations. The butchery on the Western Front was depicted for a wide public in and beyond Europe in Erich Maria Remarque's novel All Quiet on the Western Front, an unalloyed portrayal of the life and death of a group of German soldiers. The writing was direct, the tone bitter. Bertink has a chest wound. After a while a fragment smashes away his chin, and the same fragment has sufficient force to tear open Lear's lip. Lear groans as he supports himself on his arm. He bleeds quickly. No one can help him. Like an emptying tube, after a couple of minutes he collapses. What use is it to him now that he was such a good mathematician at school? Remarque's book was first published in Germany in January 1929, and in Britain 2 months later. Its title derived from the death of the narrator, killed in October 1918, on a day that was so quiet and still on the whole front that the Army report confined itself to the single sentence, "All quiet on the Western Front." In 1930, Universal Studios in Hollywood turned the book into a film. When it was first screened, the magazine Variety wrote, "The League of Nations could make no better investment than to buy up the master print, reproduce it in every language, to be shown to every nation until the word war is taken out of the dictionaries." That the First World War would lead to a universally agreed system of international cooperation was one of the hopes of those who studied its origins and its course. On the 15th of June 1929, the German historian Emil Ludwig, biographer of the Kaiser, wrote in the introduction to his book on the origins of the war, "This book demonstrates the peaceable intentions of the masses of all nations in July 1914. May it contribute to strengthen the idea of a court of arbitration, which is no utopia, but a growing reality, not a permanently insoluble problem, but the inevitable outcome of a recent experience." Ludwig believed there was no way forward except by such a court and concept of arbitration. There is only this alternative, either to do it now or to wait for another war. Arbitration and negotiation did begin to make a mark on the post-war divide, but only slowly, and, as it turned out, too late. On the 8th of July 1932, agreement was reached at Lausanne, in Switzerland, whereby Germany was virtually freed from her reparations payments. The German liability, which had stood at $25,000 million, was reduced to $2,000 million, with the strong indication that even this remaining sum would not have to be paid in full, and certainly not before the original treaty date of 1961, then 3 decades away. But there was an ominous comment from the British ambassador in Berlin, Sir Horace Rumbold. "It must be borne in mind," he wrote to the Foreign Office in London, "that it is a German characteristic never to admit that any arrangement is entirely satisfactory from the German point of view." Hitler and his Nazi party certainly had no intention of admitting that the Lausanne Agreement had helped Germany. Renunciation of the Treaty of Versailles was a main platform of his next election campaign, and a much publicized aim once he became Chancellor 6 months later. In August 1932, the French President, Albert Lebrun, inaugurated a memorial at Verdun, the ossuary of Douaumont, marked by a high tower it had taken 10 years to build. In it were placed the remains of 130,000 soldiers, French and German, whose bones were found on the battlefield. These bones could and can be viewed through special windows set at ground level. In the cemetery in front of the ossuary are the graves of 15,000 French soldiers, each of whom had been identified. A monumental gateway nearby leads to the spot where, in 1919, a line of protruding rifles and bayonets revealed the existence underground of the bodies of French soldiers who had been killed when their trench was blown in on top of them. This, too, the trench of bayonets, became a memorial, covered in a concrete canopy held up by concrete columns. The Marne and Verdun will ever remain among the greatest feats of war, commented Clemenceau in his book Grandeur and Misery of Victory, first published in 1930. Yet mutual butchery cannot be the chief preoccupation of life. The glory of civilization is that it enables us, occasionally, to live an almost normal life. The armistice is the interval between the fall and rise of the curtain. When Clemenceau wrote these words, 12 years had passed since that armistice. 9 more were left before the curtain was to rise again. The armistice was a recurring memory of great power for the former victors, galling to those whom they had defeated. On the 11th of November, 1932, in a glade in the forest of Compiègne, a ceremony was held to celebrate the signature of the armistice there 14 years earlier. The railway coach used by Foch for the armistice negotiations was brought to the glade, and a monument unveiled, showing the German eagle being cut down by a sword, with an inscription describing how, on that very spot, the boastings of the German Empire had been brought low. The railway carriage was kept in a special shed to protect it from the elements. Less than 8 years later, in June 1940, it was brought out of its shed and used by Hitler to sign his armistice with France. For that ceremony, the monument of Germany's humiliation was hastily covered by a large swastika flag. The carriage was then taken to Berlin as a captured trophy. It disappeared in April 1945 on a railway line 50 miles south of Berlin, between Elterswerda and Grossenhain, where it is thought to have been destroyed in a British bombing raid. The carriage, now at Compiègne, is a similar one, with most of the original relics of 1918 duly reinstated in it. With Hitler's coming to power in Germany in 1933, fears of a new war and preparations for war went side by side. German rearmament, illegal under the Treaty of Versailles, was begun in earnest. Aspects of the First World War were looked at in a new light. German guilt, whether for invading Belgium or for her conduct during the war, was denied. On the 7th of May, 1935, the 20th anniversary of the sinking of the Lusitania, the Nazi Party newspaper, Völkischer Beobachter, interviewed Karl Scherb, the officer who had first sighted the ocean liner. He defended the sinking as a retaliation for the British hunger blockade. He also said that the submarine's only orders were to do as much damage as possible to suspected British troop transports. Captain Schwieger had not been guilty of willful murder. He merely did his onerous duty. Captain Schwieger could not join the debate. He had disappeared at sea while in command of U-88 in the autumn of 1917. Had he lived, he might well have been brought to trial by the Allies, adding another cause for anger in interwar Germany. The controversies of the war, fought for 4 years in government departments and at army headquarters, were refought for the next 40 years in books and magazines. The passage of time brought an increase in bitterness. In 1936, in the final volume of his war memoirs, Lloyd George wrote of the British military commanders, "Some of the assaults on impossible positions ordered by our generals would never have been decreed if they had seen beforehand with their own eyes the hopeless slaughter to which their orders doomed their men." 2 years later, in the foreword to the abridged edition, he wrote of how, as Prime Minister, "I saw how the incredible heroism of the common man was being squandered to repair the incompetence of the trained inexperts, for they were actually trained not to be expert in mastering the actualities of modern warfare, in the narrow, selfish, and unimaginative strategy, and in the ghastly butchery of vain and insane offences." On the 30th of May, 1937, 5 solemn ceremonies took place in France. The dedication of 5 American war cemeteries, followed in August by the dedication of an American war cemetery in Britain. These ceremonies called forth strong emotions of confidence in the cause as well as personal sadness. Even as the last of the ceremonies was taking place, the cause was being renewed. On the 22nd of July, 1938, as war again threatened Europe, and Hitler demanded the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia, the Imperial War Graves Commission completed its task of cemetery building for the First World War. That day, King George VI unveiled the Australian National Memorial at Villers-Bretonneux in northern France. Almost a year later, at Easter 1939, members of the Old Comrades Association of the British Machine Gun Corps gathered in the French town of Albert to unveil a plaque on the town hall to the 13,791 members of their corps who had been killed in action. It was just over a quarter of a century since the Battle of the Somme, in which they had suffered their heaviest casualties. It was less than half a year before war would break out again, bringing German troops once more to Albert, this time not for 5 months as in 1918, but for nearly 5 years. A few miles away from Albert, one of the 4 model tanks of the British Tank Corps Memorial bears bullet marks from the opening battles of the Second World War. The politicians and commanders who led their nations in the Second World War had all been involved in some way in the First. Hitler and Mussolini had both served in the trenches. In the British cabinet, on the outbreak of war in September 1939, 7 out of its 22 members had won the Military Cross on the Western Front during the First World War. One minister, Earl de la Warr, as a 17-year-old conscientious objector, had opted to serve in the Merchant Navy. Only one had been too young to serve. Almost all had lost brothers or relatives in battle. Neville Chamberlain's nephew, Norman, to whom he was close, had been killed in action in 1917. The great war battlegrounds of the Eastern, Western, and Serbian fronts were overrun by Germany in 1939, 1940, and 1941. The regions where the most savage fighting had taken place in 1914 to 1918 became part of Nazi-occupied lands. New cruelties were perpetrated, which, for the civilians under occupation, completely overshadowed the cruelties of the earlier war. The sturdy brick buildings of one Austro-Hungarian garrison and cavalry barracks in East Upper Silesia, from which in 1914 the imperial soldiers set out to fight on the Eastern Front against Russia, became in the Second World War the focal point of the concentration camp of Auschwitz, where as many as 1 million people were put to death, at least 800,000 Jews, many thousands of Russian prisoners of war, Polish political prisoners, and captives of a dozen other nations. Another Austro-Hungarian barracks, the 18th-century garrison town of Theresienstadt, where Gavrilo Princip had been held as a prisoner, and where he died in the First World War, became, between 1941 and 1944, the place of incarceration and death for more than 33,000 Jews. A further 88,000 were deported from there to be murdered in the East. As German troops swept across the Somme in May 1940, they were watched by a former British soldier, Ben Leach, who had fought there in 1916. Between the wars, he was one of the gardeners tending the war cemeteries. His was a cemetery near the village of Serres. After the fall of France, the local German commander gave him permission to continue his work. He did so, and also joined the local French resistance, helping 27 Allied airmen to escape after they had been shot down over the First World War battlefields. He hid the airmen in the cemetery tool shed, within a few yards of German soldiers who, from time to time, came to look at the First World War graves. Having conquered Belgium and northern France for the second time in 25 years, the Germans were confronted by the many thousands of memorials to the previous conflict. One in particular gave offense, the memorial to those French soldiers who were the victims of the first German gas attack in April 1915. The monument at Steenstraat in Belgium showed 3 soldiers. One was standing against the cross, almost exactly the position normally taken by Jesus, but was clutching his neck. The other 2 were in agony at the base of the cross, writhing from the effects of the gas. The inscription described first victims of asphyxiating gas. The German occupation authorities gave orders for the Belgians to cover both the inscriptions and the figures with cement, but the cement soon cracked, exposing them again. On the 8th of May 1941, just over 26 years after the gas attack itself, the Germans forced Belgian workers to lay explosives, and the monument was blown off its pedestal. Immediately after the end of the Second World War, Herbert Sulzbach, then a British Army interpreter, was addressing a group of German prisoners of war. In the First World War he had served in the German army, winning the Iron Cross First Class. Being Jewish, he left Germany after the rise of Hitler, and in 1939 enlisted in the British Army. In 1945 he was a staff sergeant at Comrie in Scotland, where 4,000 Germans were being held prisoner of war. Just before Armistice Day, 1945, he read them John McCrae's poem, In Flanders Fields. He then told them how they should celebrate Armistice Day itself. If you agree with my proposal, parade on November 11th on your parade ground, and salute the dead of all nations, your comrades, your former enemies, all murdered fighters for freedom who laid down their lives in German concentration camps, and make the following vow. Never again shall such murder take place. It is the last time we will allow ourselves to be deceived and betrayed. It is not true that we Germans are a superior race. We have no right to believe that we are better than others. We are all equal before God, whatever our race or religion. Endless misery has come to us, and we have realized where arrogance leads. In this minute of silence at 11 a.m., on this November 11th, 1945, we swear to return to Germany as good Europeans, and to take part as long as we live in the reconciliation of all people and the maintenance of peace. Almost every year, long after the Second World War had ended, there was some ceremony to bring back thoughts, if not memories, of the increasingly distant First World War. In 1966, the remains of the German crewmen shot down over Britain when their Zeppelins were bombing London and the East Coast were brought from 3 graveyards to their final resting place in Cannock Chase, Staffordshire. A plaque was set up with the inscription in German and English, side by side with their comrades, the crews of 4 Zeppelins shot down over England during the First World War, here found their eternal resting place. The fallen were brought here from their original burial places at Potter's Bar, Great Bursted, and Theberton. The members of each crew are buried in caskets in one grave. On the 11th of November, 1968, 50 years after the armistice, a plaque was affixed to the wall of a house in Ville-sur-Aisne, just outside Mons, where the last Canadian soldier to be killed in action had been shot by a sniper 2 minutes before the guns fell silent. In July 1994, several more plaques and memorials were unveiled on the Somme. On the 22nd of September 1984, Verdun was the site of the public reconciliation of France and Germany. In a gesture of reconciliation, reported the Times under a photograph of the scene, President Mitterrand and Chancellor Helmut Kohl hold hands as the French and West German national anthems are played at Verdun, a scene of one of the most bitter battles of the First World War. Before visiting the graves of French soldiers, Monsieur Mitterrand and Herr Kohl paid tribute to the German dead at Consenvoye, one of the many German cemeteries in the area. President Kohl's father had fought at Verdun in 1916. President Mitterrand had been taken prisoner by the Germans nearby in 1940. The destructiveness of the First World War, in terms of the number of soldiers killed, exceeded that of all other wars known to history. The following list gives the number of those who were killed in action or who died of wounds received in action. The figures are inevitably approximate, nor do they encompass all the victims of the war. In the case of Serbia, more civilians died, 82,000, than the soldiers listed here. In the United States Army, more soldiers died of influenza, 62,000, than were killed in battle. The number of Armenians massacred between 1914 and 1919 was more than 1 million. The number of German civilians dying as a result of the Allied blockade has been estimated at more than 750,000. The numbers of war dead of the principal belligerents were, according to the minimum estimates, Germany, 1,800,000. Russia, 1,700,000. France, 1,384,000. Austria-Hungary, 1,290,000. Britain, 743,000. Italy, 615,000. Romania, 335,000. Turkey, 325,000. Bulgaria, 90,000. Canada, 60,000. Australia, 59,000. India, 49,000. United States, 48,000. Serbia, 45,000. Belgium, 44,000. New Zealand, 16,000. South Africa, 8,000. Portugal, 7,000. Greece, 5,000. Montenegro, 3,000. The Central Powers, the losers in the war, lost 3,500,000 soldiers on the battlefield. The Allied powers, the victors, lost 5,100,000. On average, this was more than 5,600 soldiers killed on each day of the war. The fact that 20,000 British soldiers were killed on the first day of the Battle of the Somme is often recalled with horror. On average, a similar number of soldiers were killed in every 4-day period of the First World War. From the last moments of the war itself, its human suffering was embedded in the fabric of the societies upon which its perpetuation had depended. The wounded men of all nations were to be a legacy of war which ended only with their deaths, or with the deaths of those who had lived with them and guarded their broken bodies or minds, or both. 10 days before the armistice, the pacifist Clifford Allen wrote in his diary of a young girl and a discharged soldier living in a cottage near him in Surrey. He has lost both legs and propels himself about cheerfully in a mechanical chair. The other evening he was sitting talking to his bride when the kettle started to boil over. He forgot he had no legs and jumped up to seize the kettle, only to fall into space on his sore stumps. The post-war human suffering of the former combatants took many forms. Hundreds of thousands of sons and daughters in the former warring countries watched while their fathers, with physical wounds that would not heal, suffered, wasted away, and died. At the beginning of 1922, as many as 50,000 former British soldiers were receiving government pensions for the continuing effects of shell shock. Multiply that figure proportionately through all the armies, and one reaches more than 250,000 men mentally damaged by the war. Some who had suffered the severest physical wounds recovered to lead an active life for many years. A Welsh officer, Lieutenant Tudor Williams, had been blown up by a shell and buried alive in September 1916 during the Battle of the Somme. His own men had dug him out. A piece of shrapnel had penetrated his right lung and ended up in the lining around his heart. Despite bouts of ill health as a result of his injury, he was a grammar school headmaster from 1929 until his death in 1955. When he went into hospital a year before his death, the radiologist who examined him was fascinated by the piece of shrapnel moving in and out with each heartbeat. Williams was one of 4 brothers, each of whom served and survived. The last of those who fought in the First World War are now appearing in the obituary lists. Each of their stories reflects different aspects of the distant war. On the 2nd of February 1991, The Independent published an obituary of Colonel Monty Westrup, who had been severely wounded in the head at Delville Wood during the Battle of the Somme, returned to the trenches in time for the Battle of Arras, where he was shot through the leg during the attack on Fresnoy, and spent 7 hours crawling through the mud of no-man's land, dodging several German patrols before reaching the British trenches. He died a month before his 95th birthday. On the 24th of August, 1992, George Jones, Australia's last surviving First World War air ace, died. He had fought as a private at Gallipoli, then served as a pilot on the Western Front, flying 113 missions and shooting down 7 German aircraft, including 2 in a single action. Despite being badly wounded in the back, he returned to duty in October 1918, shooting down 2 more planes before the armistice. In 1942 he became Chief of the Australian Air Staff, ending his service career as an Air Marshal. He was 95 when he died. These were among the dozens of obituaries that I set aside as they were published. Even as I was writing this chapter, the roll call was continuing, like a muffled drum. On the 31st of January 1994, the Daily Telegraph obituaries included Thomas Glass, aged 95, who had served from 1914 to 1917 with the Middlesex Regiment, and Albert Frank Barclay Bridges, aged 98, who had seen action in the Battle of Jutland in 1916. On the 19th of February 1994, the Times published an obituary of the 96-year-old E.H.T. Robinson, a former assistant night editor of the paper, who in 1918, during the Arab Revolt, had been blown up by a Turkish shell and left for dead in the desert. In the same paper, on the 26th of May 1994, was the obituary of Colonel Terence Connor, who had fought against the Turks in Mesopotamia at the Battle of Dwarjala in 1916, and in the recapture of Kut a year later when he had been wounded. Almost 30 years later, during the Second World War, he distinguished himself in Burma, leading a battalion of the same regiment, the 26th Punjabis, with which he had fought in Mesopotamia, in the struggle in March 1945 to wrest Meiktila airfield from the Japanese. He was 99 years old when he died. The phraseology of the First World War continues to be a feature of conversation 8 decades after the outbreak of the First World War, being subjected to a barrage of complaints, being bombarded with forms, joining the rank and file, finding oneself in the firing line, and going over the top are among the images and terminology of a war that are with us still.